How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today we're going to be doing the 10th casual video, so let's just jump right in. So regarding the agenda items, I honestly have timestamps and stuff down below that I think is pretty self-explanatory, so I don't really need to go over the agenda a lot. We'll basically talk about some news items, talk about the status or some updates from previous videos, then I'll show some tutorials and just kind of how things work. And then we'll kind of touch on the GPU pass-through a little bit. I can't guarantee we're going to make it all the way through, but we'll make it as far as we can. So, got a pretty interesting one. We will have the green screen out for some of this casual video this time, but not for the first part. Anyway, let's just jump into the first item. So, the first thing I wanted to talk about is ergonomics, or at least give some of my thoughts on ergonomics, primarily coming from my perspective, but I just wanted to share some insights that I specifically have with ergonomics. And I primarily want to do this because I need an excuse to explain why I now use a trackball instead of a standard mouse. And I thought talking about ergonomics would be a great excuse to dive into that. So yes, I use a trackball now, which is pretty crazy to say, but I want to explain why. So, first of all, my old mouse, which I have right here. This is the second one that I have of this same exact model. And one of the primary problems that it has is sometimes when I click just once, it ends up doing like a double or triple click, even though I physically pressed it once only. And that's pretty annoying. And this is the second mouse that experiences the same thing, so I don't recommend this model. I went out of my way to make sure that no like crumbs or anything get in there. I've determined that it's most likely a fault in the button itself. Like there's just a design flaw in this particular model. So I mean, if you don't have the problem and you have this model, that's probably fine, but if you're getting a new mouse, I probably wouldn't recommend this model. It's gonna have button issues down the line. So that's one reason why I now have this mouse, which I'm gonna go over in a bit. But another reason is sometimes I tend to have extreme RSI-like symptoms in my hand. So RSI stands for repetitive strain injury. And sometimes when I use the computer for extended periods of time, I get extreme pain in my wrist. I would probably describe it as my wrist getting whacked with a hammer several times per second. It is not a fun feeling at all. And that tends to happen if I use this quite vigorously for long periods of time. So with those two things combined, I've decided my next mouse is going to be an ergonomic one. So for work, I went to a client site and they had an ergonomic mouse that kind of had an orientation where rather than being oriented like this, it was a bit oriented off to the side. So this, notice how my hand is kind of tilted more than just being straight. When I used that mouse, I was like, this feels so nice. I have to get a mouse like this. I bet you it would help with my RSI symptoms when that happens. So yeah, I decided to just get another mouse. I was looking at some options. I found this on Amazon. Then I also found it at a local store too. And I decided while I'm there, I may as well get it from there. I was originally just going to get a normal mouse that's angled to the side like this one. So like a normal mouse is kind of straight, whereas this one's more angled like this, which is supposed to feel more natural. I was originally just going to get a normal mouse that does that rather than like a trackball. But a lot of the options I was looking at were quite expensive, and this trackball one was a cheaper option compared to a lot of the other ones. And at first I thought the trackball was meant for scrolling. Like if I could scroll with my thumb, that'd be kind of cool, to be honest, especially if it had smooth scrolling. But that's how you control the cursor. So this mouse doesn't actually move at all. It's meant to be controlled like that. So I'm controlling this cursor with the trackball right now. And I do that all with my thumb. And it definitely takes some getting used to if you're used to moving it around with your wrists. But man, let me tell you, it feels awesome once you do get used to it. That feeling that I can move the cursor a long distance without physically moving my wrists at all, there's just something that's really awesome about that. I don't need drugs when I have this. This feels so great on my hands. So yeah, when you get used to that, then I would say it's definitely worth it. It does take some getting used to, like I said, but if you're concerned about ergonomics like me, like I've had some pretty severe symptoms at some point. I've had it happen like when I woke up too, and there's so many things I'd rather experience than that extreme pain in my hand. I would take a double ear infection over this. So, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I originally wanted to get a normal mouse, but I didn't realize this was a trackball and you control it with the cursor. It took a little bit of getting used to, but once I started using it, I started seeing the value in that. I was originally a little bit concerned that now I'm moving my thumb a lot more vigorously, and is that going to become a problem? Well, I don't think it's going to after using it for a while. Compared to how I was moving my wrist, this is nothing. So I will take this over that. There is definitely, I think a lot of my pain was probably coming from how much I was moving my wrist. And then another thing that I'm not 100% sure this is true, but it seems to be true from my testing over the years, is I used to have my fingers curled up like this on the mouse, which I think that definitely aggravated the RSI symptoms a lot more. Whereas when I have my fingers rested like this, kind of flat against it, that feels a lot better. I was doing that with this mouse too. Yeah, it's kind of tempting to go like this, but I noticed that the symptoms happen way less when I go like this. I think there's a correlation, but I don't know if that actually improves stuff. But yeah, I started doing this, and then I was also trying to minimize wrist movement by trying to move my whole arm rather than going like this. Doing this all the time, I can tell that pain is going to happen if it hasn't started yet. It's not worth it, so I try to get used to moving my whole arm, which definitely takes some getting used to, but oh my gosh, I don't know if you realize this, but while I'm holding this mouse, notice how my hand naturally turned a little bit? That shows you how much more natural this position is than this. There's definitely some merit in being in a more natural position. But yeah, I was trying to minimize wrist movement. With this mouse, there is a lot less wrist movement. I literally only use a trackball and press buttons on it now. My wrist stays pretty much still. You don't even need a mouse pad now, which is kind of nice as well. I still have my mouse pad here, but it's not technically needed because the mouse is stationary at pretty much all times. So when I first started getting used to this, I will mention that it is a bit of a pain to get used to at first, but I would say the secret is to speed up the cursor speed. Because when you first use it, the cursor hardly moves at all. You make large movements and the cursor doesn't move very much. Like you do a full circle. That's another weird thing with this. I can shake it, then the cursor moves. But you basically do a full motion, and this is about all it moves right there. But if you speed up the cursor speed, then you can move it across the screen pretty effortlessly. I barely have to move it at all. See, watch. And then there's the mouse acceleration too. That can get across the screen pretty easily. So I would say the secret to getting used to this is to dial in your cursor speed. I wouldn't go with the default one. I'd probably speed it up a fair bit and get used to that from the very start. So I tried to mess with the Windows setting. So if you go to Control Mouse, then you can change your pointer options and increase or decrease this. I would leave that alone and instead download the drivers for it. There's a fully fledged software you can get for this particular Logitech Ergo M575, I think it is. Something like that. You can probably find a model. It's a Logitech Ergo mouse, basically. But I would definitely recommend this is the driver software right here. I was kind of reluctant to get it at first, but after trying it out, the customization that it provides, I think is totally worth getting the software. It works on Windows and Mac. I'm not sure about Linux, probably not. I haven't really done it in Linux, but I would recommend going to here and setting the pointer speed here rather than the control panel. I would not set it here. Leave this at the default and then set the speed here. I don't know what it is, but it feels more natural to change this speed than the other one. I'm not exactly sure why. The cursor feels like it shakes a little bit more when I set the Windows or even the Mac cursor speed. I'd rather set it in this software. Something about it feels more natural when you set this one versus the other one. Not exactly sure what it is, but you will also find that if you set the speed to 100%, man, you can really make a lot of movements with very little thumb movement. It might be worth getting used to that if you want to minimize thumb movement, but I find that this is a pretty good speed on Windows, especially with multiple monitors. I find that with a full thumb movement, it goes over about 1.5 monitors worth of pixels on a 1080p screen. And I can definitely overshoot if I want to go more than that. That's actually quite easy to get used to as well. So yeah, if you're learning to get used to this, the secret is to figure out your ideal pointer speed. And I would do that with this software. Yeah, there's my model up there. But yeah, I would use this software, dial in on the ideal mouse speed. I found that when it was going really fast, if my hands happened to be shaking at the time, like if it was lunchtime and I was starving, you could definitely tell. You don't want to be using the computer, then people can tell you're hungry for lunch based on how your cursor moves. I would say that if you set the cursor speed in this software, that's a lot less prone than if you set the operating system's cursor speed using this, for example. So you're probably thinking you have to download this whole software just to change the cursor speed. First of all, the way it handles the change, I think is way better than the operating system does it. I don't know what it is, but it feels a lot more smooth and stable, first of all. And second of all, this mouse actually comes with a couple buttons by the left click. Not sure if you noticed that. You can map them to do pretty much anything you want. I never had that on any of my previous mice, so not only is this an ergonomic mouse, but it has a bunch of buttons on it for easy usage as well. So what I most commonly like to use it with is, most of the time I have this button, the bottommost one, act as a back button because I often go back on a web browser or the file explorer or even some of my other software. That is really handy to have on the mouse. A lot of times I find my hand on the mouse and I'm not even touching the keyboard, and I'm almost as efficient as using the keyboard because of that one button. It's pretty nice. Then I use the other button to close out an application. However, for some programs like the web browser, I have it close a tab rather than the whole application. So you can have application-specific mappings. You can even have application-specific pointer speeds as well, which is quite wild. I don't personally see the use in that, but I can see how that would be useful, maybe in some niche cases. But yeah, so some software, I like to have it close a tab rather than the whole window. I can set that all right here. It's pretty nice. that's what I would say makes it worth getting the software. You can remap the left and right keys too, I think. I know you can remap the middle button, that's for sure. Sometimes I'm never going to use the middle button in like Windows Explorer, for example, so I think I remapped that to something else. Yeah. Sometimes, well, the only time I use it is if I'm opening another window. You could middle click on a taskbar icon and open up another instance of a program. Most programs work with that anyway. But I have it mapped to minimize the window because sometimes I want to minimize an Explorer window rather than closing it. That's my mapping. You figure out what works best for you if you're ever gonna do something like this. There's quite a bit of customization. That's the beauty of it. Figure out what works best for you and set it up exactly how you want it to be. This is how I personally have it. So yeah, given the fact that you can do application-specific mappings as well as just the way it controls the pointer speed, that's what I think makes it worth getting the software. It's kind of a pain to get set up. You have to download additional software, but once you do, I think it makes the mouse so much more usable than it is at stock settings. One thing I will point out is if you do get the software, I would maybe disable the auto update. There should be an option on here if you have the latest version to disable the auto update on the Logitech software. Can't quite remember how to access that page, but there should be some way to do it. If there's not, you could probably add a firewall rule so that the software can't make outgoing connections and fetch updates and stuff. One thing you can also do is disable auto updates as you're installing it. I learned this the other day. You could provide some command line arguments when you run the program. In command prompt, reference the executable. I personally type cmd in the address bar to open it in the current Explorer directory. You may also be able to create a shortcut and modify the target field to pass arguments to the installer. I start typing the case-sensitive name of the installer and after a few letters, hit tab to autofill. Then do /update no. You may also disable analytics with /analytics no. See the article linked in the description. Then run through the installer and the settings should be applied. I believe the commands are originally meant to provide finer control over automatic driver deployment to several computers. So, yeah, because I actually had an update on this software last night and it took like 20 minutes to get it running again because it was stuck trying to update. I mean, Logitech, if you're going to update the software, at least make it seamless so that it doesn't prevent me from using your product. I couldn't really use the right pointer speed and button mappings while it was updating, and let me tell you, that was annoying. So yeah, for that reason, I might consider disabling auto updates just so that doesn't happen. So yeah, I now use a trackball and I don't think I can go back after switching to this. I'm very used to this. One thing I will also point out is sometimes the trackball can build up friction over time. And I think that's because there's some grime or gunk that gets stuck in there over time. So you can actually push inside of here to take the trackball out. You could use it like a ball if you want, but you'll notice on the inside, if you look in the inside, there's a little bit of stuff that builds up over time. It's probably like salt from my hands or something like that. But I would take a napkin or something and then just kind of clean it out. That'll get rid of some of the friction that builds up over time. That may not sound like a big deal at first, but if you build coordination from the mouse speed and how it feels, friction will throw everything off. That was one weird thing that I experienced. I did not know that friction builds up, and then all of a sudden it started to feel like it was harder and harder to use it. And then I started getting used to it with the friction buildup. Then when I cleaned it up, it's like, oh my gosh, it's so much smoother and slipperier. And all of a sudden I had to get used to that again. So I usually clean it out like every couple days maybe. little bit annoying, but I like it when it feels nice and smooth with very little friction. So yeah, other than that, it works pretty much like a normal mouse. It is worth pointing out that it's designed for the right hand, so I'm not sure if there's a left hand variant. If you are going to use it with your left hand, it probably would work. It's just you'd have to get used to this orientation. You'd also have to get used to using your pinky to move the cursor around. If you can do that, it'll probably work for you as well. But if you are left-handed and you use your mouse with your left hand, then you might want to look at some other option besides this one. But yeah, I think this was kind of an interesting endeavor that I didn't even know I was going to undertake. I literally bought it on a day that I pulled an all-nighter. Here I am with sleep deprivation. Suddenly I switched to a trackball and I'm like, I gotta get some sleep now. What am I even doing here? I made such a weird decision while I was on very little sleep, and here we are now. I don't regret it though, but you can see how I would depending on what decisions I'm making. But yeah, if you're close to getting RSI-like symptoms like I was, I don't know if I fully have RSI, but most of the time I'm fine. But every once in a while, especially if I'm doing long session where I use vigorous wrist movements over a long period of time, that's when it really starts to act up. And it is not fun at all. I would say, like, if you're not going to switch over and you're experiencing those symptoms, you might find it helpful to have your hands resting flat rather than curled up if you were doing it curled up before. Try to get into the habit. It will take some getting used to, but I think it goes a long way. I've definitely noticed a lot less symptoms since I started doing that. That could be why, I'm not really sure, but definitely doesn't hurt to do that. It certainly hasn't made it any worse. And then also, rather than moving your wrists a lot, try getting used to just doing arm movements. It's going to be a pain to get used to, but I think it's probably better for ergonomics. And then I also used to think that using a touchpad would be more ergonomic friendly than using a mouse like I was before, but I find that it doesn't. I find that a trackpad is probably even worse than using a mouse like I just described. So I also try to minimize trackpad usage because in my experience, I have had aggravated symptoms using the trackpad a lot as well. Regarding the trackpad stuff, I've also heard some people using a stylus on it. You can hold it like this and then you control the trackpad with a stylus. And I think that would take some getting used to as well, but I've never tried it. I've heard people do it. I say do your own research when it comes to these ergonomic tidbits. I don't have all the answers myself, so you probably want to do some other further research before you make any official decision regarding ergonomics. I'm just giving my 2 cents from what I've learned over the years. I would say that I definitely had my worst case of it probably about 4 years ago. And the fact that I haven't experienced it as severely since then probably says that whatever I've been doing has been somewhat helpful. Otherwise, it would be progressively getting worse. Somehow it's not. As far as the keyboard goes, I know some people will get a split keyboard and then they have it angled somewhat like this. Remember how I was talking about the natural hand position? I suppose since I did that earlier, where I just held the mouse in the air and it naturally went into this type of position, you could probably use that as a test to see where your natural position is. And you could compare it with what you always do, and you might notice a pretty big difference. So that might actually be worth experimenting with potentially. But regarding the ergonomic keyboard, I don't have an ergonomic keyboard right now. I haven't really seen much of a need to at this point, but I think my next keyboard probably will end up being a split keyboard just because it is meant to be ergonomic friendly, and I do use the keyboard and mouse like several hours a day, so I probably will want to switch to something like that in the future. But for now, I've been rocking this one. You will see that some keys are missing, or some lettered printouts are. That's because of how much I've been using it over the years. But if I do end up getting a new keyboard, I'm probably gonna switch to a split one. And I'll maybe let you guys know in the future what ends up happening there. But you might also consider looking at other resources if you want to learn more about that too. Something else you'll probably notice is I'm standing right now as well. And that's because I have a standing desk converter on my desk. And when I'm working on the computer, I like to do that more than sitting. We know that sitting can be kind of bad for us if we do it over a long period of time. So I like to stand primarily for that reason. But I've also noticed some other interesting benefits as a result of doing that. So I should probably also clarify, I typically sit when I'm watching videos and stuff like that, or I'm having a snack or something. And I stand pretty much every other time. It will depend on the day and the mood and all those things. Sometimes I do sit while working, but most of the time I stand, and I tend to prefer that nowadays. I also had a pretty intense arc on my back like probably a few years ago. I think it's not as bad as it used to be now, but I feel like using this standing desk most of the time might be a huge part of why that sort of somewhat corrected itself over time. My back definitely was feeling quite awful. My lower back, I have had problems with that quite a bit, but I'm definitely noticing that a lot less now that I'm standing most of the time rather than sitting. I remember seeing like a video on YouTube where someone talked about basically undo the problems that come with sitting, and I think most of it involves exercising the hip flexor muscles or something like that. So I would maybe do some research into that if you do a lot of sitting. And some of these exercises can actually tell where you are with that. Like if you get really sore while doing it, or you have a hard time doing these exercises, then you are probably experiencing effects from sitting a long time. So as you can imagine, doing those exercises will probably help with that. And if you get good at them, then you're probably set from that perspective. I haven't really looked into that a whole lot, so you might want to do your own research when it comes to that sort of thing. I just wanted to let you know that that is potentially a thing that's worth looking into. Another thing that I really like about using a standing desk, besides now my back feels a lot better, I feel like it kind of does help me sleep at night a little bit too, because I am on the computer for most of the day, and standing is just better for me overall, and it makes me feel a bit more exhausted at night, which probably helps a lot. I also find it incredibly helpful for mental clarity as well. So a lot of times when I'm trying to think, because a lot of my computer work involves a lot of pretty technical and heavy thinking, and having a clear mind is pretty critical when you're doing that sort of stuff. And standing versus sitting definitely helps with having a clear mind, and probably staying more awake too, to be quite frank. So yeah, I often find myself, if I'm brainstorming or something, I naturally find myself walking around the environment, and that's a natural response to standing. If I were sitting, I'd probably just be sitting. And I think my mind is a lot clearer if I'm able to just do that, walk around while thinking and stuff. So yeah, that's why you see me use a clip-on, mainly because that's what I've always had, but it's kind of nice for standing as well. So that's a nice reason to have a clip-on mic too, if you like to do videos while standing. That's what I do most of the time. So yeah, I mean, it's weird because I've gotten used to sitting over the years while using the computer, but now when I'm sitting and working, I almost cringe because it feels awful. my back actually starts to feel kind of awful, even if I'm sitting in a good posture. And I'm like, I've had it, I need to stand. I cannot stand this anymore. So then I stand and I feel a lot better. My mind does behave a lot more clearly as well. I also find that when I'm doing typing tests, for example, just because I do a lot better with my typing tests while I'm standing versus sitting. I think that probably says something as well. And then something I also like to do that I find myself doing a lot more naturally while standing is, we know that if we look at the computer screen for a long time, that could potentially cause eye strain because you're not blinking as often as you should be and that sort of thing. But I find that when I'm standing, I tend to look at the screen look away from the screen way more frequently than when I'm sitting. So that's also better for my eyes as well. I also do that while I'm sitting too now. So like pretty much anytime I'm thinking, especially if I'm programming or something, I tend to look away from the screen while I'm thinking. It's a habit that I somehow built over the years and I can't stop. Even if I wanted to, I just can't think very clearly unless I'm looking away from the screen. And I find that I do that several times per minute. While I'm programming, I tend to look away from the screen, so I think that's also probably better for my eyes as well. Even if you do just sit and you want to improve your eye health with computers, I would say anytime you do any amount of thinking, look away from the computer screen while you're thinking. Then look back at it when you need to do stuff again. So that's not a bad habit to build either, in my opinion. And I find that I'm a lot more prone to doing that while I'm standing versus sitting, especially if I'm pacing around the room thinking. Of course, I'm going to be looking away from the screen while doing that. So yeah, if I'm playing video games or something, I'm probably going to be sitting doing that, but most of the time I like to stand. It feels a lot better now. At first it was a bit annoying because I was having the lower back issues while standing and I felt it a lot more, but now it just doesn't happen as much. So I'm sure standing quite a bit. In fact, those issues were probably caused by some sort of adjustment that was being made to the body from standing. The fact that I no longer feel that pain probably means that whatever adjustments were going to happen have happened now. So that probably has benefits for that reason too. So that's why you see me standing for most of my videos. I just prefer that. And I'm working on something right now, so it makes sense. Like, I'm making a video, I'm working on that now, and I'm gonna be standing for that. Sometimes I do sit, but it's pretty rare for videos, but I find I can think a lot clearer, and that's kind of important for videos if we're being honest. If I was doing this same talk while sitting, I think my mind would blank out a lot more and I probably wouldn't be able to think as effectively. So yeah, those are pretty much my thoughts on ergonomics. If you have any insights or thoughts of your own, feel free to let us know down in the comments section. I'm always fascinated to hear other people's perspective, especially since I think this is something where something that works for one person may not work as well for another person. Or some people do stuff that naturally works really well for them, so they barely even give it any thought, where somebody else doing the same thing would heavily benefit from it if they knew about this thing, or they had this habit that they were doing. So yeah, if you have any thoughts or insights, definitely let me know. If you have any corrections, same thing, but I would prefer that you establish your credibility and why I should listen to you if you had any of that advice. And that could mean explaining your personal experience or else actually referencing some valid research, like preferably peer-reviewed journals or something. So yeah, those are my current thoughts about ergonomics. I just wanted to share that real quick. And also have an excuse to talk about why I'm suddenly using a trackball. The next thing I would like to talk about is some shenanigans that I've had with my Intel NUC recently and basically what's been happening with that, some of the things I've learned from that experience. So recently I've been having some really weird thermal issues on my Intel NUC. So I'd like to go over that real quick. So I noticed several months ago it started to get a lot warmer than normal. And I'm like, this is definitely not normal. I'm not used to it getting this warm. I could be doing something as basic as watching a video and it would feel really warm on the top. And I'm thinking that's not normal. Now, I did have this in an environment where it was about 85 degrees Fahrenheit in the room, and because there's no air conditioning there, but I kind of assumed that maybe that's why it was warmer than normal. But then I had it over here as well, which is air conditioned, and it had the same thing happen. And I'm like, it hasn't happened over the years, but it started happening recently. This is not normal. And then I also decided to monitor some of the temperatures, even right in the BIOS, because in the BIOS, the idle temperature should be pretty low, right? If it's cooling itself good and everything like that. Well, when I looked at a video I made a few years ago, where I showed the BIOS on a capture card, it was about 20 degrees Celsius hotter than normal while it was idle. And the fact that that was happening tells me something is definitely up. That is not normal at all. In fact, let me touch it real quick right now. Even right now, it's just a little bit warm because I'm recording this video. But I could be watching a video and it's way warmer than it is right now. This is more resource intensive than just watching a video. And the fact that it doesn't feel very warm now suggests there was definitely something going on. I'm currently monitoring the temps right now, and I'm gonna be doing that in the foreseeable future because now I know that's an issue. And I actually did a live stream a few months ago, and it was one of my favorite ones because I created a custom voice assistant skill from scratch. It went through my thought process. And I thought it went really well because even though I didn't know how I would approach something, I felt like I had quite a bit of skills and I feel like I was able to show a pretty useful thought process while doing this project on a live stream. But the thing that's unfortunate about it is the live stream kept stuttering a lot, especially toward the end of it. And I think it was stuttering because of these thermal issues. That's what also made me start questioning what is going on here. I could be doing live stream for several hours, no performance issues whatsoever. Why am I doing a live stream and a couple hours later I'm getting a bunch of freeze ups and stuttering video? Well, then I started to suspect that this thermal stuff is not normal. So I had a few theories about what was going on, and when I looked at the BIOS, I only saw one fan on there, and I thought perhaps there's multiple fans on the inside of the Intel NUC, and I accidentally disconnected it over the years, just because I took it apart and put it back together frequently, primarily to put in a SATA SSD and take it out, because I use that as a test machine and frequently do that. That's pretty normal. And then, yeah, I did some research and there is only one fan in there, the CPU fan. That's it. So then I thought about the possibility that I've been in the BIOS quite a bit over the years and I'm pretty sure it has a little bit of overclocking functionality. Maybe I accidentally messed with some settings and saved them, and perhaps my overclock is a little bit higher than normal. So that was another theory that I had. And then I also thought about the possibility that Windows itself could be causing some of these thermal issues, which that doesn't really make sense at the surface because none of my other computers that have Windows run into this problem. If it was a Windows problem, I'm sure those machines would have the issue as well. So that's what I thought was maybe happening, and then it didn't seem very likely. Then I updated the BIOS. So I was kind of bouncing ideas with AI and doing some research on what was happening. BIOS update was one of the things, and that made no difference either. Neither did flashing the BIOS to default settings. So if I would have changed anything that would cause this, resetting the BIOS would fix it, right? Well, it made no difference here. And then I thought about the possibility that there could be some dust buildup and maybe even some thermal compound degradation too. So this is like a really annoying problem. I want to do this video, but how can I trust it if the thermals keep going up all the time? What am I going to do? So I'm like, I want to get to the bottom of this because this has been going on for months. And I'm now realizing at this point, this is clearly not normal, whatever is happening. So it's not because there's less fans. It's not because of overclocking. So yeah, when I looked in the BIOS and I'm like, okay, the temperatures are higher here as well, even while the system's been off for a while and had a chance to cool down. So probably not a Windows issue if that happens. I also booted a Linux Mint environment to see, because obviously if it was a Windows issue, Linux Mint should maintain pretty low temperatures, especially idle. And those temperatures were a bit higher than normal too. So then I was starting to think, this is probably a physical issue. So I ended up basically messing around with different operating systems, and after doing a Linux Mint live environment, not messing with any of my operating system installs, I ended up not being able to get into Windows all of a sudden. Like, my Windows boot entry was just gone, so I have no way to get inside of Windows. So Chris Titus Tech on YouTube has a guide on his website that shows how to rebuild the Windows boot entries. So typically you'd use the bootrec command, and then when you run those commands, it should fix it, or startup repair should fix it. But there's quite a few situations where none of that actually works at all. So you might use a bcd boot command and try to manually rebuild the EFI or master boot records or whatever. And yeah, you use bcd boot, try to reconstruct everything so that it's bootable again. So I tried messing with that, and yeah, I can't get into Windows now, but I can get into live environments and stuff. And then while I was doing this, so as you know, I have a Ventoy drive which allows me to boot ISO images, and it brings up a boot menu and I can select whatever image I want, store a bunch of them on the same device, and boot wherever I want at any given time. Ventoy is a really awesome tool for that. You probably see me use that in some past casual videos. It is pretty useful. But somehow in this process, I managed to corrupt my Ventoy drive. Probably because I was trying to repair the Windows boot. I'm not entirely certain on what happened, but I loaded the Ventoy utility and updated it, even though I have the same version 1.0.94 at the time of recording. Even though I'm updating that version to itself, it will rebuild the Ventoy if it's corrupted, and you can maintain everything without losing any data, which is quite nice as well. So I did that update and Ventoy works again, but Windows is still corrupt at this point. That was like chaos there. Everything's becoming corrupted and it feels like nothing's working, having these thermal issues. I didn't originally plan on undertaking this project because it takes so much time. I didn't know I'd be spending so much time on this. So I kind of wanted to go over this, especially if you have an Intel NUC and you start experiencing this as well. Another theory that I had, by the way, was now I'm using a SATA drive in there I never used to. And I thought maybe that would build up more heat. So I took off the SATA drive, and that doesn't make any difference with the temperatures. It would be plausible though, because we're now thinking that it's a physical issue. Perhaps this creates heat and then now we have those problems. I do want to show you something real quick. So this SSD, not sure if you can see, but there's a lot of text that actually got wore off. And it actually got wore off because of the thermal issues I was having. Like, this was perfectly fine before I put it in the Intel NUC. I take it out a few days later, only to find this. And the craziest part is, it faces the opposite end of the spectrum, so all the heat is down here, on the opposite side of the motherboard, and this is on the top of the NUC. And not only that, but the text is facing the opposite direction of the heat. The fact that this melted off suggests that it's gotten really warm on the inside. I had it overheat to about 100 degrees Celsius a few times, but I had a screen that literally said temperature overload or something like that. Please reboot and ensure proper airflow or something like that. That's the first time I've ever had it shut down on me because of thermals. That also gave me a clue that something is clearly wrong with the thermals. I'm not crazy. And why I also mentioned that is because I put in a whole different drive that doesn't have any text melted off right now. At 100 degrees Celsius for a prolonged period of time, none of the text melted off. So that makes me wonder, how warm did it get with this thing in there? If other drives never even suffered that problem, how warm could it have possibly gotten? So that's 100 Celsius or 212 Fahrenheit. That's on the inside. That doesn't melt any text off. So what temperature does it get to when it does? Yeah, it probably got to like 120 Celsius. I wouldn't be surprised if it got really high and possibly didn't even throttle for some moments. But yeah, even when I got that over temperature condition message, I had a drive in there, none of the text melted off. And this was over temperature. I looked at the logs of my handbrake task that I was running at the time where it happened. It was running for, I think, like a couple hours before it happened, and none of the text melted off on the other drive I had in there. So clearly this thing's experienced a lot more heat than whatever else was going on. Yeah, this literally faces the opposite end of the spectrum. So the Intel heat goes out right here, and the fan is facing the opposite direction of this, right? This is the fan, and this is the top of the drive. This is how they're facing in the NUC, top, bottom. How is it that even though this is facing the opposite side of the fan and the bottoms are facing each other rather than the direct heat, which this would happen if the heat was facing each other, how is it that this text melted off despite all that? It must have got pretty warm if that's the case. So to quickly come back to the boot issue, I ended up turning off UEFI boot in the BIOS, restarted it, went back into the BIOS and turned it back on. Suddenly I was able to get back into Windows. So actually I have a Debian install as well, and that's been gone like forever. I even tried to repair GRUB, which I'm going to show how to do later in this casual video, and I couldn't get GRUB back. I got a GRUB menu, but not Debian. I couldn't get Debian on there, even with the proper repair steps. So as far as I'm concerned, I can't access Debian anymore because of that. Well, I toggle UEFI on and off. Suddenly my old Debian came back up and I was able to get back in, which I never thought was going to happen. So I was able to get back in by toggling UEFI on and off. How crazy is that? It's like it re-established something when I turned it on and off, and it was able to repropagate the entries. Anyway, to get back to the heat issues, I ended up deciding there probably is some dust on the inside, since we think it might be a physical issue at this point. So I took the Intel NUC apart. I'll put a video in the description showing how to do that, by the way. I think it's the exact same model that I have. I was a little hesitant to take it apart at first, but I became more comfortable with it after watching the video. So I take it apart. That's the motherboard. It's unmounted from the actual system. It's just kind of sitting in there. And the actual fan is on the opposite side of what we typically see. So right there, I've taken the motherboard out of the NUC and set it on some surface. So now I'm taking the fan apart and trying to fix stuff with it. So there was quite a bit of dust in it. Whenever I saw dust, I blew it out. And then I took that fan off. And I was able to see quite a bit of dust on the exhaust. So air hasn't been able to pass through that very easily. I didn't take any pictures with the fan off, primarily because it was really cold. I was outside while doing this too, mainly because of the dust. It was like 10 Fahrenheit or something, and it was pretty cold. So I didn't want to take much time. I primarily took those photos so that I could have a reference to where all the wires are hooked up, and then I'd be able to hook everything up again. So I took the fan off. I noticed that there's not a whole lot of thermal compound on it. It's like in random places here and there. So I wipe it off with rubbing alcohol, reapply the thermal compound, and basically put it back together. During that process, I lost a screw for the CPU heatsink mount where the thermal compound would come in contact with the heatsink. I lost a screw for that, and I didn't have a spare screw, but I discovered that the SATA SSD cage holder uses the same kind of screw, so I just stole one of those, and I was able to get it back on. It works again because I'm literally recording from it right now. And the thermals are probably about, let me see if I could show it to you like real quick. The thermals are maybe about 80 degrees or something like that. It did get to 100 at a couple points, but that was just for a split second, and I'm not really concerned about it, to be quite frank. So I'm not really worrying about that, given that it just happened for a split second. Whereas before, it would get to 100 and stay there for possibly minutes at a time. And I felt the top, it was uncomfortable to touch. You could cook a pizza on it. So yeah, now it's hovering in the 80, maybe 85 while I'm recording this. And I guess, yeah, so I ended up, since I had a spare SATA drive at the time, I decided to do a clean install of Windows and see if it suffered the same problem as my main installation of Windows. And I discovered that it was about 20 degrees cooler on a new install of Windows. By the way, when I did the thermal compound stuff, I was still having the heat issues on Windows 10. So yeah, but then on a new install, I wasn't having any of those issues at all. And then I also discovered in OBS, the codec that I was using was also producing a lot more heat than normal. Like, I literally selected a different codec, and then it was about 20 degrees cooler, just like that. So then I did that on my old install. Still went to 100 Celsius quite a lot. So now I'm thinking, so I probably did improve it a fair bit. I went into the BIOS again after doing the thermal compound, by the way, and it is cooler. Of course, because I was out in the cold, it was like 10 or 20 Celsius when I first started it up. And so it took a little while for it to heat up, but once it did, the temperatures were about much closer to where it was years ago while idle in the BIOS. So that was kind of reassuring. I probably could have done a slightly better job with the thermal compound. I always like to spread it around the whole die just to make sure I'm getting full coverage, and I care about reliability. If you're willing to take a little risk, you could probably do a glob and then let it dissipate on its own. But I manually spread it around. Of course, now with my bare hands, I would not touch thermal compound with that. So yeah, the idle temperatures are better, but I'm still experiencing the overheating issues in Windows 10. But in a new install of Windows 10, I'm not experiencing it anymore. It's almost as if I had a virus on it or something and somebody's using it to mine cryptocurrency or something. Really bizarre. So it doesn't happen on a new install or anything. And then I'm deciding, okay, so my Debian's all screwed up, my dual boot with Linux, and I have to reinstall that sooner or later. And since a new install of Windows works fine with the temperatures, I might as well upgrade to Windows 11 and do a clean install. This is as good of an excuse as any, because then I might get more normal temperatures. So yeah, now as you can guess, my Intel NUC does in fact have Windows 11 on it. As you can see, this is a brand new install. I did everything from scratch, had to load everything on there again, which was a bit of a pain, but the temperatures are very improved now. When I touch the top of it now, it's a lot cooler than even when I'm just watching a video. So that definitely makes me feel a lot better. So yeah, the heat also damaged one of my HDMI cable connectors because the connection got so hot on the outside. The connector likely got damaged from the heat. The cable belongs in the garbage now. I also kind of glossed over some of my thought process during this too. I decided that if I wouldn't be able to fix it, one thing I could do, well, I have a couple options actually. I could underclock the CPU because I could probably get away with a lower frequency than what I have right now. Or I could ramp up the fan speeds and make it cool a little bit more efficiently, which I think would happen if I ramp up the speed. I'm not really sure. Yeah, because if you look at my task manager right now, oh wow, that's actually at a lower speed than I thought. A lot of times this speed is hovering at like 3.8 gigahertz or even close to 4. And I have not overclocked the system or anything like that, so that's really bizarre. Why would that happen? Well, apparently Intel has a turbo mode, and that allows it to go beyond the base frequency of the CPU. As you can imagine, that will result in a lot more heat. That setting is actually turned on by default. So if you ever look at the task manager like we just did here, and the speed is higher than the base speed, probably because you have that turbo technology, which is technically an overclock by definition. But it's an overclock according to the manufacturer. I'm sure that if it caused major problems, they wouldn't include that, much less disable it or have it enabled by default. They wouldn't just go and do that. If the heat is still a problem, I have an option to dial that down. And I've also thought about, most of the time, I'm probably doing an overkill speed for what I need most of the time. So if I want to also prolong the life of my processor and everything else, it just makes so much sense to basically turn off that turbo technology. Maybe not even underclock it, just turn off the turbo, get rid of the stock overclock that it comes with. But yeah, after reinstalling Windows, the thermals are a lot better, hovering at around 85 on average it looks like. So yeah, I now have Windows 11 on this. It's kind of at a point where I think it's mostly stable. I will mention that when I put Windows 11 on there, I was experiencing some occasional issues, like with auto hotkey for example. It kind of glitched out in Windows 11 compared to Windows 10, but I discovered there's a newer version of auto hotkey and that fixes all the problems. So yeah, so far I'd say it's been an okay experience. I think it's okay to install Windows 11 at this point because it has had a bit of time to mature. Then it won't be long before Windows 12 comes out and then this problem happens all over again. So yeah, those are some issues that I had, and I just kind of wanted to share what happened. After this video, I think I'm going to turn off that turbo boost. I just want to make sure that performance is stable for this video, but in future videos I'm going to test it at the base frequency. It should work fine, but I don't really want to risk it on this video because there's going to be some, in my opinion, good stuff happening later, and I don't want potential slower performance to ruin that. So I'm constantly monitoring the temps. Also, there's a video I made a few years ago, well, maybe like 2 years ago, where I recorded it, then 3 hours later I discovered the video was freezing up, even though the OBS preview looked perfectly fine. And I believe that was happening because of thermal issues as well. So I would often open an Explorer window and see how quickly all the files were loading and populating, as well as the thumbnails and stuff. So I discovered normally it's pretty quick, but when I was having those issues, it was taking forever. So that was like a quick little test for me to see if it's recording reliably or not. But now I think it's all because of thermal issues. So rather than doing that test every once in a while, I'm just constantly monitoring the temps while I'm recording, at least until I can start trusting it. And as long as the temps are generally good, I don't think I should have to worry about those slowdowns, because it probably was thermals that were causing it to begin with. So yeah, just wanted to give some insights on that. So that's some thermal issues I've had and how I solved it. So now I'd like to talk about a project that I started working on probably in like casual video 5 or 6. I kind of touched on it a little bit. I didn't actually give the full context of it, and I gave up because things weren't working very well. So I'd kind of like to talk about what I know about it now, since I've made quite a lot of progress since then. And I still haven't quite finished it yet, like a year and a half later, but I have a solution for when I work on it later. If I can't accomplish this, I have a solution that I guarantee will work. So I'd like to kind of go over the whole background of it, as well as what we kind of did in the past video, and then some of the final conclusions of that. So what is the project? Well, I basically wanted to create a hotspot, like basically a loopback hotspot that doesn't have internet access. Mainly because I sometimes like to use Plex and other things, and I want to segregate it from my main network, mainly for bandwidth purposes. And then also the modem and router are out there, and I get much better performance with 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, and I don't get very good range in here for 5 gigahertz, so I like to create my own hotspot for that reason too. I get my own high speeds for Plex and other things, and then yeah, I get nice reliability overall. So my main computer right here does not have the ability to create a 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi hotspot. Actually, I think it probably does technically, but I have not been able to reproduce that ability since it did one time. So yeah, I used to use software called Beidou Wi-Fi Hotspot, and that allowed me to create a hotspot back in Windows 7 before they added the capability in later versions of Windows. So yeah, so I created 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi hotspot. That's worked fine for years. But now I'm all of a sudden having some really slow performance issues. I'm going over context, by the way, just to paint the picture. Then we'll go over what this recent project is involving that. So back in the day, I used to use this device right here, which basically streams audio to my hearing aids. That's my headphones, more or less, because headphones are not a good experience with hearing aids, so why not use the hearing aids themselves if they have the capability? So this allows me to use 3.5mm jack to connect to my hearing aids through the computer. And I also did that with my iPad and stuff too. But the problem is when I'm using 2.4 gigahertz, my huge slowdowns that I was experiencing was in fact because of this device right here. I literally did a file transfer and it was the slowest thing you could possibly imagine. But then I moved this away from the computer and all of a sudden the speeds went way up. And then I even turned this off and suddenly the speed went up too. Then when I move it back or turn it back on, it slows down again. This does in fact slow down the wireless performance on 2.4 gigahertz, which makes sense because this probably uses the same frequency. I'm guessing it uses Bluetooth with the hearing aids, but it might use a similar technology around the same frequency. But I also discovered that if I use 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, none of those problems happen anywhere. It also doesn't cause interference with the connection from here to here. So I'm just realizing I did a bit of wordplay. This is for me to hear audio here to here. That's a different kind of here. Anyway, if you're proficient in English, you'll definitely understand what I just said. Anyways, so when I do a 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, all the problems go away. The problem is my main computer cannot create a 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi hotspot. Even though I can connect to a 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, they can't actually create one. So I've also mentioned in past videos the way I create a hotspot nowadays, a loopback hotspot, is I just run a script right on the desktop. So you can see I have this hotspot script right here. And rather than creating a hotspot that's connected to the internet, this will create what's called a loopback hotspot, which is separated from the internet, but it still provides a connection. As long as I have multiple devices on this same connection, they're all going to be connected together, and Plex and other things will work with that. So I basically create a loopback hotspot in Device Manager. So I believe I go to add legacy hardware or something. And then through this, I can basically add from this list Microsoft Loopback Hotspot under Network Adapters. So it's under Microsoft, and then you can select Test Loopback Adapter. And then when you have that adapter, you could run this script right here, which if you want it, just let me know and I'll maybe paste this in a comment so you can paste this elsewhere. It'll use that loopback interface and then create the hotspot. It also works with 5 gigahertz, which is great. So this is a feature that got added in newer versions since Windows 7. And it uses the mobile hotspot feature that's built into Windows. But yeah, if you want to do that and have it be segregated from the rest of the network, loopback hotspots are the way to go. But the problem is my main computer doesn't have a 5 gigahertz option. I looked everywhere online. There's no way to make it work. I did get Beidou Wi-Fi hotspot to create a 5 gigahertz hotspot one time, but I must have bumped some weird keyboard shortcut to make that happen, because I've tried to reproduce that and I cannot do it no matter what. If you know how, let me know in the comments, but it's not really useful to me anyway, because I have a better solution now. So for a while, I just started using the Intel NUC right here, which does work with 5 gigahertz. That creates a nice Wi-Fi hotspot for my devices, doesn't suffer wireless interference, provides the segregation that I like, and it works amazing. But the problem is, of course, my main computer doesn't support that. And a lot of times I'm doing home lab type stuff, and my Intel NUC definitely works nicely as a home lab machine. So sometimes I might want to use that hotspot when I'm in a whole different operating system that isn't even set up to create hotspots or anything. So at that point, I just have my main computer, which doesn't work with 5 gigahertz. I'm not going to deal with the shenanigans of 2.4. So then what? Well, I have a server that I've been wanting to put together for a while now. And I decided if I get the server set up the way I want in a virtualized environment with XCP&G, one of the things that I want to do is that 5 gigahertz hotspot. So if my Intel NUC is unavailable and I need that, well, maybe my server would work. So of course I could just use a router, which I think we do have a spare one if I'm not mistaken. But if I had a server, that's not the only use case I would use it for. If I created a virtualized environment, I could create like 5 or 10 different VMs that serve different purposes for home labs and stuff like that. So it kind of makes sense for me to do the server because I could get a really nice wireless card, get faster speeds than I've ever gotten on any other device. Basically, the device I'm using, whether it's my MacBook or my iPad or whatever, that would be the limitation of the speed rather than the network card in the computer. So I could get a good network card for the server if I were to do one of those. I've also wanted to have extra Ethernet, potentially a segregated network on there using pfSense or something. So I could get a gigabit card as well with several ports. And it just provides so much opportunity, right? Well, so until I got around to actually building the server and everything, I decided I would do some testing on the Intel NUC. I did a little bit of testing in a past casual video, but I still hadn't got that working, right? So I did a whole bunch of testing on video. I gave up. I tried to get it working in pfSense, which involved passing through a graphics card. Network card. I got the network card passed through, which shows up in pfSense, but it doesn't have the capability to create an ad hoc wireless hotspot. So I was thinking maybe I'd be able to do that in pfSense. So then I decided to try doing that in Windows, because Windows has a nice capability. And as you know, I got that hotspot script right here that I could use in my VM. That never worked either. Then I decided to do a Debian one, which I would use host APD, because I actually used to create a loopback hotspot on the Raspberry Pi. I was basically trying to create a portable Plex server in a different video. I'd be able to take it anywhere I want, and it would provide its own Wi-Fi for me to connect to it completely headlessly. I think it was 5 gigahertz, or at least that would be a goal. And then I can watch videos on there, no matter where I am. It just provides its own Wi-Fi with a loopback hotspot, then I can connect to it and watch Plex wherever I am without internet. And that was primarily useful because back then my iPad still doesn't have a micro SD card port. It's not going to magically manifest itself a decade later at this point. Even with an adapter, it still won't be read in iFile or anything like that. So using the Raspberry Pi, I can take a micro SD card, create a Plex server out of it, and that works pretty well. So the Raspberry Pi would be an option for a loopback hotspot too, but not really the most convenient with my setup. So yeah, I tried Debian on that video. I used host APD on the Raspberry Pi. So what if I took Debian and used host APD on there as well? Well, I found that it didn't really work. I pretty much gave up on that video about 2.5 or 3 hours later. And I decided to take a whole different approach. Well, I decided to use the Intel NUC till I have the server. If I can get it working on there, then I will likely be able to get it working on the server as well. So I'm trying to get it working on the Intel NUC so that I can eventually do an update on it too. And then hopefully by the time I have the server, I'll have a solution ready to go. Well, it turned out to be a big mess, and I completely understand why I failed in the video. Well, maybe not completely, because it is quite technical, but because of that, I understand that it is technical, and so what did I expect, given how complicated it is? So I ended up contacting a forum, and I'll just kind of walk through what I've been trying to do and kind of how that's worked. Looks like my computer must have fallen asleep. Oh yeah, look at that. That's really odd. I never put it to sleep, and it should never happen all by itself. Well, I just woke it up. So I kept trying all sorts of solutions, like creating the Debian hotspot in XCP-ng. I would do a pass-through like I did in the video. Then I'd try all sorts of different stuff. At the time, I assumed that I wasn't working on Debian because I was performing the steps wrong. But then as I investigate a bit further, it still doesn't work even with that. So I was using AI to help me with that, but I still didn't have very much luck. So I decided to reach out to a forum because I've had enough of this and somebody should be able to help me, right? So this is my post. If you've ever stumbled across this, that is me. So I'm basically describing how I can't get my wireless card, and I show basically running like IPA or iupconfig in Linux, and then they suggest installing that firmware. This is actually what's in charge of most wireless card support in Linux. So without this, you're probably not going to be able to connect wirelessly. This is a pretty critical component right here. So definitely get that. And then I try reinstalling with the latest version. Some other weird thing I was experiencing is I went from Debian 11 to 12. I did a Debian 11 net install. Because Debian 12 is the latest, it automatically updated that to 12, which is quite bizarre. And then they also assumed that maybe the card was disabled in the BIOS or something like that, which never worked very well. So I tried re-enabling it, doing all sorts of stuff, and basically not making any progress. And then they assume that it's related to the hardware or a BIOS related issue. They assume it's either hardware or firmware rather than software. And then yeah, this is quite an arrogant assumption that I made. When looking at it now, this was completely wrong. Because I did a little bit of further testing and I'm now realizing I'm contradicting myself. So yeah, I say that when I run it on Windows, it works fine. And then same with Debian. But now on Debian 12, I assume that's what's causing the problem. But looking at it now, it actually doesn't make a difference whether I'm using Debian 11 or 12. So yeah, I passed the device through, discovered that it doesn't work on Windows, and the fact that it doesn't there suggests that there's something more than just Debian. Because with Windows, I just add the Loopback hotspot, run the script, away I go. Well, maybe I have to install a driver first. Once I get the wireless card itself working, then I can do those steps and it should work. But when I did that, it doesn't work in a VM with XCP-ng, but it works on the host operating system. So then they're wondering about the whole Debian 11 versus 12. And then now I'm kind of thinking, yeah, I did a dual boot, worked fine on there. And at this point, I'm assuming it's Debian 12's fault that the IWL Wi-Fi is firmware stuff for the card isn't working. And then I have to correct my Debian sources. So now the IWL Wi-Fi package was actually put into a slightly different repository. It used to be part of, I think, the main branch, maybe the non-free branch, I can't quite remember. But now you have to add non-free firmware, which is separate from non-free. So at the end of each line, you now have to add non-free firmware to the sources in the etc app sources list. And yeah, then IWL Wi-Fi is inside of there. So then I run this and it basically doesn't work. Then now they're assuming it's a wireless card at this point. And then I replicated the setup on the regular machine rather than a VM. And I discovered that the wireless device has no problem showing up on the host operating system. So at this point, now I'm thinking, even though my device does show up through PCI pass-through, it must not be 100% one-on-one once you pass it through. And so based on the testing, it works on the host operating system, but not XCP&G. Even if I do a proper pass-through, and I list the devices with LSHW-C network, the device shows up, but I cannot get it to fully register, and then it kind of craps out when I start Windows. It'll do like a firmware panic or something like that. It just doesn't work. Then of course somebody suggests that I use MX Linux, which is a distro based on Debian, and I assume, like, since it is based on Debian, why would this be any different? I decided to try it anyway, but I have my doubts. It's basically just Debian slightly reconfigured, and yeah, the problem still happens even on a live session of MX Linux. And then this is basically where it leaves off. Nobody's gotten back to me since mid-July, so this happened several months ago. So as you can see, I didn't really make much progress with that, but I did discover that if I do it on bare metal, I don't have any of the problems. So at this point, I think it's XCP&G's fault, because yeah, XCP&G is pretty much all that gets added into the picture. Even though the PCI pass-through seems to be working fine, it doesn't properly register as a wireless device, so I can use host APD. I was thinking it was my hotspot configuration at first, but when I look at the basic steps in the troubleshooting pathway, you can see that toward the beginning, the network card should be working before you can create a hotspot. That wasn't even working, so that's where I need to put my troubleshooting energy. So yeah, I discovered that doesn't work very well. So then I decided at this point it's time to build the servers. So I'm not going to work on it until I get the server built. I'm just going to hope whatever card I put in there will work better. So as I'm getting the components, I'm trying to choose a wireless card that's likely to work. I found one that's got 2.4 gigabits wireless, which is wild. So yeah, now I finally got the components added to the server. It's actually right here, by the way. I literally have it right here. So this is the actual server. I'll try to show you the whole thing. As you can see on the back, I have a wireless card in there. And then there's a graphics card because there's no integrated graphics. And so I decided to try stuff on here, and it basically doesn't work. Kind of weird that you can carry it like this, but I don't actually have it mounted on a rack or anything. So long story short, I tried getting it to work on the server, and the server suffers the same problem. So the weird thing about that card is on Windows you have to download a driver. I have a TP-Link Arch or something or other. It's a 2.4 gigabit card, or goes up to 867 megabit on 5 gigahertz, I think. I think it works with 6 gigahertz if I'm not mistaken. That's where the 2.4 comes from. It works on raw Windows, which is great, but it doesn't work on XCP&G. Works on raw Debian as well. It does surprisingly show up. I thought that I would need a special driver, but raw Debian does actually have support for the card. I actually have a configuration on the server right now. I may as well show you what happens because I have it ready to go. I mean, I gotta plug it in since I literally just ripped it right out of where I have it. And now I need to hook it back up. So let's go onto the server and see what's on it. Alright, we should be hooked up and ready to go. So, moment of truth. Oh, and then my thing needs to be refreshed. Alright, hopefully that'll work now. So if I turn on the server, do we get anything? So I'm all hooked up. So yeah, I did build the server from scratch not too long ago. I'll show some pictures and stuff in a bit. Actually, I recorded it, so I have some footage as well. Okay, so apparently that was actually my capture card glitching out, but the BIOS works, so that's great. Quit without saving, yes. Oh, I know why. So I was doing a test basically yesterday. I was trying to run a USB drive, boot from it, but I didn't want to mess with my internal drive, so I shut off the SATA port, which you can do in the BIOS apparently. You just have to go to, I think here, then you can go to SATA configuration, and then you can shut each port on or off. You might remember one of my casual videos, the previous ones. I think I tried this on my main system and that's not possible. But this server, you can turn individual ports on and off, which is pretty cool. So here I'll enable that. Then we'll save and exit. And then it should successfully boot now. So this is a machinist. And while it's booting, I'll show you some video clips because I actually recorded the process of building this. I wish I did that with my first computer. That's one of my biggest regrets, so I didn't fail to do that this time. I'll show a little bit of footage. We're gonna have to refresh that again, I think, because that's the capture card's fault. Sorry we didn't get to see the BIOS splash screen, but it's basically it's a machinist brand. So yeah, I have XCP&G on here. It boots Linux Mint, as you can imagine. Yeah. Oh, I have to be in my main source. Okay, so now we'll be able to see. There's the server in Linux Mint. As you can see, it works, and it's about as fast as you'd expect it to be. So yeah, that was pretty exciting when I got it working. So yeah, I guess here's some, while we're waiting for it, here's some footage of me putting the motherboard in. That was a bit of a struggle because I forgot how standoffs work and stuff like that. But yeah, so I'm just kind of lining up the motherboard standoffs, and I put in the, I think this is actually at the point when I'm trying to figure out where the standoffs go based on the motherboard design. So once I get that all figured out, then I can put the standoffs in and then finally screw in the motherboard. And then doing the fan was quite difficult as well. I ended up taking out the middle part of the rack, and yeah, I swapped out the fans mainly so it was quieter. I went to Noctua fans. I haven't actually noticed that much of a difference in the decibel levels, but even the stock fans, at least for me, aren't that bad in terms of the volume and stuff like that. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Also, for those of you who are into ASMR, you want to see the unboxing moment real quick? I think I should have sound set up. I apologize if I don't. But here's a little bit of... Maybe I should temporarily shut off the music as well. Do I have control of that? Not at the moment. Okay, ready for some ASMR? I'm gonna peel a pack off, and it's a pretty big one too. Here we go. Oh yeah, savor the moment. There we go. So there we go. There's some ASMR for those of you who like ASMR. Hopefully that was good anyway. I'm not super familiar with ASMR myself, so I don't know if that was actually good or not. Feel free to let me know if you want. Anyway, so the servers should be working now. So we come on to it. Looks like XCP&G as you would expect. So I'm gonna switch over to my primary computer and I'll log in via XCP&G. Why did my computer go to sleep again? My computer is not supposed to fall asleep at all. I don't think it's set to do that until like 5 hours later, but definitely hasn't been 5 hours, so that's really bizarre that it would do that. We'll take a look at the sleep settings when it logs in. Okay, sleep. It's literally set to never go to sleep. Why in the heck would it fall asleep during the video? I assure you, it doesn't happen at any other time. Weird that it would happen on video. If I look at the power settings, or I go to choose what the power buttons do. Ooh, I wonder if it's this thing. Maybe I want to turn that to do nothing. So I have a keyboard shortcut to put it to sleep. That's fine. I'll just set it to not do anything and just use my keyboard shortcut or the Steam controller whenever I want to do that. I don't usually press the physical button. It's possible that I've been bumping it without realizing it. I don't know exactly what's been happening with that. Regardless, let's close this out with my mouse magic button. Pretty nice. And we'll go into XCP&G, enter the master password. Oh, my Ethernet's not hooked up actually. That's also why it didn't show like the MAC address and stuff. Apparently my Ethernet's not hooked up right now. I'm probably gonna want to get that hooked up. Hold on. I think not only is my Ethernet not hooked up, yeah, look at my whole network is disconnected. I'm gonna have to connect that as well. It's missing a latch on the wire. The Ethernet cable is missing a latch, so it comes out pretty easily. Almost all the Ethernet cords I currently use are missing a latch. I don't know why I haven't even bothered trying to replace it yet. I have new Ethernet cables. I've just been procrastinating hooking the new ones up. I'm just a master procrastinator. Okay. It looks like it just auto-connected itself. Perfect. So this Debian VM that I have right here is where I was trying to do the hotspot. I can kind of show you what happens from here. But yeah, when I run it on the raw system, it works without a special driver. Oh, I guess I must have reinstalled Windows to see if it works on there, and I determined that it doesn't work on Windows, even with the special drivers that you need. Yeah, it doesn't work on Windows, and I guess I don't have Debian ready, so never mind. But yeah, it doesn't work pretty much anywhere. If none of that works, then what? Well, given that it works on the host operating system, but not on the virtual machine, I think XCP&G is where the problem is coming in. I wouldn't be surprised if it worked on Proxmox instead, because that's based on Debian. Proxmox is really just a Debian-based distribution, whereas XCP&G is RHEL-based. And I think, yeah, since it works on the host Debian without any virtualization, I would assume Proxmox would work too as a result, because it's basically just running bare metal at that point. And if it has a PCI pass-through option as well, it might actually work better on Proxmox, but I like XCP&G, so I'm going to keep using it for my purposes. So I think my ultimate solution, if I can't get XCP&G to fix it, I want to see if I can first of all, but if that's not an option, I can put that card in my main computer, and then my main computer should suddenly have 5 gigahertz capabilities, which it currently doesn't, but I'd probably be able to do it on my main computer, so no matter what the state is of my other computers, my main one will be able to do exactly what I want. So that's basically the solution at this point. I either get XCP&G to fix it, try Proxmox, but I like the XCP&G setup, so I'm going to stick with that. Or I just put the card in my main computer. So that's the solution at this point. If you've seen me work on this problem in the past, I just wanted to kind of go over the whole verdict with that. That's what it is. Okay, so the next thing I'd like to go over is updating you on basically when I was trying to create an unattended ISO for Windows 10 in particular. So the reason why I was doing that is because I've installed Windows 10 quite a few times, and I attempted to try recreating an ISO in Windows 10. Well, I tried to create an ISO that basically automates the install process. I don't have to keep repeating the steps again. And I tried to get it figured out, but I had no luck last time I tried it. I couldn't really get an ISO to boot with an answer file that I generated with the Windows ADK. So I'd like to give a little status update on how that went. So I kind of figured out how it works now to some extent. So let's just go over that. So basically what my findings were, let's shut down this virtual machine first of all. So my servers on XCP&G will probably use that again for trying out the unattended ISO. But now let's actually shut down the whole server, which I should probably wait until the VMs are shut down, but whatever. So basically the way it works is I was using the Windows ADK, as you know, and you just go to the Windows toolkits, which is actually in the 32-bit applications, Windows kits, ADK. I showed how to install it already, and I think I did deployment tools right there. This is actually where I came to create the custom ISO. So this is the answer file that I tried doing before. That was generated through the Windows ADK, which you probably already saw. And I could not get an ISO to boot last time to actually work with the answer files. So let me go over what I ended up doing. So basically I try to add this file and then make it bootable. That's what the challenge was. I apologize about not being super straightforward with that explanation, but I'm trying to make a bootable ISO with this file added to it along with everything else. So it's basically the way I ended up getting it working was this command right here is the correct command for generating an ISO. So using this image tool, I can just run this command. And then basically this is the folder that contains all the contents of the ISO, which is this custom one. And then this is a file to generate from it. So I do like win test or whatever. And then if I were to copy it, open a new command window here, which it has to be command prompt. It can't be like PowerShell or anything like that. Otherwise it'll glitch out. But if I run that command that I just copied, yes, I need to copy it again. Then basically this will take the contents of this and then create a new ISO file, which I can then use with Ventoy or whatever. So that's a command to generate an ISO. You actually use the Windows toolkit not only to create the answer file, but also generate the ISO. And that seems to work correctly. So why don't we go onto the server, because I have a copy of one. Then we can test it out. So I'm just gonna put this flash drive in the server, turn it on, switch to the source, which actually now I'm just realizing I don't have the source set up. Okay, that's better. Now I think the server should be properly set up. Switch to keyboard and mouse. Now we're gonna boot into Ventoy and then try out the custom image, and I'll show you how it works. So select my Ventoy drive, and then my custom ISO is this one right here. So what you'll notice is that, at least for me, if I boot into the normal mode, it gets stuck right here and it doesn't end up doing anything at all. But now if I come back to here, select that same one, and try WinBoot mode instead, it will end up working, long story short. So what I ended up figuring out is the ISO is not properly set to be bootable. I've tried all sorts of stuff, like that command that I just showed you before. I've also tried using img burn and selecting a sector file as well as specifying an offset, but that still doesn't work either. So then I did it on a USB flash drive, because it's basically writable once you make a flash drive with Rufus or Etcher or DD or whatever. I can add files to it and it's still bootable. I tried creating an ISO from there, but that didn't work either. So yeah, now I'm doing WinBoot mode, which works. But then once it starts up, you'll see that this comes up, which means it does boot properly and it detects that there is an answer file in there. However, the answer file itself is not properly made. So at this point, I have a couple options. I can either do the USB flash drive solution and toss it in there. I tried to make the USB flash drive bootable using like DD or img burn or whatever. Rufus even has an option in there to convert a USB flash drive into an img file, I think, too. I tried that doesn't work either. But yeah, so you can actually convert a USB drive into an img using Rufus, just so you know. I didn't know that till recently. But yeah, so making a USB drive or using WinBoot mode seem to be the real options here. So yeah, that's basically that. And then at this point, I just have to have a correct answer file and then it'll work successfully. Right, so before we get into actually doing stuff, the last thing I would like to talk about is a solution that I've been doing with my audio recently. So for a little bit of context, I often like to hook up a second pair of headphones if I have another person in here. Then I can stream to my hearing aids at the same time as they use their own headphones. Basically, I'm hooking up two headphones to my computer simultaneously, and they each get the same audio going into different ports and everything. So in the past, I've used some software called Audio Router, which is pretty good software. Here, let me shut this down real quick. Just shut down the server, and then I can come back to my main system. So yeah, sometimes I like to use Audio Router, which I could basically route and duplicate programs into multiple audio interfaces. And as you can imagine, that goes through separate headphone ports, and then it goes to all of them simultaneously, which is quite handy to have. But I've been having some problems with Audio Router recently where the audio just doesn't go through all the devices. So I've been doing a slightly different solution recently to basically make the audio go to multiple headphones at the same time. So what I like to do nowadays is I use stereo mix to listen to this device. So for example, I just come into the control panel item for sound, and then stereo mix. As long as I have my headphones selected, the audio should always go through stereo mix. And what I can do is then listen to this device through the other port, and then they'll both get audio simultaneously. Now, one of the problems I've had with this stereo mix is I had recently switched to optical audio because now my device has optical audio support, so I've been trying that out recently, which works pretty well. I don't notice much of a difference in quality specifically. I'm sure there's some areas where it might be improved, but for whatever reason, optical audio just doesn't work through stereo mix. Like this, optical audio works, but stereo mix doesn't pick it up for some reason. I've done a bunch of research and I can't figure out how to make that work, so I switched to 3.5mm jack again like I was using before, just so I could use this stereo mix. So if I'm trying to output to multiple headphones simultaneously, I like to use stereo mix. And if that's not really the best option, then I'll use OBS and monitor the audio on multiple OBS windows to as many headphones as I need to. So for each pair of headphones I have set up, I would have a separate OBS window that monitors audio to those respective headphones. At least that's my solution in Windows. I think you could probably use voice meter software, but I don't like to have to install anything additional if I can get away with it. I like to keep things real minimal. And stereo mix, that just kind of comes with my audio driver, so that's kind of nice to be able to use. OBS, I've always had that, so use that. Otherwise, yeah, voice meter might be an option. I haven't really looked into that. Otherwise, I like that idea of using OBS for as many devices as I need to relay audio to. As far as doing it on other operating systems, I haven't done it on the Mac yet, but I'm pretty sure you could use Audio MIDI setup. That utility, you could probably create a multi-output device and add all the headphones to there at the same time, and I think it will output to all of them. You select a master device and stuff like that. Otherwise, I think worst case you could probably use Loopback, but I think that Audio MIDI setup solution might work if you do it on Mac. As for Linux, I'm not really sure because I haven't dealt with that much. The Jack Audio Connection Kit, which is a recursive acronym, that might provide some options. I'm not really sure. Maybe even Pulse Audio. I honestly don't know what it's like on Linux, so that's not for me to tell you because I have no idea. But I just wanted to kind of show some of the solutions I do in Windows and hopefully spark some inspiration if you've wanted to do something like that, but maybe didn't realize it or never thought of trying to do that, hopefully this will inspire a little bit. But if you need just one other device, stereo mix might be the option, because it's basically it converts the speaker output to an input, and then you could use that input to listen to another device and effectively output to a secondary device. Of course, you could use like VB audio cable, but then using listen to this device is really more of a single pipe, and it's not going to create any additional streams, just the one. But stereo mix is kind of its own pipe, like where you can select listen to this device on something else and the speakers will still work, or the headphones will. Unfortunately, I don't know of a way to add multiple listen to this device options for Windows or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all I know regarding that. So yeah, if I want to output to a secondary 3.5mm jack, stereo mixes listen to this device seems to be a pretty good option for that. Alright, now we're going to talk about the process of setting up host-based authentication. So I did kind of show this in a past casual video, but I ran into a lot of technical difficulties, and I feel like you're better off not watching that tutorial at that point. So I'm probably going to make a very concise tutorial of it in the future, but I decided for now, since I actually have some SSH devices to set up for host-based authentication, I may as well show it again since I have to set this up anyway. I have a bit more preparation and less things should go wrong now. So there's basically two different ways to do it, and it is actually quite simple. One of the reasons I want to show this is because it's kind of hard to figure out the steps for setting it up. If you're doing it mainly because you don't want to have to enter a password when using SSH, like if you're automating something, obviously you might want to bypass a password. If you're automating something that makes an SSH connection, you have a few options. You can either do host-based authentication, so you don't have to enter a password, but it's still secure because of the host keys. So that would allow you to not require a password. But because it's so complicated to figure out, you may end up looking at alternatives, such as using SSH pass, so you can just kind of pass through the password in the command itself. Or you may end up creating an expect script or something that automatically puts in the password for you. Those are not very good solutions ultimately. Host-based authentication, in my opinion, is really the only way to go. The problem with that is it's kind of hard to figure out how to do it, which is what I'm going to show right here and now. I apologize about this ramble. We're getting into it now. So there's two different methods, and usually it's all based on whether or not you have password-based authentication enabled or not. So there's kind of an automatic way. If you're able to get in with a password, it saves a lot of steps. If you can't get in with a password, that's what the other technique is for. I'm going to show them both here because on one of my devices I have a password, so that'll be easier. On the other device I don't, so I'll be showing both methods in this demonstration. Without further ado, let's start. So I basically want to authenticate my Raspberry Pi with my Linux machine right here. Currently they're not set up for host-based authentication, so that's what I'm going to do here now. So the Raspberry Pi does not have password-based authentication, so I'm going to have to do the manual method for that. I could do the automatic method connecting the Pi to this machine though. I apologize, like if it's confusing what's what, you'll see how it works later. So this is, in this case, this is going to be the client that I'm using to connect to this device. That's how this first step is going to go. So I want to connect this to this. So we can use that first method with the password-based authentication. So I'm going to open up a terminal, make it a bit bigger, and then I'll show the steps. It's kind of hard to figure out the steps, but I can assure you when you do figure it out, it is the way to go when it comes to like automation and security. So let's connect to this machine first of all. So I'm gonna normally connect to it because I think I have to establish permissions. Yeah, so I haven't done that yet, so I can just say yes. Then I have to enter a password, and then it connects as you would expect. So now I'm connected via SSH, but you saw that I had to punch in a password there. So let's set up host-based authentication instead. So I'm going to exit to close out of the connection. So how do we do that? Well, since this is the client, I believe I want to go onto this machine, and in the terminal I want to run ssh keygen-t rsa, and then we can set it as a default, but you can do this however you want. I'm not going to enter a passphrase because I could use the key-based authentication. There are other encryption options available for SSH besides RSA. There's also like ED25519, which is supposed to be much more secure, and many other options are available too. I typically use RSA. So now we've generated some files. So if we go into .ssh, we now have two files, an ID RSA and then a .pub. So this is a private key and this is a public key. Later in this video, I'll explain about that because the next part of the video will also show how to do this with PuTTY and WinSCP. And I explain the whole private public key concept there, so I'll let my past self talk about it when we get to that point in the video. Otherwise, this stays on the system, and the contents of this needs to get added to the Raspberry Pi. So actually, I'm now realizing I'm going to actually start with the harder method first, and then I'll do the easier method next. So if I try to connect to the Pi, you'll see that I can't because I have host-based authentication on there. So I can't connect to the Raspberry Pi right now, but the step I'm about to do will allow that to happen. Because I don't have password-based authentication, I have to do method 2, which apparently I'm going to be showing first. So if you don't have password-based authentication, you need a flash drive or some other method to transfer a file essentially. If you have access to the other machine, I recommend temporarily enabling password-based authentication on there for convenience instead of using a flash drive. That way you could use SSH copy ID method instead and disable the password afterward. That could help avoid the manual key transfer. So what we're trying to do now is this ID rsa.pub. We need to add this to the Raspberry Pi. So we're going to put that file on a flash drive and we'll be able to do that. That's the easiest method for me right now. So I'm going to plug that into this computer. And then I'll go to lsblk to find the device because this is how you would do it in Linux. Again, I will show PuTTY and WinSCP in a bit. So the device I want is this one. This is probably where I'm going to put the file. So I'm going to temporarily mount that dev std3 to mnt. And then I'm going to copy the ID rsa.pub to mnt, I believe. Yeah, that's fine. There's a file already in there, but I think I just overwrote it. Okay, so now that I have that, I'm gonna safely eject the drive. I think this is how I would do it, I'm not entirely sure. Now that file's on the flash drive. So now I can put this in my client machine. Basically the other machine for now. We're gonna set it up both ways. So now I'm at machine. The drives are there. So I want to come to here. This is that file that I just added. Come on, mouse. My mouse glitches out sometimes, so I'm gonna copy that and we're gonna go into that directory. I want to just go to where it is, and there's a space in there, so that's why that didn't work. Actually, I'm gonna go into the .ssh folder. And then what I'm going to do is cat the file that I just copied to it, the id rsa.pub, and I'm going to append that to authorized keys, and then that adds a host key. In case you didn't know, I'm using tab to autofill when you see a bunch of text auto-completing at one time. So something to keep in mind is you have multiple devices with the same user at the host name. You're going to want to make sure that whatever you're doing, you should really only have one. If you have any duplicates, you might have to either get rid of them or identify the same host name by IP address, which shouldn't be duplicate. Because what's going to happen is it'll look for the first one, and then that counts as that device's host key. If there's a later one, it's not going to take effect at all, because it took the first occurrence of a given name. So like I have this one and this one. So therefore, this is the one that's going to apply, not this one. So if a host key isn't working, that's probably why. You want to make sure that there aren't any duplicates. And if there are, then make it so that whatever you want to actually do is the first occurrence of that thing. So that could be a problem that you can run into. I obfuscated some of the key, by the way, even though that may not have been necessary. But yeah, now that I've added the key to the authorized keys file like that, I should now be able to run that SSH command again. And now it works because I set up host-based authentication. So actually there is one other thing that we do technically need to do to make it work the way this currently is. So we want to go to the etc sshd config. You can use nano if you're not familiar with Vim for the text editor, but I am familiar with Vim, so of course I'm going to use that. The first thing you need to change in this file is challenge response authentication. So this line right here, the challenge response authentication, this should be set as no. If it's set to yes or anything else, set it to no. So we're not only setting up like key-based authentication, but we're disabling password-based authentication and doing good security practices. So then we go to the password authentication, which is right here, set that to no as well. Then set use PAM to no, like that. And then permit root login. That should also be set as no. And make sure that they're all uncommented, that there's no like pound symbol right here. They should all be uncommented. And then once you do that, save it out, and then restart the SSH service by doing that. Or if you're using a different init system besides systemctl, basically restart the SSH service however you would do that. And then it should be ready to go. So I've set it up one way. So now this device can connect to the Raspberry Pi, as you can see. So I would exit. So it can connect that way. But if I try to connect the other way, then I still have the password-based authentication. So now I'm going to show the other method, which is easier. I showed the other one first because I had them mixed up. But regardless, both methods are in this video. And it all depends on whether or not password-based authentication is still enabled or not. It's technically the same process for both methods. It's just how do you get the SSH key onto the other device? In this case, I did not have password-based authentication, so I had no way to get in. Therefore, I needed a USB flash drive to get it on the other device. But in this case, since I have password-based authentication, I can use that method to get it on the device over the network. A network share obviously would have worked too. I just use a flash drive because given my setup, it's the easiest way to deal with it. So now we need to fix this. How do we get that to no longer be password-based? I want to just have it go right in with host-based authentication. Well, Let's do that now. So now, as you can imagine, I run that SSH keygen -t RSA just like the first time. That's the step one. It already exists. Overwrite. I'm not going to do it. I kind of showed how it is the first time. Then you can hit enter on the enter passphrases and stuff. And yeah, you get how to do that. It already exists for me, so I'm going to use what I already have. I already showed that first step elsewhere. So, okay, we got through this. What's the other method to getting it on the device? So basically you could use SSH copy ID -I and then reference that ID RSA.pub and then where are you sending it to. In my case, I'm doing for the server that because I'm trying to get connected to this device without password-based authentication. So this is where I do that. I do it on this device. And then I have to enter the password to get it transferred. So now I got the key installed. What I did with the flash drive before automatically got done with that command. So now it's time to configure this to not do password-based authentication anymore. So once again, I do sudo vim etc sshd config challenge response authentication. For some reason, I don't have a challenge response authentication, so I might want to consider adding that myself. Challenge response authentication. No. Not sure why it wasn't in this file. Usually it is. And then find password authentication, uncomment that, change that to no. It just said yes before, but now it says no. Then I find the use PAM, change that to no, and then permit roots login, no. So I just change that to no as well. Those are the changes you want to make. Save that out, and then restart SSH. And then it should have taken effect. So now if I come back to this device, I should be able to connect without it asking for a password. There we go. Now it no longer uses password-based authentication. So obviously, if I got rid of my public or private key, this would stop working. This may look like it's less secure, but you'd have to get the public and private key. Whereas with the password-based authentication, all you need is a password. The pass me is going to end up explaining that in a bit when I talk about PuTTY and WinSCP. But for now, that's how you set up host-based authentication. And I kind of didn't do the best job explaining which was a client, which was a server. But hopefully you can see how I did that and then how things applied based on what literally happened just now. So now, past me from a previous video, we'll talk about how to set this up with PuTTY and WinSCP. So I want to try to get host-based authentication in PuTTY first. So let's say I want to connect to my Raspberry Pi real quick. I try to do my normal Pi. It literally says no supported authentication methods available because it's using host-based authentication. So now what? Well, with PuTTY, you can generate a public and private key that'll work with that. So if you need a little reminder kind of how that works, there's a key that's public and a key that's private, which is quite a bit different from a typical password. So one way you can think of it is, let's say that your password is the color green. Well, if you use a host-based authentication instead, metaphorically speaking, let's say that your public key is yellow and your private key is blue. And one of them won't work without the other, but when you combine them together, that makes green, which is basically the password, if you will. And all of a sudden it works because you have green. It's just you have a public and private key. When they come together, then the authentication can happen, because it's ultimately what your password is when you use them together. So of course your private key is stored on the device that you're using to connect to whatever. The thing you're connecting to will store the public key. They'll come together and that'll work if there's a match. So the public key has some information, the private key's got some information. When you combine them together, you can have proper authentication. That's why it's a little more secure than using passwords. Because a password, if somebody gets green, well then they can hack in. Whereas if they have either yellow or blue, they're usually not going to have both. And in order to get one set up, you have to actually get into the machine to install one of these keys in the first place. And if you can't get in, then that's not likely to happen in the first place. So yeah, that's just less likely to happen than a password getting stolen and used. So that's kind of, I guess, a way to describe how public and private host keys work. So if you want to set up PuTTY for SSH authentication, then you want to use what's called PuTTY Gen, which is kind of like SSH keygen on the terminal. So essentially what you want to do is generate probably an RSA. You can do whatever you want there. Click generate. Then since you can't generate true randomness, it'll just take random mouse movements, and that's where the randomness essentially comes from. So this is the public key right here, so you might want to store it for later reference. I'll copy it to the clipboard for now. I can save it as a file, or I can just copy it here to paste later. And of course I could put a passphrase here if I want to, but I don't usually do that, as you know. So then you save the private key, and I'll probably just save it to the desktop for now. So I'll call it private or something like that, I don't care. So that's where the private key is stored. So I have the public key now. So the public key should go onto the device that I'm connecting to, which is a Raspberry Pi. So as you know, I have the Raspberry Pi right here. So this is where I need the public key. So to add that, I'm going to go into my SSH folder. So all the public keys are typically stored in the authorized keys file. So to add that, I'm just going to do echo that key, pipe it to T-A. Probably not the best way to do what I'm doing, but it'll work, I'm sure. Authorized keys. And then now that key should be added to the file. Authorized key, this should be in there now. So now I have the public key on the device I'm connecting to. Now I need to use a private key. So back on the Windows system, I want to go to SSH, click this auth right here, and then I can browse for my private key, which is right here. So now that I have the private key, I should now be able to go to here and try it again. If I type in the user, now I'm in. So that's how you do it. So a couple other things to keep in mind is you normally have to load that private key every time you want to connect, which can be kind of a pain. So you can save a session. I'm actually going to do that in a little bit, because another thing you can do is to specify the username somewhere. Right here under our login, you can specify the username like Pi. Then I can browse for my private key, which is here. And then what I can also do is save my session called, let's just say, Raspberry Pi. So to make sure I'm on that session, now I can punch in the IP address, hit open. I thought that was gonna auto log in since I specified the username. Oh well, it had the private key at least. That's the main thing. So that's how you use PuTTY with host-based authentication. WinSCP has a very similar process. You use PuTTyGen for WinSCP as well. So let's open that up now. It's practically the same if we're being perfectly honest. So you just do a new session like this. Then you want to go to advanced, I think. Under authentication right there. Then you want to select your private key file once again. You might be able to do a similar username thing that I just did before. If not, then, well, you can just fill in this information. I'm not going to put in a password though. So you can save the information. And it should have the private key on record. Then I can just log in. And I'm in. So that's how you use WinSCP with host-based authentication. Not that bad at all, as you can see. So since I showed how to do host-based authentication with SSH, how do you do it with Ansible? So if you remember, Ansible was how I was dealing with the password-based authentication. And also I forgot to mention, I no longer use that password stuff because of host-based authentication. I assume you probably would have been able to infer that. But yeah, I no longer retrieve a password from a file. It's all host-based authentication now, so it's completely unnecessary. So of course, with those steps that I previously showed you, where it failed, I'll prove to you that it works on a different system. So the one that I normally connect to, that refused because I just had the IP address wrong. See, that's with host-based authentication, no password required. And Ansible actually slows things down significantly, which is another reason I don't use that. So I want to show how I use host-based authentication with Ansible now. So it's actually pretty straightforward once you have normal SSH set up. So rather than configuring SSH completely with Ansible, you could use the normal SSH protocol to basically set up host-based authentication. You still have to make some changes to the settings. So the first thing is in the Ansible.cfg. I won't run it as sudo because I already did this. So in etc Ansible.cfg, which I talked about in the previous video, what you want to do is, at least what I'm doing, is adding these variables here. So strict host key check equals no, host user known host file equals dev null, and forward agent equals yes. That's what I have configured in the Ansible.cfg file. And then in the normal Ansible file, in the hosts file, I mean, this is what I have. So I specify the IP address of a group like I normally do, or multiple IP addresses. Then I specify the port and user, but I don't need to specify a password because of the key host-based authentication. So this is all you have to do. And yes, it does work. So I could do Ansible NUC, which is a group -a. Then I could do like echo hi there or something. And assuming that it came back just fine using the host-based authentication. So the reason I don't use Ansible for this is for Mycroft is because it just slows things down. It's a lot slower than using SSH directly. So unless I'm doing multiple computers together, I'm going to do it regularly and not with Ansible. With Ansible, if I'm doing 2 or more systems, then I'll use Ansible for that. Or else I'll just use multiple commands for each system. But Ansible is quite useful for this. One of the technologies I'm going to try learning this year is Ansible Playbook, so I might be able to utilize it even further in the future. So yeah, that's how you do host-based authentication with Ansible. It's quite simple, isn't it? Once you get the normal host-based authentication set up. Now, if the IP address changes, you will probably have to change something. I can't remember. There's some stuff you might have to change with the host-based authentication if the IP address changes. It depends on whether the authorized keys file has an IP address or a host name. If it has an IP address, you just need to change the IP address to reflect the new IP address in the authorized hosts file or authorized keys. This is not facing the internet, so it honestly doesn't matter that you're seeing this right now. But because I could change this at any time, and that's what I'm probably gonna do. So don't think I'm keeping this forever either, even though it doesn't matter. So I have a Zinzi23 at the host name. If this was at an IP address rather than a host name, I would need to change it to reflect the new IP address if it changes. That's where the host name is actually quite useful. You don't have to change that. So this is for devices connected to the Raspberry Pi, just so you know. But yeah. So that's what has to change if the IP address changes. And this is how I do host-based authentication on Ansible, and why I hardly even use Ansible at this point. So there you go. So I still have to specify a port and the username for a given group. Okay, now we are going to work on the Philips Hue skill for my custom voice assistant Mycroft, and we're gonna improve upon it. So I already kind of started working on it last time, but it's not very good how it's set up right now. And to be honest, I would argue that my skills weren't quite as good then than they are now, although time will tell in this video. But I think I have a better idea for how we can make more dynamic commands and do better practices with how it's set up and everything. I think we can do that in this video now, so we're going to try to improve the skill. So if you need a reminder, we can do like half or double brightness, or we can turn them on or off. So if I go like, hey Mycroft, half brightness, then the light should go to half the brightness, which works as you'd expect. And then on and off would work as you'd expect as well. And then, hey Mycroft, full brightness, that would also work as well as you'd expect too. Which, that actually did not work just now. I'm guessing it didn't quite recognize it right because I said it too quietly. Hey Mycroft, full brightness. Hopefully that'll work better now. Why isn't it? It worked earlier today. Hey Mycroft, full brightness. Actually, it's not working because we don't have a full brightness. We have a half brightness and double brightness. That's why. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. Double brightness. Then I think it should work. Yep. There we go. That only worked with one of the lights, strangely enough. I might have the program set wrong. Yeah, let's find out. And then we'll improve upon the script. I'm pretty sure I have it set to only do... So let's actually change the directory into the skill, because we're probably going to need that multiple files in the directory. So let's do that. So if I go into our... Oh, we also need to go into the Philips Hue one. So if I go into our init script... I don't know why this happens, but it happens every time I look at the file. I'm going to ignore it and then write any changes I want to. I don't know why that popped up the way it did. But yeah, if you look at full brightness or double brightness, Yeah, I had a typo right here. Not sure if you can tell, but this says 1 for all 3 of the lights, even though earlier it's correct. So we need to change that to 2 and 3. That's why it only messed with the brightness of one of my lights, because it was actually programmed wrong. Oh, and this is programmed wrong too. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that should fix that issue. We have a 1, 2, 3 in all the other commands too. So we're going to try to add most of the functionality that I want to add now. I want to fix this manually because I don't want to wait for the skill to restart. And then eventually we'll restart the skill and hopefully that'll work. So what do I want to be able to do? So I did some very simple commands for right now because I wasn't sure how to do dynamic commands at the time. So I picked commands where I wouldn't have to make it dynamic to begin with. So yeah, let's also, first of all, I don't like the way the if statements are structured. I typically like to do this structure instead. So if double in query words dot lower, that's what I'd rather do instead. And actually we don't even need to necessarily do that query words index 0. It takes our full utterance and splits it by word, rather than doing the index 0. To get more flexibility in our commands and be able to say it in any order pretty much, it would be better to just do results if it's in results. So I think I should be able to structure it like that if I'm not mistaken. Then I should be able to do the same thing here. So if let's also do lower so that it's case insensitive. So if half in result dot lower, and then we can go like that, and that does need to be in quotes, my bad. So then we'll do if off in result dot lower, if on in result dot lower. I think that's a slightly better way to do it, and then it doesn't matter where the words are in the command. It should still be able to know which thing we're talking about, because it ultimately looks for a keyword and then activates whatever statement. So what else do I want to ultimately be able to do? Well, obviously I want to toggle it on and off, which we have the ability to do that now. I want to be able to increase and decrease the brightness. So rather than doing, let's say, half brightness, I may want to be able to increase it by a certain percent, or even set it to a certain percent. So we're going to try to get that figured out today. I want to be able to do the same thing with color temperature, since it's got a range of like 2000K to 6500K. I want to be able to set the color temperature to a specific K, or be able to increase or decrease based on where it is right now. And then it would also be nice to be able to actually set the color of a light too. So we're going to try to do stuff like that today. So how do we even go about doing those things in the first place? Well, I think I'm going to open up another terminal just so we have a place to test out commands before we actually put it into our skill. Something that I think is useful when creating skills is normally you have to restart the skills service to update every change you make, which can take a bit of time. But I think it's useful to do a raw script first, because you don't have to refresh and waste a whole minute every time you want to do that. So in this case, I've created a script called test Philips, and then I can basically test out how things work right here. So now let's think about setting the brightness. So I think for right now, I want to do specific numbers, like any given percent. So I might want to do something like set brightness 20% or set brightness 50%. Let's get that working real quick. So I'm gonna get out of here for now, and I'm gonna temporarily go to the CLI of Mycroft, and then I can basically see how it recognizes certain commands, and then based on that, that's how I'm going to treat things. So I'm going to go to something like, hey Mycroft, set the brightness 20%. So as you can see, it actually knows which skill apparently, because that's obviously part of our skill for the Philips Hue. So it looks like the way it recognizes a number is it does a number with a percent at the end. And how do we set the brightness normally? Well, let's take a look at the documentation real quick. So if I come back onto my other system, I believe we were using Phue Python library. So right here we can kind of learn how it works from a programming perspective. So if we want to set the brightness of a light, oh, by the way, why don't we iterate over all of our lights rather than manually setting like 1, 2, 3? Why don't we iterate over however many lights we have? Because I believe a Philips Hue the bridge can handle up to about 50 lights if I'm not mistaken. At least that's how it was a few years ago. But if we have 50 lights, we wouldn't want to manually hard code all the different numbers. And that mistake I made before where only one of the lights came on, that's because of a bad programming practice I did of hard coding the number. So I think it would be wise for us to actually fix that first. So let's come back to here and let's create a loop. But first of all, how are we going to do that loop? This is where using the test script can be quite useful. So I'll just go back into our script. So how do we iterate over all the lights? I'm kind of looking through the code. I'm not entirely certain how to do it, but I'm going to guess it's something like b.lights or something like that. So to test it, I'm just going to do b.lights. And I'm guessing we would do it around parentheses, but given that it's not like a object-oriented getter, it might not be around parentheses. That's the kind of stuff we're testing right now. So then I just do Python test Philips, and I'm doing Python 3 because I think that's what Mycroft uses. So I want to be consistent with that. List object is not callable. It's recognizing it as a list object, so that means there are not any parentheses. So just get rid of those parentheses and let's try it again. So this actually gets all the lights as an object itself, which is perfect because now we have the number of lights. I have 3 lights, so I would expect to see that. And I can also get their individual names too, it looks like. But right now I'm fine with just doing an index. So b.lights is how we get the individual lights. So that means I should be able to take the length of that, which I already know that's going to work, so there's no point in doing this. But we have the correct number of lights, so now we know how many times to iterate. And it'll start from 0, so we could just take I plus 1. So let's set that up here. So I should be able to say for I in range, the length of, I can access B, yeah, because I access it at the very beginning right there. So I should be able to say b.lights. So for each and every light, I want to change that to I plus 1. And then of course, same with that. And then that should work for all of them. So I got rid of a little bit of code. If I had like 50 of them, this would still accomplish that in theory. So let's set another loop right there. Change that 1 to I plus 1. And then, yeah, we can get rid of those two. And as you can see, I'm literally repeating myself trying to set that up, which is not very efficient. I shouldn't be doing that. But whatever, I can still work with it. So I'll just do I plus 1. Then I should be able to do it there too. And then same thing here. I plus 1. Okay. That was kind of inefficient, but you get the idea. So now it is a little bit more optimized. I'm not going to test it yet because I'm pretty confident that would work. We'll find out later if there's any mistakes. Okay, so now let's come back to actually setting the brightness. So it looks like we just have to set light, the index, the brightness, and then whatever it is. So it looks like it takes a number between 1 to or 0 to 254, and I'm gonna want to be able to reference it by a percentage. So therefore, I think we should create a function that takes a percent, and then we can set it accordingly. So yeah, if we're doing a good programming practice, we would be taking a percent. So why don't we set a string to like brightness equals 20%, for example, or set lights to 20%. Then I can kind of simulate the utterance right here, and then we can sort of set things accordingly. So I'll create a function which will eventually load into our program. I'll probably just call it convert brightness, and I'll just probably take a brightness argument, unless I decide to have the variable global. That kind of depends. I may end up passing the utterance through there and then just having it parse out the brightness. I'm not really sure how I'm going to separate the brightness yet, but right now I'm a little bit more concerned about getting rid of that percent from the actual brightness. So I think for now I'm just going to create a duplicate line and then just change this to 20%. Like that, and then we can kind of focus on extracting the number from that percent, because obviously we not only need to get the number alone, but we also need to convert it from 0 to 254, so don't forget that that's also a thing. So to be honest, I'm not really sure how to get this number alone. I have a feeling it's probably going to involve regular expressions. So I think what I'll probably do is copy this and then use AI to generate the idea. So I'll probably use Google Bard for now, because that can also do code, and I've been enjoying that recently. So write Python code that can take the following statement and isolate the 20 from it, and then I'll just do that. So I specify it's in Python, and then yeah. So I think for now I'll copy all this code and just kind of take bits and pieces from it. So for now, this will look a bit messy, but bear with me. So this we do want. We already have our statement, so we don't necessarily need to do that. So it looks like it's doing a match and then creating a capture group around the number and taking that alone. And then I feel like this if statement's probably unnecessary in this context. Not really sure, but I'm gonna probably change this to like number alone. I mean, probably not the best name in the world, but it makes sense to me, so that's what I'll go with for now. So let's bring that in, and then we can also grab the brightness from the whole statement, because that's how it's actually going to be with the utterance that we say. So that should get us a number alone. So I think let's call that. So print number alone, and then we'll call the convert brightness function, and then I guess we'll just pass in the brightness from there, and then that should work. Then we got a print statement down here. We're probably going to want to comment that out for now so we don't have a lot of noise. Match is not defined. Probably, oh yeah, I forgot about that. So let's comment that out like so. Let's try that. Statement is not defined. We just gotta rename that. Probably should have done a replace. So let's grab the brightness and just change it with that. Hopefully that'll work. So matches 20%. It gives us a span, so that doesn't really give us the number alone. Oh, match.group index 1. Let's take that syntax. I forgot about that. So let's grab number alone, and then I'm probably just gonna change this to like number syntax or something. Number alone equals like number syntax dot group 1 or something, and then that should be number alone, I'm guessing. Whoa, I'm not doing that. I'm using barrier to control this between my computers, and I'm guessing barrier just glitched out randomly. So let's try it now. 20. That worked. So now we can isolate a number from the percent, but that still doesn't quite give us the actual brightness yet. Hence why I didn't name it accordingly, because now we do have the number all by itself. So once we have that, now we need to convert that on a scale from 0 to 254, where 0 is 0 and 100 is equal to 254. So it's really a proportion that we're taking here. So let me visualize the proportions real quick. So we know the percent, which is 20 out of 100. However, what we don't know is the number out of 254. That's the number we're trying to figure out right here. So if we use proportions in math, this is a situation where knowing math can be kind of handy, but with AI it's probably not necessary. So if you look at these fractions, then we need to take 254 times 20 divided by 100. So how do we break that down? Well, if we come up here, then we do actually take 254. I'll probably put this in parentheses. So 254 times whatever the number alone is, divided by 100. That's what it's always going to be, I think. So what should we name that? I can't think of any special name other than brightness num or something like that. So in theory that should give us the brightness. So why don't we return that? Return brightness num, and then we can print the convert brightness, and we should get what we want. X is not defined. Of course, I just kind of use that as scratch notes for now, so I do actually want to get rid of that. So let's try that once. Okay. So we have a, you can see if we updated the skill and waited a whole minute only to find out that error is happening. Not good. Okay, so I think it's treating number alone as a string when it's supposed to be an integer. So we're gonna have to convert number alone into an integer. That's what I believe the problem is. And that was on what, line 26? Yeah. Number alone equals int. That basically. I think that should convert it to an integer. Okay, so 20, I guess, translates to 50.8. Is that right? So let's set the brightness to 50%. That should be about 127 roughly. That's right. Now, I don't think it can be a float with a decimal point, possibly, so we might have to convert that to an integer when we actually use it in the Philips Hue context. Actually, because this is a test script, we can. Let's actually use it in the context we want to. Let's delete that. We now have the ability to convert the brightness into what we want. So let's create a loop for I had range the length of b.lights. So what do we want to do? We want to basically take this b.setLights, the brightness, and then of course this is I plus 1. I put it in the wrong place. That's where it belongs. So we want to set the brightness to that convert brightness number right here. So we'll just take that, and that should be what we want to do if we want to set the brightness to a specific thing. So if I run that code, that should set it to 50% if I'm not mistaken. So it's possible that that's list index out of range. Let's hard code a number just to make sure it isn't like a data type issue. Let's duplicate the line just so I have my old syntax. So this should be like 50. Let's just make sure we have our for loop structured correctly. We might find out that earlier we had it structured wrong as well. That's a bit darker than 50%. Oh yeah, because it's between 0 to 254. Right. And I'm not actually using the function yet, so 127 would be about 50. That's about right. And then I think if I go beyond 254, then I believe it'll just do the largest it can. Yeah, basically if you print out the statement, it'll give an error saying that it can't go beyond whatever number, then it just does the highest it can do. So yeah, so actually the convert brightness is where the error was, because if I put a number alone, then it works fine. So my guess is that it has to be an integer. So I'm gonna probably convert that to an int. And let's see if it fixes a problem. It does. So now I can take the brightness directly from our statement right here. So if I set it to like 69, it'll get a little bit brighter. Not much, but it totally sets the tone, as you can see. So obviously if I were to do 100, it should do 100. So we can take our utterance and using that convert brightness function actually be able to properly convert it. How cool is that? So it looks like our for loop was in fact structured correctly, so we're not gonna have to correct that, which is kind of nice. So we have a way to properly convert the brightness, or in other words, set the brightness using an utterance in the way I'm probably gonna actually format the utterance. Like set lights to 100% or whatever. And if I don't say percent, there's a chance it'll recognize a number wrong. Like if I say 4, it might do the word spelled out 4 or 4 whatever. Or 2 could literally be like that, or that, all of which is incorrect. But if I do a percent after it, it's likely going to do the numerical number of whatever it is. And it's always going to end up being correct as a result. So I'm going to say percent so that it always does it in this numerical format, because it has to be in that format to work at all. So we actually have a valid way to set the brightness now. So now that we have that working, we can load that into our actual skill now. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably grab it from this file. Let's memorize the line numbers right now. So that's 22 through 26 right there. We're going to take our convert brightness function. That's why I like writing functions, because then I can do it in a test script and then I just dump the function into my skill and it works exactly as you would expect. So something to also keep in mind, we're going to need this import statement too. And we can technically get rid of this now. And that's, so that'll work. And then, yeah, we can just add this into our if statement. So actually, I think I'll grab all the lines we need. So basically lines 10 through 17, those are the lines I'll need in the file. So let's save that, come back into our skill, and then I'll probably write it up here. So I'll do a sed dot bang, which is a vim thing, basically grabbing those lines 10 through 17 from test Philips. So that's basically what we need right there. I'll indent that real quick, and then we'll put it where it belongs. So this convert brightness, that actually doesn't need to be indented. So I'm just gonna take it, we'll put it toward the top. I believe it's supposed to be outside of the class, otherwise it will error out. So actually we do want that indented like that. And then let's see here. So then this will go inside an if statement. So I think what I'll probably do is I'll just have an if statement that says probably set brightness. So L if set in result dot lower or brightness, then it can be in any order, and result dot lower. Then we can just grab our code right here and paste it down there, indent that, and I think that's exactly what we wanted to do. So we got that convert brightness. We're going to also have to import RE, and since it is built into Python and we didn't have to install it separately, we shouldn't have to add it inside of our manifest file. So like this OS that I've added in the manifest file shouldn't be necessary because it's built into Python. However, this I had to install separately, so that does need to get added. But RE is built right into Python, so we don't have to worry about that. I think we're now at a point where we could probably test it out. Actually, first, before we do any of that, we might need to set our locale file so that it properly triggers. So on our intent, I have things hard coded. So I think what I'll do is set brightness, and then I'll just put like a filler right there, and then this kind of acts as a black void, if you will. So anything that's after set brightness will simply be an acceptable command, and it'll be dynamic. I also don't like how I have this all uppercase right here, so I think I'm gonna set them to lowercase. So yeah, now that we got that working, let's come into our Mycroft folder, then we'll update it triggered. We'll update our skills service, so do skills restart, and then I'll come back into the CLI, which obviously that didn't work just because I'm in whatever directory. Barrier's glitching out again. I think that's because I'm hooked up wirelessly right now. If I was on Ethernet, that problem wouldn't be happening. So now I've officially committed all the changes. We're likely not seeing anything appear there because it isn't meant to right now. I think if I try a command, we will learn that it's not quite updated yet. Yeah, this tells us that it's reloading the skills. So basically, I usually wait until I see the word remote configuration updated. Okay, now it says remote configuration updated, and hopefully there's no errors anywhere. So let's do a command that we've always been able to do and make sure those changes we made with the if statements work. Hey Mycroft, half brightness. Amazing. So this is just an echo print statement for debugging purposes from before. So obviously I can type in full brightness. Oh yeah, I don't even have a command for that yet. I'm probably gonna want that too. Hopefully we don't forget that. You know, I have an idea for how we can set that. I'll show you in a little bit. So I'll just put double brightness for now. I'll show you how I plan on doing like full brightness and basically arbitrary words that translate into percentages ultimately. I'll show you how I plan on doing that. Anyway, let's see if our command works. Not 100% sure if it will. I'm having a little bit of pre-TSD right now, but let's give it a shot anyway. Hey Mycroft, set brightness 40%. Okay, we got an error. Right, that I should have caught that mistake. That's the problem with working in a separate script, but it's not really a logic error like itself. It's just adding the temporary script into our actual skill. So let's come back into here. Don't know why that happens. And then we just need to change that brightness into results. So I'll just change that to result. And then I'm also thinking, let's double check the locale just to see how we word that. I want to make it so I can say the word the, so I'm going to go like this. And then by leaving a blank right there, I can also just say set brightness. That'll allow me to do that too. So I figured as long as we had to do that, then I can set it that way too. So now I'm just starting the skills service, and now we just wait for it to update at this point. I always like to look at this too, make sure there's no like syntax errors, because syntax errors will show up immediately. Behavioral errors will show up later during the execution, like what we just experienced before this. Okay, now let's try it. Hey Mycroft, set the brightness 20%. Amazing. I can get real specific with the brightness, which is nice. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. It freezes up every once in a while. That's pretty set. Come on. Sometimes there's a bit of latency. That's why having status LEDs is quite helpful. I'll show you real quick. So yeah, I have status LEDs right here. As you can see, I do have a red one, but the reason I disconnected it is because my breadboard script, which I may have shown in the past, I'm gonna show that after this, by the way. I want to do this skill so that during my next status update, I can include what we're doing right now. Being a little bit sneaky right there. But yeah, so I modified the breadboard script so that it works with this IP address, which is different from what it typically is. And I programmed it wrong. So now this red LED always comes on whether there's actually an error or not. And that's gonna bother me seeing that 100 times. I don't even want to bother fixing it. So I just took this light out just so I don't get annoyed by it. So yeah. Alright, let's increase the brightness. Hey Mycroft, set brightness 69%. So we have a dynamic command now. How awesome is that? So why don't I add some keywords that I can use in place of percentages? So how am I going to approach that? I'm going to make it so I can say full brightness, and I'm not going to actually set it to full brightness until I have that keyword working. So just bear with me about the fact that I don't have full brightness right now. So yeah, let's actually come to our test script because I'm gonna make mistakes throughout the creation. So yeah, let's come back to here. So I think what I'm gonna do is create a dictionary which allows me to use arbitrary words that translate into percentages. So how am I gonna do that now? Well, since I can get the number alone, I think I'll create another function that can basically translate it. I'll probably just call it something like translate percent. This may not be the best way to do it, but I'll do something like this. My variable naming is probably not the best, but as long as I know what it means for right now, it'll work. If you ever contributed to that in the future and you have any better names, then by all means change it, as long as it doesn't like wreck functionality that should be working but now isn't because of your changes. So anyway, let's translate our percent. So basically I'll be passing in number alone since that is an integer, and that'll work nicely for our conversion. Oh wait a minute, but that's actually not really gonna work, because it'll be some word like full or something along those lines, in which case number alone is actually not going to work at all, is it? So yeah, let's just come up here, duplicate this. Let's say instead of it being a percent, it'll be something like full brightness. And I'm now realizing the utterance doesn't even have the word brightness in it. But actually, because of how I have my locale file set up with the, the command right here, because of how I have this set up to do command right there, it'll allow me to do whatever percent brightness, and then I can add the word brightness if I want, or whatever. I'm a little bit confused for how I'm setting up the utterances, but I guess basically it will come down to trial and error, and if there's a command that I want to use but it doesn't work right, I will tweak it over time. I mean, I think that's probably the best way to handle it for right now. So yeah, I might want to do something like full brightness. How am I gonna reliably be able to extract my custom word? So how do I have my locale set up right now? Set brightness or set the brightness? I suppose if it contains those keywords, then anything after that would potentially count. So I think let's just get something started right now. So I want to create a dictionary of like custom words. I don't like the way I just did that, but whatever. I should be able to, I'm not sure if that indentation is going to be correct. We may end up having to tweak that a bit, but I guess we'll just see how it works for now. So I should be able to do a bunch of key value pairs. So like full brightness, if the word full brightness is involved, then that would get set to 100. So those brackets indicate a dictionary, by the way. I could probably do like half brightness. That's equal to 50 or whatever. So I'll probably, for now, I'll just print custom word just so we can make sure that it works how we want. Custom words index, and then instead of a number index, it's something like half brightness, right? So that's what we would print. So let's execute translate percent, and then I guess we could just throw in anything right now because we're just doing a test. And is that the only thing that we're printing right now? Yes. Let's actually make sure real quick that we're not doing anything else that would cause an error. I think I'll come to here and just comment that out for now. But let's do that's because it's supposed to be comma separated. I did know that, it's just I didn't think of it right there. So now I think it'll work. So as you can see, we got back 50. So I put in half brightness in quotes right there, and it did a lookup. Half brightness is 50. So if I change this to full brightness, then it'll do 100. So that's how we can convert words into numbers. So that would allow me to say words like full brightness or half brightness or whatever it is. So that'll ultimately give me the number of what I want. So what I need to do now is figure out how do I take this num percent and then give me what I actually want. Ultimately, I still want to be able to do this convert brightness right here, but I want to also be able to, in addition to just saying like a number and a percent, do dynamic words like this, the full brightness or half brightness, right? So I think what I'm probably going to do is essentially I'm going to kind of scan through this dictionary, and if my utterance contains anything that's inside of here, that particular value will end up getting used. I think that's probably how I'll treat it. If it's not inside there, it won't end up getting used. So what I believe we can do is create a loop for I in range, the length of custom words dot keys or something. I believe that's how you get the actual stuff that's in quotes, all the key value entries. You just do dot keys. I think that's how you do it. I used this for another skill not too long ago, and I believe that's what I did. I will be showcasing it when I do the status update in a bit. So I believe that will give us our keys. Let's find out. So I'll just print. Actually, I think you can do a for each loop and do like for key in, rather than doing range, you can do like custom words dot keys or something like that. And then I think you can do like index key, if I'm not mistaken. And then I should just do all of them. Yeah, look at that. So for however many keys there are, that will print each and every key. So that's how you iterate over every entry. So basically we'll take our utterance and then check. Basically, so actually I'm gonna come to here, then I'm probably gonna change this to brightness. Then we have our fake utterance from here. So we're gonna basically go through every single key. So I think for now I'm gonna comment that out and then print what does the key itself give us. I think that will give us So it gives us exactly what's in the quotes, which is perfect. Because then what I can do is basically create an if statement and say if key in essentially our utterance. So in this context, brightness is our utterance, and that comes in as a num% argument. So if it's in that num%, so basically if our key exists in our utterance, that's essentially what this statement is saying right here, then why don't we print what that is, and then that'll tell us, okay, this is what's in the statement. Or we could do that custom words index key. Why don't we do that? Because then it's pretty obvious that it works if we do that. So let's do that once. So right now it says full brightness. And actually we could also do like a else statement not in there or something like that. So I printed 100 and then, oh, because it ran a for loop. That's not really what I shouldn't really be doing that. What I should technically be doing is returning what it is. Yeah, I think I'm gonna return the custom words index key. And then if it's not in there, then I'll just come out here, then do return false probably. I think that's a better way to handle it. So I think that's how I'm gonna structure things now. So yeah, if our key is in there, then return that. Otherwise, it'll end up being false. That's probably a better way to handle it. Also, do you see the beauty in me doing this in a test script rather than my actual skill? I mean, look how much I'm coming in and out of stuff. Even this is not very efficient compared to how I could be doing it. I could literally create a Vim key binding to run the script, but I'm doing it this way. This is still relatively efficient, considering I don't have to set anything up further, but yeah, this is still a lot more efficient than updating the skill, which takes up to a couple minutes, and sometimes it errors out too, which sucks. Oh, and then obviously we're not seeing anything because I never printed it, so we want to print what we're returning essentially for now. So right now it says 100 because we have full brightness inside of there. So now what if it's like a % instead of that? Then it shouldn't return anything because there's nothing in there. It returns false, which is exactly what I would expect. And to be frank, we don't even need to do that. We only need to return stuff if it's relevant. Actually, we might want to return false because later on we may end up using an if statement that we can check if it's false. And then we know not to do anything with that. If it's true, then we will. So actually returning false may end up being useful. So yeah, if we say like any %, then do the behavior we did before, the stuff we just added. So now if I do like half brightness, we should get 50 rather than false. Why did that not work? Oh, because this return false, Python's super sensitive to indentation. This return false should be outside of the loop, because we don't know if it's not in there until we're actually done with this whole loop and we've gone through literally everything. We don't know if it's in there until then, so yeah, that's how we should do it. So yeah, now we're getting 50 because we specified half brightness. And then you can imagine you can create a whole bunch of definitions right there. So if I say something like null brightness, that's not even a thing. So therefore I will end up getting false. And then if for some reason I have a variant of like half or full brightness, I probably manually add all the variants, even if I have duplicate numbers. I don't care. I think that would be the best way to handle that. One other thing I would probably do is not hard code the list of possibilities right there, because what if I end up adding more entries? I don't want to have to restart the skills service just to update that. So in reality, I would probably load this from a file and then convert that into a dictionary. Fortunately, one of my skills does this already. So if I take a peek inside of my OpenScript, let's go back in there. But if I take a peek inside my OpenScript, I actually have a function right here called load quantifiers, and what that does is it basically loads them all from a file and then converts it into a dictionary. So that basically allows me to do a comma separated file as denoted right there, and then I can convert that into a dictionary. That way I'm not hard coding it into the file, and if I had multiple skills that reference the same thing, I don't have any duplication, which is also great. So that's probably something I would do. So let's figure out what lines this is right here. So 33 and 24. So I'm gonna add that function to the script as well. I want lines 24 to 33. And then we can store that file wherever we want on our system. So let's grab those lines real quick. So I'm just gonna come here, and then we'll do .bang, specify 24 to 33 from ops, Mycroft skills, Philips Hue. It did end up here in my trigger phrase just now. You can tell if it does because suddenly this will mute itself. So yeah. Anyway, oh, this is from my OpenScript. So just load that file. So there's that code right there. I would probably modify it a little bit, but actually I may not have to. This is technically not quantifiers that I'm doing. I'm loading percent words. I'm not going to change any of the logic on the inside. So I think rather than doing this custom words like this will basically return a dictionary from the actual file. So I want to define custom words equal to load percent words, and then I specify the path to the file right here, which I'm going to hard code as that, and I'll probably call the file something like %words.txt or something. So that means I'm going to need to create a file in that directory. So I'll just come into there, and then I'll create a file called %words.txt. I'll actually save that out because I have a different file with the word quantifiers in there. Yeah, quantifiers.txt is basically where I use it in my other skill. I'll explain how it works later on, but all we need to know is this is a key and that's the value right there. So it's comma separated, and sometimes I will have a comma directly in the statement, then I might make it semicolon separated, but for now comma separated is perfectly fine. So we just need to know for now that it's comma separated. So let's go back to the %words and let's add in what we've defined right here. And actually, let's see if I can even copy that into the clipboard buffer. Not sure if that's even gonna work. No, it didn't. Bummer. Well, regardless, I'm gonna grab lines 24 to 27 from this file, save it out from our init script. Oh man, those are the wrong line. Oh, because it wasn't even from the init file, it's from the test script. So this is in home and then test Philips. Yeah, there we go. So now we can basically convert this into, so there's no quotes there at all. Right there. So rather than doing that, so this is comma separated. I'll just manually do like half brightness 50. Okay, so that should be correctly formatted. And then I should be able to reference this now. So this should ultimately result in the same thing. But now it's in a file, which is going to make it a lot more dynamic as well. That's a good practice to have too. So let's make sure we're getting the same behavior real quick. So we're getting false, we're getting no errors, so it must have worked. And then if I set the brightness to, oh, I'm changing the wrong thing. Let's do full, then I think we would get 100. So that's basically the same thing, except it's loading from a file. And the beauty of that is we can change this file without having to reload our skill. And that's pretty efficient. So let's add like nice brightness. And this is actually the brightness that I do most of the time for real. That is about perfect for me. Understandably, because I'm in the bedroom, sets the tone. So yeah, now let me adjust this to nice. This is literally the only line I'm changing in the script. I'm not even messing with any other line. That's the beauty of that as well. And it still knew exactly what I was talking about. Just changing one line. And that's literally the utterance. When I'm using the voice assistant, that's not even gonna be a thing at all. It's just gonna take what's directly from the command. So that may seem like a lot of work, but now I can do custom words for specific brightnesses. And this will also help for future code too. So like one thing I also want to do is set the color to like red or yellow or blue. This will work perfectly for that too. We'll be able to do things in that format also. So yeah, now we have a nice way to set the brightness. That may have seemed like a lot of work just to set the brightness, but now I can get really dynamic with my brightnesses. I can do it based on percent or custom words. Well, not yet. We're not actually done with it yet now that I think about it. I kind of have the logic for returning a brightness, but I don't technically have the real logic set yet. So yeah, I literally didn't change much inside this function because I have another function that handles like the percent stuff. And if there isn't the special keyword in there, it's just simply not going to do that, which is pretty cool. That's exactly what we want. If I say a hard number, it's going to do that number. If I say a custom word, it'll do that. And I'm probably going to want to be specific on my custom words because if I say like a variant, that's going to be really hard to reliably deal with variants of this. So if it recognizes something wrong, like for some reason, if I say full brightness and it recognizes it as pull brightness instead, for example, rather than adding support for that, I might just change this and then it'll still recognize it as the same thing. And I don't even have to restart the skills service because I put that in a file that gets read spontaneously. Every time it runs the script, it'll read that file. So any changes I make will apply instantly, basically. So technically, it's not going to really apply yet because this code is technically where we want things to happen. So convert brightness has to technically translate the percent and everything. So with the way it's returning stuff, yeah, so that's where this statement is relevant. So this translate percent just gives us a number alone. So technically we could do that. I'm confusing myself a little because there's so much stuff here. I gotta remind myself of what brightness actually is. So brightness is basically our utterance, it looks like. So this translate percent actually takes our whole utterance. Okay, so I think what we can do is we have that statement if. So obviously we're returning false if we don't have any special like word percents. Like if there's not a match in here, then we want to do the behavior we've always done. If there is a match, we want to do things a little bit differently. So here's where I'd probably do an if statement and say something like, with what I'm about to do, I think there's going to be duplicate code, but I'm going to do it for now. So I'm going to basically put that in. And what I'm actually checking is if not. So basically, when it runs this, it'll either return false or the number that I want. So if it returns false, then I want to just take the number. That might not actually be the best way because ultimately we do get a number back regardless of how it is. I think we might want to change our logic. So technically num percent is our utterance, and our translate percent gives us what the brightness is. It literally gives us a percent. So by definition, if we have a custom entry, we get a percent. But if we don't have a custom entry, we should get the original percent back. That way we can just call number alone as essentially the translate percent. So actually, if there isn't anything at all, we would want to return this, right? So maybe we want to run this code up here and essentially return this rather than false. That way we can basically set number alone to the translate percent. So here we can just take that translate percent syntax, set number alone to that, and then I think that will simplify stuff quite a bit. I think that's probably how we want to do it, because ultimately we are still getting a number at the end of the day despite all that other complexity. So at this point I just want to make sure that our convert brightness works correctly, I suppose. That's all I care about at this point. So I'll just basically print the convert brightness. And let's see, the argument should be right, the utterance. So I suppose that would just be brightness. And then I think we should get the same behavior as we would expect. So the nice brightness translates to that number, right? Then I would expect that half brightness would translate to 127, right? Oh wow, that actually set it. Oh, that was setting it the whole time. It was just the same before. So then obviously if I change it to full brightness, then it should go to 100%. That is the behavior I want. But now let's say I'm doing 30%. That does work. So it can take an original percent as well as a custom word that we define here. That's pretty cool. That's very dynamic. So I can basically do it literally however I want. That gives a lot of possible commands right there. Let's change it to full brightness real quick. Actually, it'll be faster to just do a percent. And I suppose if I wanted to also do a good programming practice, it would make a lot of sense for me to, rather than just taking the raw percent, do like a max or a min function so that it doesn't go above 100 or whatever. But the Philips Hue library actually handles the logic automatically, so I'm not going to worry about that. So even though that took a really long time, we technically have the logic to set the colors as well for the most part. We can take a lot of what we did here and apply that to colors as well as color temperature. The principle of setting the color temperature is more or less exactly what we just did here. So we can take a lot of this code. But for now, I think it would make sense for us to take what we've done here and add it into our skill. So yeah, we got that. We're gonna want to come back to our skill, modify this, and then let's see. So let's set brightness. It'll run convert brightness, which now we have updated code for that. So I'm going to delete that to denote that we have updated code. What lines do we want now? Now we're going to want to optimize it for pasting. We do want to do that percent words and stuff. Oh, and then also we're going to want to change all instances of brightness into obviously what it's supposed to be. So basically we want lines 9 through 37. That's the code that we've just done. We literally only have to bring in functions. All the if statement stuff is still intact. So we're going to want lines 9 through 37 from that file. So we'll do a dot bang sed 9 through 37. And then what file is that? Our test file in the home folder. Test Philips. We actually don't want that line. Load percent words we do want. Convert brightness. I think that's all we need to do to add it to our skill because of how we designed it. This logic is literally still the same. How amazing is that? I would normally have to change stuff right here as well, but I don't. That's pretty incredible. So let's save that out and then we'll restart our skills. And then I try to go to the CLI as quickly as possible because if there's any errors, they show up pretty much right away. So if you look closely right here, we should see Philips Hue somewhere. I think I'm going to end up stripping out all the other default skills because I don't even use them. I pretty much only use stuff I've created myself. Okay, perfect. So this is what I was looking for here. Philips Hue loaded successfully, so that means we have no syntax errors because that would error out if we did. So now we're just waiting for this to update. Remote configuration updated. That's what I was looking for. Hey Mycroft, set the brightness to nice number. Okay. Oh yeah, I literally said I need to replace that word with, I think, result. Well, in this case, I think I need to take num percent. Actually, I'm gonna pass in result, I think. That would probably make more sense in this context. So I'll probably go to, yeah, so I'm gonna change this to result. And then I'm gonna change that to result as well. So yeah, let's see, number syntax, so translate percent is used right there. That's the only place it's used. And then convert brightness. I think that will work out just fine. I think that's all I would have had to change. I'm not entirely certain. So now we gotta restart the skills service again. So that was more of a semantic error rather than a syntax error. So now we basically wait for it to say remote configuration updated again. I suppose we could do one of these. Alright, it is now ready to go. So let's try that again. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. So that's a little bit odd that it's not listening. Notice all that lag it's having right there? That might be playing a role in it. Hey Mycroft. I'm gonna type it just for testing purposes, and then we can restart it while we're making more changes. Uh-oh. We got another error. Guess that's the problem with doing different script files. To translate percent. Basically, we just need to look at our translate percent declaration. Oh, we're supposed to give it another argument. Wait, what? What was my logic there? Can I use num%? Because if so, then obviously there's no point in doing that second argument to begin with. Now, as you can see, I literally had to wait a whole minute or two just to find out that error is happening. That is not a good way to originally program this functionality. You should be using a whole script. So let's restart again and make sure that there's no skill errors. So if I have a syntax error, then a skill error will happen right here. I almost like those ones better because they're way quicker to debug. Anyway, load percent, remote configuration updated. Alright, so this may not really seem that efficient compared to using a pre-existing library. I try getting a pre-existing library work, but it's too technical for me to even figure it out. Besides, this is an interesting learning process as well, which is also why I am doing a custom skill for the Philips Hue lights. Hey Mycroft. Yeah, it's still having the problem, so I'll just manually type it. I'll do set the brightness, nice number. Oh my gosh. When is this ever gonna work? So it's definitely the wrong data type of some sort on line 26. That's really weird that that wouldn't work because num% is not getting mutated at all. So when I call convert brightness, I pass in result, which at this point it should be the utterance, right? So that's the utterance. When I run this, I am in fact passing the utterance through. So therefore this num% is the utterance. I'm literally checking if one of the keys, wait a minute. So now I'm kind of questioning if it's loading the keys correctly. Ooh, well, yeah, no, the quantifiers, that variable is still consistent. What is num% at this point in the program? That's my instinct. So I'm gonna run os.system. We'll do a f string with, or is it an r string? I'll do rf just to be safe. So I'll do echo and then num%. I'll echo that variable. This is kind of a pain, but then at least we can see what the variable is at this point, because it's kind of acting as if it's not what it's supposed to be. So let's restart it right there and wait for it to load. Okay, now it's updated. Let's see what's going on. So set lights to nice %, or Yeah, set lights nice percent, whatever. I think that'll work. Did we get any relevant output? That's what the num percent is. Wait a minute. Oh, I think I might have an idea of what's going on. So first of all, it's not nice percent. If we actually look at the file, it's nice brightness, not nice percent. So if we were to come back into the command line interface for it, let's try nice brightness rather than the nice brightness. Then it works. I think it was erroring out if it's something that doesn't exist. Yeah, if it's something that doesn't exist, then it'll error out. But it doesn't actually stop the program from working. So I think I'm just going to ignore this problem. It's not even a problem. So then if I want to set it to full brightness, that works. And I could have verbalized this, but I have to restart the voice assistant because it's not listening for some reason. And I said I would do that when we start working on our next command. So yeah, I actually typed it incorrectly. I used the wrong syntax. So you can imagine that I come into here. If I want to do like nice percent instead of nice brightness, I can do that. That would technically fix the problem. And guess what? I don't even have to restart the skill now. So set lights nice percent. Now what previously errored out works perfectly fine. I didn't even have to restart the skill. Did you notice that? That's the beauty of doing it in a file like that. Even though it seems like a lot of messing around up front, it definitely has its benefits down the line. Also, I think it's a little bit slower because that whatever's making the voice commands not work right now, I basically have to restart Mycroft to make it work. Hey Mycroft. Yeah, it doesn't listen, but if I restart Mycroft, that will fix it. And I think if I restart it, it'll also be quicker too. That's what I'm trying to get at. So yeah, it'll give an error if we do something that's invalid, but it doesn't actually stop the whole thing from working. So I'm not going to touch that part anymore. If it has an error with the command, not my problem. Well, yes and no. I can add the word if I need to there. But yeah, I mean, whatever. So I might even add one for like full percent or half percent. Yeah, I might do something like that, and then that gives me a lot more variation in how I can phrase it. It might be a little bit redundant, but it's very simple to do that. And it's kind of a set it and forget it type deal for the most part, so I think that's an acceptable way to do things. So I think I'm going to call it good. So we technically also should add the ability to increase and decrease the brightness by a certain amount, but I think for now I technically have the ability to control the brightness however I want. I just can't do it relative right now, but honestly I don't really care that much, so I'm not going to worry about that now. Now let's move on to the color temperature, because honestly I wouldn't mind doing a warmer color temperature this late at night. This is not a good color temperature for this time of night, by the way. I would probably do a warmer one. So yeah, let's do color temperature next, and then we can maybe have it be a little warmer. And we can come back to that brightness stuff if we want. Right now, let's get the main functionality, and then we can dial in later if we want. So yeah, let's do the color temperature next. So first of all, how do we do the color temperature? So let's come back to my main computer. And I believe if we were to look at this library, I believe there's a thing called CT, which is a color temperature. However, you'll notice that there's a color temp and then a color temp K. And both of them are referred to as CT, which is a little bit strange if you ask me. So yeah, so the color temp is typically a number between 154 and 500. However, I'm used to color temperature being in Kelvin, and I would prefer that. By the way, this sets the range limit, by the way, so if I go outside of the range, it'll basically just know what to do. So yeah, since CT refers to this and this, it's only going to control this unit of measurement for color temperature, whereas CT will not control the K color temperature. So we need a slightly different way to be able to control the color temperature. So let's come back to the code for a bit. So let's come back to test Philips. So as far as all this code that we just declared right here, I think I'm probably gonna comment it out for now, because we probably won't need that for a while and it makes things messy, to be honest. So I'm just gonna probably move this to the very bottom, and then it doesn't like clutter up the code. So here's our workspace. So let's get the color temp in Kelvin. So how do we do that in the first place? Well, we can do that b.lights. So ordinarily we'd probably be able to do something like this, where I say CT, then I can set it to, I don't know, 6500 or something. Well, it's already 6500, so let's do something lower, 3000. If we actually end up trying to do that, I think what that actually ended up doing was setting the mid-red rather than the actual Kelvin. So if I set that to 6500, one of my lights became warmer, but it's not quite the temperature that it should be. It's a little bit warmer than you'd expect, as I just mentioned. Yeah, so as you can see, it's a little bit hard to see with the current exposure. I would like to maybe, unfortunately with the wireless cam, I don't have the ability to control the exposures, but if you look closely, you can see that I have a warmer color temperature than the 6500K. So yeah, setting it to 6500 didn't work because it's using the mid-red, which is like between 154 and 500. So that's actually probably the 500 mid-red. So how do we actually go about setting it in K? So what we actually want to do instead is b.lights index whatever light. And if you remember from here, there's color temp K. Well, that's one of the properties of the actual light. So if we do dot color temp K, then we can set it that way. Let me do 6500. That's how you set the K color temperature. So if we want to set the K color temperature, this is probably the way to do it. I don't know if it's the most proper way to do it, but it definitely works. If we want to, we can obviously do that for loop and then just do index I. So for I in range, so length of lights, then I can just change this to I, and then you can imagine that it will apply to everything. Oh, then of course it's not lights, it's b.lights. So let me change it to like 3000. And let's see if it controls everything. Yep, it does. Kind of hard to tell. That's actually not a whole lot cooler than it looks like it should be. It is a bit cooler though. Let's set it to 2000 once and see what happens there. So that does get a fair bit warmer. That's about as warm as it goes, I think. So that is actually working as expected, whether you realize it or not. It looks kind of awful on the camera, but whatever. So we'll set it back to 6500, and then that'll look a bit more normal. So that's how we're going to control the color temperature. So honestly, the way we were setting, I've been forgetting to restart the voice assistant. So now the voice assistant's resetting. On my breadboard, I have a button that initiates a reset. And to prove it, these lights come on. While it's restarting, those lights come on. And then when it does the remote configuration updated, then they automatically shut off and I know it's working. The red light will also turn on if I plug that back in. But yeah, every time I run a command, the red light will come on and that will really annoy me. So yeah, I don't do that. So as far as the approach for setting the color temperature, let's now learn how the voice assistant recognizes stuff. So like if I say set the color temperature 6500K, how does it recognize that number? I want to go to the voice assistant as soon as it's done restarting and then find out how it does that. I think to minimize confusion, I'm going to change this brightness variable to result. And then, so basically the way it recognizes it is it typically does a number then K after it. I did some experimentation a bit ago, and the way it tends to recognize things is essentially if I say like 6500K, it's likely going to do that. There's also a chance that it might do something like 6250K in that format with a comma. So that actually depends on how I say it. So if I say like 6500K, it'll do it like that. But if I say 6500K, then it'll end up doing the comma separated format like that. Also, the lights are still on minutes later. It still hasn't restarted yet. So I might end up hitting the button a second time and see if that works any better. But sometimes it will get stuck trying to restart. That means there is something clearly wrong and a restart was needed. It can happen at the most random times. It's a little bit buggy in that regard. But most of the time, pressing the button does work fine to restart it on the breadboard. Sometimes it doesn't though. So yeah, I'm just gonna have to wait and see if this works, and then I guess we'll see what happens. So yeah, this is basically how the voice assistant will recognize the actual number. It's likely gonna space the K like this. So basically we need a way to parse out that number alone, since the format we want it in is this format right here. Okay, it actually restarted this time, so hitting the restart button again actually worked. It's actually possible that it did restart the first time, but the remote configuration update never actually happened. It never said that in the console, so that's why the lights didn't shut off. That does mean that I can start issuing commands even if it doesn't say that, but it's likely going to work incorrectly when it tries to execute a command. So therefore I don't trust it unless it does say remote configuration updated. I'm going to update it sometime, the actual voice assistant, see if they made any improvements to that, because I haven't ever updated it since I actually got it in the first place. Anyway, so let's add support for this. So my utterance might be something like 6500K, and I want to get the 6500 all by itself. We're going to try to make a function that can handle all these different formats. That's why, that's why we have that written down there for reference. So if I say 6500, this is what'll happen. If I say 6500, that's what'll end up happening. So I think what I'll do is I'll create a function called convert color temp. I'll just put in color temp for the argument, I think. I should almost just use like result, because I'm technically passing in result, which is my utterance. And of course the utterance is the voice command that I say. So yeah, we'll get the full result essentially. So yeah, I guess just to clarify, when I call that function convert color temp, I'll be passing in results. So let's put in that. So this is essentially what we're getting in. So how can we get that number all by itself? It's pretty likely that there's always going to be a space right there, but whether they're the space or not, I essentially want the only number that's going to end up appearing in the first place. So I think I'll just make the assumption that it's always going to be in one of these formats. So I'll do that same regular expression stuff that I did earlier. So I'm just going to take that syntax and then paste it right there, because I can probably, the only difference is there's probably going to be a K toward the end like that. I do want to denote the color temperature in that fashion. So where did I put number syntax before? So the brightness variable, I think that's probably an error. That brightness is actually num% in that context. So let me come back to here. So this brightness should technically be color temp. So I'll just add that. And then that should give us the number all by itself, I think. So let's just print the result of that. And we should get 6500 all by itself. And actually I didn't put in a space, so that may not quite match. I did put in a space actually, so yeah, there's a space right there. So we got a match. We're getting 6500. So you can imagine that I can put in whatever number I want, and it's very dynamic. So I could do like that number, for example, and that's what I end up getting back. So of course, yeah, that actually does convert it to an integer and returns the integer. Just out of curiosity, does it naturally handle the comma separated without doing anything special? Like, can you convert it to an integer and it just knows to remove it? Oh, it treats it as a tuple. A tuple is like an immutable list that's in Python. And what we ended up getting was the last element of the tuple, because it probably got two results. I don't know if that's actually what ended up happening. So we're gonna have to figure out how to remove the comma from color temp. I think we could just do a simple replace statement. It's likely that this is the only comma that's ever gonna appear in there, so we could just do a simple replace statement. So before we even do our search, let's do number syntax equals itself number syntax dot replace. Basically any occurrences of a comma, we want to empty it out essentially before we end up doing our regular expression search, and then that'll basically unify it. Once it's unified, then we can do our normal behavior. So that should fix it. Yeah, it's just having a problem with the comma. It assumes the first comma right there is the comma separators, so I think we can probably escape the comma, then it'll treat it right. Oh, and we're not replacing number syntax, we're replacing color temp. My bad. So this is supposed to be color temp. So color temp equals color temp dot replace. But yeah, it's possible that we have to escape the comma. Nope. Let's do that. There we go. So now we still get the number. And the beauty of it is, even if there is no comma, it'll still work exactly how it should. So now if we look at our formats right here, you can see that it actually will handle anything now. That's typically how the command is going to come in. And we don't need to add any special like numbers or whatever, although we could if we want. We may actually want to end up defining the color temperatures. So one problem we're going to run into is we can't use comma separated format because of this. So when we load our load percent words, we can take this function, except we'll make it so that it's semicolon separated rather than comma separated. So we'll just come to here. So here I'll just do load probably temp words for color temp words. And the main difference, I know I have a bit of repetition there, but then I can specify semicolon. So then how did I actually end up calling it before? I'll just take these 4 lines. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it exactly the same, but let's just grab that. So first of all, we'll change that to color words, I guess. So we might want to actually grab this whole function and do like a translate temp. And then I think I'll just replace all occurrences of num percent. I want to replace num percent with, honestly, I'll just do num temp. Kind of a horrible name, but, well, I guess I forgot how to do a replace in a certain region. I thought I had it in Vim, but I guess I don't. But either way, I got it set now. So I've just realized I've done something pretty terrible. My code is like really messy now that I'm forgetting that I need to separate things out. Actually, I did do it correctly, it looks like. Although this is color words. And this has to be load temp words. I just realized I did something pretty awful. This is supposed to, these are basically duplicates. I'm gonna probably get rid of this one because I think it's more incorrect. I'm just realizing what I actually want to do is this convert color temp should basically be in this syntax. So I'm gonna do, this is gonna be translate color temp, and then I'll just do, yeah, convert color temp here, and this should be translate color temp right there. So change this arguments over here to temp, and then here's where we're gonna convert. Basically we could do temp num and return that. And technically I'm realizing we could just return what temp num is equal to. We could go like this actually. Get rid of that. That's something I could have done earlier, but I'm not gonna change it. So I just rearranged the order of these two functions I were messing with. And so now we need to proportionalize No, actually we don't. If I say a color temperature, it is direct one-on-one. No translation like this is needed. So honestly, I could just probably return number alone, which is equal to that. So honestly, I'd probably just return that. I think that might be all I need to do. So then I should be able to create a file in there called colorwords.txt, which is semicolon separated. So let's do what I consider normal is basically 2700K. So I think I would specify this 2700K because I think that's the format it'll be in. And then cold will be 6500K. I think I'll declare warm as 2000. And that's warm. So those are my color words. So let's come back to here. Of course, we're gonna have an error if we do that. Let's get rid of that. Okay. So obviously we should get the same results right now. Nothing should have technically changed. So we run the script. Load percent words is not defined. Line 24. And obviously it has to do with the order of execution. Fortunately, the order of execution actually saved me quite a bit, because what I actually want to do is load temp words. If it wasn't for the order things were executed in, I probably would not have figured out this mistake nearly as efficiently. So I got a little bit lucky there. How about now? Something's converting a little bit sooner than it's supposed to. Maybe my files should not have the K at the end. Like this. Maybe it should be like that. We are supposed to get the number alone, right? Let me make sure, because I can't remember. Yeah, convert color temp. We do want the number all by itself, right? So I should be able to do a comma right there and still get the same results. Right, that's how it's supposed to work. So now if I do like warm or something, well, my OCD makes me want to actually change that to normal. 2700K, so it recognizes all the words too. We did end up doing that correctly, which is nice. So if I do like cold, I think is what it was, 6500. So now we can say a raw number or a keyword. Nice. Now we have to add that logic into our code. So hopefully I did a better design this time that I don't have to do a bunch of screwing around to get it working. So the lines we need are obviously going to be basically both functions. To load the words, translate the color temp, convert the color temp. We could honestly just take translate color temp. I think that's what I'll do. I want to make sure that works the same before messing with it. Oops. Okay. So translate color temp is what we want in our actual code. We're going to want that for loop as well. We'll move that. So we want lines 11 through 36. We're going to add those lines to our code now, or our actual skill. So let's save that out once it doesn't freeze up anymore. So now we're going to come to our skill, and I think we could just start on top here. So we'll grab lines 11 to 36 from the test file in home. Perfect. So that got added successfully. Then we're going to add the for loop, which is technically not correct yet. We'll probably do the whatever's in the print statement right now. Add that. Get rid of the print statement. That should be the correct color temperature. So let's move that. Then we'll add a statement L if set in result dot lower or color temperature color temp in result dot lower or color temperature in result dot lower. I know that's not really the most elegant way to have that structured. Then we can bring this in. I think I'd probably actually go something like that. Then that way it's a bit more readable. So I can see like all the if statement stuff is like that. Then in theory that should set the color temperature how I want. I shouldn't have to change anything, hopefully. So now we're gonna change the locale, the dot intent, set the color temp or temperature, and then whatever it is. And I know I'm not even referencing this command right there, but that doesn't matter. This just kind of acts as a black hole because you have to hard code all the different commands. But this is what allows us to be as dynamic as we are. It allows us to take any number, no matter what. So there's a whole bunch of different ways we can phrase it. And yeah, awesome. So now, hopefully it'll work on the first time this time. So let's restart the skills service. That took a lot longer than I would have liked. But looks like we got no skill errors yet. That's good news. Alright, we're ready to go. Let's see if I can make this warm now. Actually, I'm going to set it to normal because that's what I typically like. Hey Mycroft, set the color temperature normal. Oh, come on. Okay. So I think I made multiple chain mistakes if I'm not mistaken. So I was trying to figure out where things were happening. And I realized this was previously in the other translate function. And I don't actually remember all the things I did. I don't think I officially changed anything yet. But where we went very wrong is the fact that we have set in both of these statements. So even if I say set color temperature, this is what ends up getting triggered right here. So what ends up happening is it'll actually do the convert brightness even if I'm doing a color temperature, and then it does translate percent. And because there's no match in the percent words right here, then that's why it ends up returning nothing, because it's looking in percent words since that's what got triggered even with the color temperature. So that's a critical mistake right there. Using the word set is not a good idea in the statement at all. I would probably go like this. Yeah, get rid of set. Probably go like that instead. That way it doesn't accidentally trigger the wrong thing. I think that's what was going on this whole time. Took me a little while to figure out that's what was happening, but I think that's all it was. Yeah, I was like, why is there no match? It's clearly there. Well, apparently it was triggering the wrong function. So even if you're programming a custom voice assistant, you can run into classical programming issues still. That's one of the things that makes it really hard to teach, like creating your own custom voice commands, because you are doing programming at the end of the day. So hopefully I'll have a proper system established so that if I end up teaching other people, because I do want to simplify that process. So people make their own skills and they're not super familiar with programming. They're going to probably run into programming issues. They're probably also going to run into stuff that AI cannot help them with. And yeah, that could be a problem if people are like learning how to use it. So if I end up teaching others how to use it in general, I am going to want to do simplicity and figure out how to address when people run into errors like this and then have no idea what to do. Hey Mycroft, set the color temperature normal. Amazing. I'm also realizing I may want to have the word to. Maybe I actually can already with how I have it set up. Hey Mycroft, set the color temperature to cold. It does work. I didn't even add support for the word to, but it still works because of how I structured it. I mean, how amazing is that? It's pretty dynamic if you ask me. Hey Mycroft, set the color temperature to 5000K. Nice. So that seemed like a lot of work, but it giving me quite a bit of control, isn't it? Hey Mycroft, set the brightness to 40%. Even that works too. I would like to be able to compound commands together, like using the word and, but I feel like that's going to be a little too complicated for now. Hey Mycroft, set the brightness to 100%. That's pretty cool. I'm going to set the color temperature to a lower one just because of how late it is, if you don't mind. Hey Mycroft, set the color temperature normal. Hopefully you don't mind the slightly warmer hue. Cool. I'm not even going to try to increase or decrease stuff relative to where we are. I think you probably get the idea on how to do that. I'm going to end up showing it in a future status update anyway. That I've shown quite a lot already. It's pretty late. What do you want from me? So I think I will do the color now. Let's add support for setting the color to a specific color. And then maybe we can compound the word and if that doesn't take too long. And then there were some other ideas I had too that I'm not going to end up doing in this video, but it will probably happen in the future. But I mean, even though this took a long time, look at how much control I do have now. Yeah, I think I will add support for the word and tonight because I just thought about how that would be done. I have logic for that in my open script and I'm actually realizing it might be a bit easier than I thought because of how I structured the code so far. So let's add support for setting the actual color to like red or yellow or blue. I do have Philips Hue lights and they support colors as well. Let's add support for that. Let's try to not spend too much time so I can get to bed soon. Because it is actually 3 in the morning right now. I don't like that, but I really like how this video is going if I'm being perfectly honest. I'm enjoying this, so I do want to carry it out. So the next step would be to obviously come back to the script that we were just testing. Okay, so let's move all this newfound logic over to here. And then this for loop, let's do that over there too. Alright. That ends properly, so now we can start adding new logic for the basically the color. So as for the color, I'm literally gonna use the dictionary with predefined colors. And now I'm just realizing I don't like the way I named this because now I want to do colors rather than color temps. I would use color words for actual colors, Yeah, I don't love that I did that. I think I'm gonna rename it to temp words. So I'm gonna rename colorwords.text to tempwords.text, which means I'm gonna have to come into here and change any instance of colorwords.text to tempwords.text. So we'll update that later on. But yeah, now I'm gonna create the actual color words. Right, it doesn't exist. So I'll probably have that be comma separated. So first of all, how are we gonna define the color? Well, if we look at the functionality, I was looking in the examples and there's a RGB colors script, which basically there's a couple ways to define colors. You can use XY, which I don't know exactly how that works, or you can use, I think, like hex values or something. But I think probably the easiest way to deal with it would be to just do XY coordinates. I mean, we can convert RGB into XY coordinates. RGB, I think, would be the easiest to deal with, so I think that's probably how we're going to do it. This way I can specify RGB values and it'll translate to something that it knows. So let's copy that, and then let's see. How am I going to want to do that? So if we have an RGB value, I'm probably going to be like red, and comma separated isn't going to work very well. So I'm probably going to do I'll probably read it as comma separated. But yeah, then I'll semicolon separate everything else. So like red would be that, for example. Yellow would be obviously 0, 255, 0. And then blue, I'll just do that one as 0, 0, 255. Oh, then that's blue. I think I'll define those colors for now, and then I can define more colors later on, but I think those are the big ones for now. So yeah, let's take that function that we just grabbed for test inside of test Philips, come down to here, paste it. That's a lot of text, but it kind of shows how it works. I think I'm going to take out some of these comments just to reduce some of the code that's in there. So that'll basically translate the red, green, and blue. So now we need to actually grab the red, green, and blue itself. So the file itself is comma separated, so therefore we can just take the load %words. We could just probably take this function. I'm probably not going to remake it. Then I can minimize duplication that way. I know it's a little bit confusing how I have that set up. So you can kind of see why good coding practices is important, because I'm trying to do some good practices, but there's other areas where it's really confusing. So you can see where that's a problem. So yeah, this load %words, what that really is load dictionary, comma separated basically. So basically once I load that dictionary, then I want to probably do a lot of the logic of translate color temp, except I will remake that function. So I'll just grab that. So what I really want to do is convert color I might even do like a set color and then do color. That's also color, and color will not do that at all. So yeah, now it really is color words. We'll go through each one. This has to be color as well. So actually, this set color, what it should be doing is just giving me the color all by itself, right? Because then I can know it should be giving me the RGB values actually. It should be able to get the color all by itself, but also grab the RGB values. So I think the color will always be at the very end of the statement. So I could probably just figure out, yeah, I think color is always going to be at the very end of the statement, so I could take advantage of that. Actually, this will give me color all by itself, won't it? And then maybe if it's not there, then we can return false or something. Yeah, let's not do anything else then. So let's see if the color setting works. So we'll print set color of results, set colors to red or something, right? So results should end up being red. Load temp words is not defined. Right, I just have to redefine that. I'm doing load percent words. And of course, temp words was really referencing a color temp, not like temporary. So that's where my variable naming might not be the best. So I think that might work better now. So line 19 failed to convert int. Actually, we are going to want to create our own function for that. Oh wait, we can just set it to a string for now, because then we'll later split it. So let's just make that a string. Yeah. And then we can split it into the individual RGB components. So now we're getting red, as we would expect. So now I should be able to set the color to blue, then the last value should be 00 to 55 now. Why did that not work? Does yellow work at least? Yellow doesn't work either, which is kind of interesting. So does red actually work? Interesting how only red ends up working. So I'd assume if I have an invalid color, yeah, I get false like I should. So why does only red work? I made the classic mistake. Don't ever do an else statement like that. It should not be in the for loop at all. Very classical mistake. So orange really isn't a valid color like I would expect. How about blue though? That should be 00 to 55. There we go. That's more like it. So we can kind of identify colors. How do we get it to actually set them now? So we have a way to provide RGB values using this right here. And we have a way to match the colors as well. So set color will basically give me what I want there. So I think what I might end up doing is breaking it up into what it actually is, and then maybe returning an array of the RGB values. Then I can reference each element. That might be a pretty good way for right now. So rather than returning that, I want to get the individual RGB values all by themselves. So if we have a valid color, then we'll create a array called RGB values, and we'll split. So actually we don't necessarily have to set it to a blank array. We could also set it to, so the value itself will be custom words index key. That'll be the value itself, so we can split that by the semicolon that we've been wanting to do. I think that should give us our RGB values if I'm not mistaken. So it should give us 0, 1, and 2. For some reason I thought that we'd have to use a for loop or something, but actually we can go like this. Return basically that. I think that will give us all the values. So if we print that now we have an array with the individual values. Now let's set the lights to the color that we want, all of them. Now that we have the ability to set color, which gives us the array. So we'll run b.lights. So we have a property called xy, and that does actually refer to the real xy that we're looking for. So I believe what we can do is do b.setLight I plus 1, and then this attribute is xy, and then of course this is where we call the RGB to xy function, and then we can put our RGB value right there. So this is where we might want to set our colors. Maybe I'll do a light colors equals set color result. So it grabs a color from our utterance, and then we can do like light colors index 0. I'm almost tempted to abbreviate it just to make it a lot more simplistic. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So like LC index 0, that's the R, the red value. LC index 1 is green. LC index 2, so that's the RGB value. So in theory that would set the color to whatever we want it to be. So right now, because I have it set to blue, we should end up with a blue light upon running this. List is not callable. I just made a classic mistake. I'm supposed to do like the b.lights just alone. Okay, so I think we just have to convert it all to an integer. I'm pretty sure that all the current values are not read as an integer by default. So in set color, we want to return, so we split each element. I'm kind of tempted to go through them, right? I'll just create a variable called RGB, and then I'll do for I in the length of RGB, and essentially I'm going to convert each element into an integer. So RGB index I equals the int of RGB index I. So essentially all I'm doing is converting what is normally a string into integers. And then when I return the value RGB, then they'll all be integers, and that should get rid of the error. Right, so we're not doing, so I guess I did set that up wrong. Right, so this should be range. I just forgot that. There we go. Amazing. So now it actually converts the light colors. So now I should be able to change this to red, and then it'll turn red. I'm sorry. That was not red at all. What happened there? Let's look at RGB before we return it. That's running 3 times. I think that should only run once. That's probably happening more than it's supposed to. That's kind of a greenish color, by the way. That's what it looks like right now. Wait, it only printed that many times because of this loop right there, so that is actually expected. So actually so RGB is correct. However, what is LC? That's probably wrong. Let's see what happens if we did yellow, and I'm now realizing I actually should have put green for that one. So that does still pull it in correctly. How about blue? So blue works fine. Yellow gives me the exact same results as red is giving me. Let's manually try it once. So if we change, let's say light 1 to 255, comma 0, 0, I would expect that to be red, right? And that's because I had the wrong number of parentheses there. So if this is 0, 0 to 55, that sets the light to blue. So if I set that to 255, 0, 0, yeah, that's how the actual RGB function is working. Something is not working correctly. Is there any chance that because we have a 0 rather than a 1, like what if we had a 1 here instead? Would that change how it behaves? What if they're all 255? That sets it to a slightly whiter color. I just did a bit of research in a different environment, and apparently this function itself is actually what the glitch is. This is a little bit glitchy and it doesn't properly convert it. However, it is also worth noting that we can set the hue, brightness, and saturation too, so that would be another way to set a light. So we could also do something like change this to hue, and then I think that does 0 to 255 if I'm not mistaken. So if I did like a 0, yeah, that's technically another way to do it. If I can figure out the exact hue values, if I'm able to convert RGB into hue, saturation, and brightness, then I could break it up into those components and have it work more accurately. Now you'll notice that pretty much everything on my webcam feed is in black and white. I mean, pretty much everything in my room is in black and white right now because of that red. Because most of the objects in my room are not reflecting red, so therefore, since red is the only color being emitted, and there isn't even red being reflected on objects, it ends up appearing black and white since there's no other colors to reflect in the waves. Very weird physics stuff, huh? So apparently that RGB to XY is not 100% accurate. That's interesting. I'm just realizing there's a to-do comment right there. Probably there for a reason. But yeah, so if I... where's that hue located? So if I change it to like, I don't know, 127, that'll probably be in like the middle of the spectrum. I changed the wrong thing actually, I believe. No, that didn't work at all for some reason. What if I change it to like 50? Why is that not changing at all? Just comment that out once and see what happens. Now it's not changing at all for some reason. When I adjust the brightness, that works. Oh, I just realized why. It's actually between 0 to 65,535. That's why. First of all, let's correct the brightness and do like 254. Yeah, so if I want the colors to work, it's not even my fault with the programming. It's that RGB to XY function is not 100% accurate. Yeah, so I should probably do like 32,767, which is about half. That'd probably bring me to like, oh, that's for hue. So for the brightness, that should be hue. That's why. So if I run it now, that's surprisingly what's in the middle. What if I do like the middle of that? So if I do like 50,000, Let's see what that does. Yeah, so I think for my colors, I'm gonna have to find a hue, and honestly, that would be a lot easier than doing an RGB value. Just the hard part is really just how I declare it. I just have to figure out all the hue values that lead to what I want. The saturation, I'm always going to have that be the highest saturation anyway for every color. I really just have to figure out what the hue value is. So that is basically a purplish color in case you can't tell. So I'm not going to worry about the colors for now. Hey Mycroft, set the color temperature to normal. So yeah, I'm not going to worry about that now. You can imagine I just had to figure out all the hue values and then I'm pretty much set. And then I get rid of that RGB conversion logic. And then that's pretty much all there is to it. I'm not going to bother with that right now, given that it's 4 in the morning. Try to finish before 4:20. You know, I was just thinking, that color that was on there before, that could technically be considered dank mode related to 420. And I could probably define that right now. And then just, yeah, put it in dank mode. But yeah, I mean, you can see how this would work. I've done the color temperature and stuff, and you see all the errors and what I would need to do differently. I just set the hue stuff, get rid of that RGB stuff, just do the hue value, and then away I go. I'm not going to do that now. So some other things I was hoping to work on sometime was maybe making it so that I can do individual lights. Like what if I just wanted to turn off one of the lights? Turn off light 1, or turn off light 2, or set light 1 to red and light 2 to blue, or something like that. How cool would that be? I don't think that would be too difficult. I'm gonna do the AND mechanism real quick, and then I'm gonna call it a night for this, because this has gone on ridiculous. Then I'll do the rest of the casual video tomorrow, or later today technically. So yeah, I think I should take my logic from here, because I don't want to get rid of it obviously, and I think I'll put it in its own little segment toward the end, because I don't necessarily want to lose that code. And then I can label it like color logic or something, and then I can figure out all that stuff later. But now I have this ready to go for future stuff, like the AND mechanism. So what if I wanted to combine multiple things together? Like set the color temperature and the brightness. I feel like I should be able to do that relatively easily. So I have all these if statements right there. So let's take a look at how my AND mechanism works on my open script. So in opt Mycroft skills, open that file. So you can see here I have this parse intents. So I could use the word and. Then I have a bunch of and separators. And that works pretty well. So I'm going to want that function right there. Yeah, why don't we start out writing it inside of here. So on test Philips, we'll grab parse intents, set no number, or set no relative number. Then copy and paste will work just fine. So that might be faster than using the sed command. I don't know how to use AWK, so that's why I haven't been using it. I don't understand the syntax right now. Maybe in the future I'll use the AWK command. But sed works pretty well, and I like how simple it is. So yeah, what this does is if I say words that sound like and, it'll replace it with that. And word. So essentially what I want to do is split up my commands by the word and, which parse intents will actually do that. In fact, we could take a quick look at it right now. If I did parse intents results, I should get just one thing because there is no word and in there. So if I change my thing to, so I'm gonna do like change brightness to 50% and color temperature to warm, then I should end up getting basically two utterances, if you will. So technically all I have to do is run those if statements multiple times with each command, and then technically it will work. So that's technically all I think I have to do. So and sounds kind of complicated, but it is actually not that bad. So let's come into the Philips Hue one. So here I'll add that parse intents, set no number, no relative number. That way things will copy and paste correctly. Paste it there. So that'll allow me to have multiple words of and essentially. We can ignore that first part. We don't even have to worry about that. So what I have my if statement right before those if statements, we can run that parse intents. I'll do results equals parse intents with result. And then we'll just do a for loop for I in range, the length of results. And then all this stuff right here gets indented in there. Actually, why don't we just do for results in results, I think. That might work. I always forget the for each syntax, which is why I tend to not use it. However, I think that might be all that's required. And then that might allow us to compound multiple commands together. That might be all we have to do. I think we'll get it on the first try. So let's restart the skills service. Quickly go into the command line stuff. Make sure we don't have any obvious errors on here. No errors. Let's go. Okay, this is going to be really interesting. Let's see if we can compound commands together now. Hey Mycroft, set color temperature to cold and brightness to 20%. Oh, come on. Parse intents is not defined. That's BS. It is defined. Oh, we definitely made a typo when we called it. Because that's the only result of it. I was doing camel case, I guess, when I should have been doing that. That's unfortunate. Let's try it now. Hey Mycroft, set color temperature to cold and brightness to 20%. It worked. It did both of those things at once. I'm surprised how simple that was to implement. The and mechanism was a lot simpler than I thought, primarily because I've done it before. So that's kind of cool. So technically I could do a bunch of consecutive brightnesses or whatever. Hey Mycroft, set brightness to nice. That's not a thing. Hey Mycroft, set color temperature to. I hate it when it does that. Hey Mycroft, set color temperature to normal and brightness to 69% and brightness to 50%. I think it'll do all those things. Yeah, it did. I didn't notice when it went to 69 though. Guess I was distracted. Who knows what I was thinking. But yeah, it happened really fast. According to that output, it definitely happened. That's cool. So yeah, I would like to have the ability to control individual lights in the future, where I do lights 1 and 3. Now that I have the AND mechanism, that should allow me to make it relatively easy to do specific lights rather than just all of them. I would also, there's some other functionality that it comes with as well, the library. So like for example, you'll notice that there's other pretty cool functions like this transition time, and this would make it transition to a certain brightness over the course of 30 seconds. So the ability to transition the lights to a certain thing over time would be kind of cool. To be able to cycle the hue color, that'd also be kind of cool. Or to like be able to create presets, like one that looks like criminal activity. Let me see if I can do that real quick. So like for example, there's no reason why I wouldn't be able to say something like set crime scene, and then yeah, looks like crime's happening right now, doesn't it? So it'd be kind of cool to be able to do a voice command that does something like that. So being able to do presets would be kind of cool. And I mean, you could imagine just how much control you would have over this because you have a library with all this programming. It gives you a lot of control. Honestly, I would almost make the argument that your imagination is pretty much the limitation in this case. I mean, you have the ability to control the hue, the color temperature, turning a light on and off, the brightness, all sorts of stuff. You can even create schedules. So you could be like, set a schedule to fade on a red light at 6 a.m. for example. Or yeah, set a schedule to fade on a red light at 6 a.m. for 5 minutes. And then at 6 a.m. the red light will come on with the darkest brightness, and then it'll fade on over the course of 5 minutes. Wouldn't that be a cool command to have? Well, technically with this library, that should in theory be possible because it supports schedules. You can also create scenes too. You might be able to use your existing scenes that you program on the Philips Hue app. You might be able to create a strobe. You can do pretty much whatever you want, if we're being perfectly honest. Your imagination is probably the limitation here. But yeah, I think this is where I'm going to wrap up. So we got a lot more functionality on the light now, and we learned quite a bit about the process of making that possible. So hope you learned something useful here. I certainly did. So I'd consider this a neutral tutorial because the learning goes both ways. Anyway, I think that'll be it for now. So thanks for watching, and I'll continue the casual video tomorrow. Okay, so the next thing I would like to do is restore the GRUB bootloader. So in the past I had a corrupted GRUB, and then I tried to show the process of bringing GRUB back. But it didn't really work because I didn't know the steps at the time that I showed it. But I know the steps now, so I'm going to real quickly show how to do that. However, the GRUB that's corrupted is in a hard drive image, and that's not even on a hard drive right now. So I'm going to grab my server, take the drive out, and then load the image from my main computer. And then we'll put it back in and then restore GRUB on that image, or on that drive once I get it loaded on there. So the first thing we need to do is take the drive out of the server, and I thought I may as well show that on camera because why not? You'll get to see the inside of the server and stuff like that. So why don't we grab it and take the drive out? I do need to take the drive out because the image is on my main system, and I don't really have a better way than just taking out the drive, loading it on with a SATA to USB adapter, and then putting it back in the server. And when we get it in the server, then we'll switch to the green screen, by the way, for the rest of the video. So let's swap out the hard drive real quick and do the imaging. So I'm gonna grab the server from here. Let's find a surface where we can use it. I should be able to use it right on this surface right here. I'm gonna set it down and move the camera so you guys could see it. Okay, so here's the top-down view of the server. So to take the cover off, the cover is on the top like this. Basically remove these 4 screws. You can see I have a screwdriver here. Then there's a screw over here. Then there on the sides. Once you get all that, then it just kind of slides. You want to make sure you don't pinch your fingers as you slide it, because it's very easy for that to happen. And just take the cover off like so. And that's what the inside looks like. So obviously you got the motherboard, the heatsink, and then wireless card is this one. Then the gigabit card is right there, and that provides 4 ports. So I believe the hard drive I want is this one right here. So then we just come in and there's some screws on the inside. Unfortunately, this is too narrow for me to even reach this kind of screwdriver, so I would probably use a different screwdriver. I also happen to have this Allen wrench Philips head, which came with this. As you can imagine, I need to get in to screw this in. So now I just unscrew the screws that are where the hard drive cage is, and I magnetize this, which is kind of handy to have as well. Power supply cord gets in the way. Because yeah, the power supply is here, then there's a cord that actually feeds out to here. Then I can plug it in from the outside. When you get in a server form factor, things are a little bit different. And there's 2 screws for the hard drive cage on this side as well, so I might be able to get away with removing just the drive alone. But taking the cage out, I will say, makes things a lot easier. So I typically store 3 SSDs inside of here, but the boot drive used to be in my primary system, and that's what I'm going to use right now because it's not officially set up with anything yet. So I'm able to use that as one of the only spare drives that I have for this purpose. So I got a drive here. So essentially, yeah, this is the boot drive which I want to take out. I will also mention I don't go very tight on the screws because first of all I'm not shipping, and second of all the screws could strip really easily, and if that happens then I'm screwed. So probably hold the hard drive so it doesn't have so much pressure on just one screw. You'll notice I only had 2 screws in there because that's really all that's needed, and I was a little bit short on screws as well. Okay, so now that's the hard drive that I need, so I can just unhook the SATA as well as the power. Now I have the drive, so I'm gonna image it with the corrupt GRUB, and then we're gonna repair GRUB in a live environment, and I'll show how that process works. So we're gonna be on the green screen as soon as I get that. I'm not really gonna show the process of putting the server thing back on, but you can imagine you just line up the cover. Make sure you don't pinch your fingers in the corners because it is a very tight fit and it does hurt. I speak from personal experience. So yeah. Okay, so the server is all ready to go now. So now I just have to start it up and then we can proceed with the steps. So now it's starting up. So now I just press F7 to get to my boot menu. So if you look at what we actually have here, this is technically a corrupted GRUB. Sometimes GRUB just completely goes missing altogether, and this GRUB is technically there, but as far as we're concerned, this is a missing GRUB and basically not functional, and we need to perform the steps to restore GRUB. So I'm going to show you how to do that, since I kind of have to do it right here. And hopefully these steps will be a little bit more structured and prepared and everything like that, unlike the previous time I showed it. I didn't know how to do it off the top of my head, but I So to do now, okay. So I'm gonna boot into a Linux live environment using Ventoy. I'll use Linux Mint. This Linux distro was based on Debian. This is actually raw Debian that I'm trying to restore here. And Mint is ultimately based on Debian as well. If I was doing an Arch-based distribution like Manjaro, I'd want to use Arch for this. But a Linux Mint live environment will work just fine for our purposes right now, because all we need access to really is a command line. And a live environment that provides enough tools for what we need to do. So how do we restore GRUB? Well, let's pull up a terminal real quick. The first thing we need to do is mount the root and boot partition on the actual drive. So I would run lsblk to figure out what that is. So in my instance, this is the actual drive right here. So this is the root partition, that's the boot partition. So the first thing I want to do is mount root probably to the MNT folder, just wherever we need to be able to access it. So I would do sudo mount dev sda2 in my case. You want to figure out what it is for you, the MNT, and then we want to mount root or boot, which is dev sda1 to MNT boot. So now we have our file system effectively mounted. So before we could do that, we need to set an rbind for the system folders like proc, sys, and dev. So to do that, you just do sudo mount rbind with /dev to mnt dev. Then same thing with proc and sys. So now we got the sudo file system mounted. So once we get that, then we can chroot into our new environment. So just chroot into mnt. Now we're basically in our install, now that we got everything mounted. So we're essentially gonna reinstall GRUB more or less. So this is on an EFI install, and since we're already root, we don't need sudo. So I'll just do GRUB install, then I'm gonna specify EFI directory since I'm on EFI. And I'm gonna wanna set that equal to boot EFI, because that's how it is in my situation anyway. So that should have worked. So now we need to update our GRUB boot entry. So here we just run update GRUB. And then it basically found as much as it could. If everything is there, it should all show up. So once we get that, then we can basically exit, and then we would probably unmount everything. However, I don't know if that's really necessary. I'd probably just reboot the environment at that point and see if we fixed it. So now we just get out of our live environment and then wait for it to boot up again. Okay, so now we'll see two completely separate entries. That could happen sometimes. I'm not really sure how to deal with that. There could be multiple EFI things, I'm not sure. I don't know if that quite worked. Let's try the other entry once. Okay, first entry, same thing. So I think this is a very corrupted GRUB right here, but if GRUB was only partially corrupt, those steps we did should make it fully work again. I've done the steps on other systems and it has worked properly. So yeah, this is probably a bad example, but if you do follow those steps, they should be the correct steps. I have done those in the past. I would not be sharing this if I hadn't had luck with this before. I totally have. So yeah, I mean, that's basically the process of repairing GRUB. So hopefully this helped inspire you if you need to do that yourself. And I primarily wanted to go over it because I tried to show it in the past, but I didn't know it off the top of my head. It's not really the easiest to find the steps online. That's another huge reason why I'm doing this. If it were easy to find online, I wouldn't even bother. Otherwise, that's how you do it. So yeah, that's it. Okay, so the next thing I would like to demonstrate is how I do time codes on my videos. So if you look at some of my videos, you'll probably notice that some of them have timecode navigation. So the way I used to do that is I just kind of manually wrote them out in the description of the video, and then YouTube recognizes that and applies a timecode to the videos for easy navigation. The problem with that is it's a real pain to do that way, because you have to kind of figure out the exact timing, and then sometimes you're within a few seconds, so you have to take some extra time to make sure you're precise. And not having audio waveform really sucks, especially if you want to get the timing of the time codes nice, because you don't want to like be ahead an extra couple seconds if you were to skip there and then have some missed context. That's never good. So I would like to show what I do now, where I basically do it right in my video editor itself, and it's a lot easier than manually writing it out. So I would like to show how I do time codes in DaVinci Resolve. So yeah, let's just hop onto it. So I have this blank timeline. I'm just gonna do some quick and dirty time codes just for demonstration purposes. So actually I'm gonna close this out, and this is probably what the layout is gonna be by default. This is my layout most of the time. So I have this timeline right here. Let's do it on this video. So let's say that I'm at the intro point right now. I also have waveform on the video too. As you can see, that's quite nice to have also. It makes the timing a lot easier. You don't even really have to listen to it to be able to time it, which is also kind of nice. So I have markers that typically mean different things based on the color. I create fuchsia markers for time codes. That's a personal choice. So that color right there, I just set it to that. So anytime I use a shortcut, it'll do that. I usually hit M for that. So this is my first time code, right? What is it? This is the intro. The name is basically what I label the time codes. So then let's say I come to this next point here. So let's say right here I'm talking about some sort of technique. So I hit M twice to make that come up. Then I might say something like the technique. That's a time code. And it's also worth mentioning that I typically zoom in a fair bit. And see, right now, this jumps right into the middle of talking, which is not what I want. So I want to make sure I'm not jumping into some random abrupt segment. So that's at the beginning of the 38 second. If I go to the 39 second, that happens well after I start talking. So the 38 second is where I want to be, and it rounds down. Pretend that this last number 05 isn't there at all. That's the second that the time code will be marked for. If I want to change my mind on the timing, rather than manually typing in a different time, I can quite literally slide it. And then in the editor, the timing will automatically change, because the timing is all based on where these markers are. So yeah, then I just simply do that for the rest of the video. So let's say right around, I believe this is where I summarize everything. So I'm rounding down. What's the closest second to where I start talking? That's a little bit close. I'm gonna give myself a second of headroom, and I don't worry about rounding down to 00. Doesn't make sense, because even right here, it'll do 9 minutes 21 seconds. So I'll just create a marker like right there, for example. And notice I can do it pretty quickly because of that time code. So summarizing technique, for example, that might be what I want. So then let's see. Let me go to my next moment. Okay, so I can see scenario 1. That's a starting point right there. I'll probably do it right at that 11:49. So scenario, and I'll copy and paste it because I happen to know there's multiple of them. Scenario 1. Then I just go to the next one right here. That's where it changes to the second one. So this is about where I want it to be, 1354. Scenario 2. See how quickly I could create that marker. Then if the timing changes at a later point, I just slide this accordingly, and I always go with the waveform, which is pretty nice. Okay, so that's where it goes to scenario 3. That's a good point. So scenario 3. Then I want to get the outro. The outro is right about there. That's a good point. Then we see the transition and everything like that. Outro. Okay, now I have all my time codes basically. See, that wasn't so bad. It just took a while when I started explaining stuff, but once I'm actually doing stuff, it's not so bad. So once I have all the time codes, then I can basically go to index right here. And then I can show markers, fuchsia, because that's dedicated for YouTube time codes. And then I have all these time codes, and you can kind of change the view. I do record in and notes, because that's essentially the time codes right there, except we're ignoring that frame number. So how do I export it? I go to here, export edit index, and then I want to basically just export it to here, because I'm actually going to end up using a program to parse out basically what I want specifically. That's not really mandatory, but it was the easiest for me, so I'm just gonna be like crash diet codes. And then if you're in an older version of Resolve besides 18, I believe you have to go to the timeline, export, and then edit index would be under this menu. That's how it used to be before Resolve 18. So now I got that exported. So basically I have this Python script that essentially parses out all the lines except for what I want. So yeah, if I open up my crash diet codes, this is kind of not a very useful format because it's got like all the different properties that can show up. So obviously before I export, it's important to make sure I'm showing the correct marker colors. And then what's also nice is during the video itself, I think there's a way to temporarily disable certain markers so that they don't show up in the timeline and they're not in the way, but they still exist. I can't remember how to do that, but just know that it's possible to turn off certain marker colors temporarily, then turn it back on later. So like if I have 1,000,000 markers, it slows down the timeline significantly. And in that case, I might turn off some of the time codes. And then later on, if I need to retime any of these, I can just slide the marker accordingly and boom, I retimed it. Just like that. So anyway, I just showed, this is a file that's exported. So how do I get what I want alone? Well, that Python script that I just showed right here essentially filtered it down to only the stuff I want. I could copy and paste a code if you want to do something like this yourself, but it loads the timecodes file. So actually, I have a generic file called timecodes right here. So what I actually do is I copy the name of that file, delete it, change the name of that to timecodes, and then I would run the Python scripts. Python 3 filter timecode. This is called 18 because the format between Resolve 17 and 18 is a bit different. I had to update it accordingly. But when I run this, then it opens it right up automatically in my text editor. And this is what I want to put in the YouTube description. So I can just copy and paste it right in the description. See, it's actually not so bad, is it? I mean, it took a little bit of getting used to with explaining just now, but like once I get into it, then it's not so bad. So let's say I change the time codes. I adjust it like this. You can imagine this is much faster than manually typing it out and using the YouTube interface for it. Let's say those are the new time codes. That automatically updated, so I would export edit index timecodes.csv. And yep, I do want to replace that. Close that out, run the script. Now I got my new time codes, and I just put that in YouTube. So yeah, it took a little bit of setting up, but once I get it set up, man, it is so much better than manually typing in the times and stuff like that, and sometimes adjusting it over time. If I'm doing it for a live stream, I'm literally gonna download the live stream just so I can do it in this fashion, because doing it online and manually typing in the timings is a pain. Being able to reference the waveform and sliding the markers rather than punching in numbers, so nice. And since I have a program written, it's nice and streamlined, and the script automatically opens up the file so I can copy and paste it too, which is really cool. So yeah, that's essentially how I do time codes for my videos. So all those time codes you see, they were done in this fashion. So it was done relatively efficiently. I might even have time codes for this video, I'm not sure. I only do it if I think it's worth doing. So yeah, that's how I do time codes. Okay, now we are due for another Mycroft status update. So I've made quite a few changes since the last one, and it is definitely worthy of an update in my opinion. Got some pretty exciting stuff in my opinion, so why don't we just get into it. So one of the first major changes I've made with it is I now have the ability to control the volume. So I don't have full control right now. I have as much control as I need. I typically want to either increase or decrease it by a certain amount. Okay, so let's try it out. So obviously if I'm listening to a song or watching a video or doing something with audio in general, sometimes I might want to increase or decrease the volume, especially across the room. I can just shout to do that. Because sometimes I'll be listening to a song and then there's a point where it's not properly balanced and suddenly I'm getting ear raped, which is not good. So I might want to decrease the volume, and doing a voice command may be quicker than hitting the button on this controller to decrease the volume, which yes, that is really how I do it. So you can see the volume going down right there. But yeah, so why don't we give it a try. Hey Mycroft, play Cyber Dice. So we'll try with this real quick. So let's say that's not quite loud enough for me yet. So then I could go, hey Mycroft, increase the volume. You can tell the volume went up a little bit. Yeah, you can imagine, it's pretty self-explanatory. I think that's pretty much all I can do with that right now. So another thing that's definitely worth noting is I can also use that same skill to put the computer to sleep, because the actual underlying logic is virtually the same. I'll show how I do it in a bit, but I can also put the computer to sleep, and what's really cool about that is it actually not only puts the computer to sleep, but it automatically shuts off the Steam controller and even shuts off my TV with HDMI CEC. So I can do that all with the voice command, which is pretty incredible. So then I can go, hey Mycroft, lay down. That's a little bit of a joke, but yeah. Steam controller just shut off, and yeah, I believe the computer really went to sleep. Yep, it is in fact on standby right now. The light's blinking and everything. So then if I'm on the couch, then I just grab this, turn it on, and that wakes up the computer. Yeah, I literally woke it up with this device right here. Very handy to have for on the couch. Beats the keyboard and mouse experience in a lot of situations. Something that I've also done is add the ability to run a bunch of commands and then go to sleep using an AND compound word. So what I mean by that is sometimes I might be watching a video which is opened by an Explorer window. Sometimes I want to be able to close that Explorer window and then go to sleep immediately after. They're in completely separate skills, so I can't really do my AND mechanism as a result, but I added a manual AND mechanism so that I can basically go to sleep after I've done some command. So yeah, let's say I want to close this and then immediately shut off the computer. Then I can go, hey Mycroft, eliminate program and go to sleep. And that does exactly what you'd think. So I've added that ability to the sleep skill, I believe. And that normally wouldn't be possible. So that's pretty cool. Something I've also done is adding a bunch of quantifiers to basically repeat a command a certain amount of time. So like, for example, if I want to fast forward multiple times, or I want to close multiple tabs, or I want to, there's quite a few things I want to do multiple times. And a lot of times if I want to like skip an intro to a show, then I can basically do a command, but I can have it do it X amount of times now. So like, for example, let's say I want to essentially just play this and then basically hit the right arrow 7 times. Then I can go, hey Mycroft, play a video and fast forward 7 times. Pretty neat. I like that. It comes in handy a lot of times. So yeah, let me just end it now. Hey Mycroft, end program. So yeah, it's pretty cool to be able to give a quantifier for certain commands, because I would do it once and then I found myself manually doing it because I needed to do something more than once. And you can imagine that it works with tabs as well. So like, let's say I wanted to close these 3 tabs to the left. Then I can go, hey Mycroft, close previous tab 3 times. That comes in really handy quite a few times, especially if I'm searching for a video across multiple tabs during my search process. So something I can also do is repeat the last command. So let's say that so what often happens for me is sometimes when I start up the computer, I might search Google or YouTube for something, and then the connection did not reestablish in time, so my command never actually made it through. And then I often find it handy to just repeat it once the connection was established, so I don't have to issue it again. Hey Mycroft, search Google Mycroft voice assistant. So let's pretend that I did that, but the connection between the Raspberry Pi and my computer wasn't quite established yet. Well, in that case, then I can just say, hey Mycroft, repeat that. And then it'll repeat the last command. I don't know why that didn't work just now. Let me try again. Hey Mycroft, repeat that last command. It might be doing something a little weird right now. Every once in a while, it'll behave weird in that the light that I have for when I'm issuing a command, that normally comes on when it's listening, right? Then I can tell it's listening. But sometimes it comes on suspiciously quickly. Like, I could literally be like, hey Mycroft, repeat that. So it'll come on instantly. And then when it does that, the command doesn't end up executing. Anytime the light comes on faster than normal, there is something wrong. I'm not sure why the repeater didn't work just now. Why don't we try it with end program. Hey Mycroft, end program. And then let's say I wanted to do that again. Then I can go, hey Mycroft, repeat that. I don't know why that's not working. It was working earlier today. It would repeat that, as you can imagine. It does normally work, just take my word for it. That's embarrassing that it's not right now, but it does most of the time. Most of the time I end up using this on the couch, and for demonstration purposes, I moved this to a whole different computer and remapped everything to this computer, which is not normally hooked up to the couch, and something with that is probably the reason why it's not working right now. Normally it does. And what's also cool is I could use the repeater with a quantifier. So let's say I want to repeat something 5 times. Hey Mycroft, repeat that 3 times. Okay, so I was just doing a little bit of troubleshooting and I discovered something really interesting. So if I say repeat that, which is a valid command, it interferes with a skill that I'm about to show in a little bit. But if I say repeat that last command, then it behaves correctly. I'm gonna have to modify some of my locales to fix that, but I think I can demonstrate it after all. Hey Mycroft, search Google Mycroft voice assistant. And then let's say I wanted to, let's pretend that that didn't work because the connection wasn't quite established yet. Then I can go, hey Mycroft, repeat that last command. Then it does it again. As you can imagine, there is a quantifier as well. Hey Mycroft, repeat that last command 10 times. Come on. It stopped listening too early. It does that every once in a while too. Hey Mycroft, repeat that command 9 times. There we go. And that works as you'd expect. So another cool thing I've done since last time is I changed how the typing mechanism works in quite a few ways. So first of all, you probably remember from last time, every time I type something, it inserts a new line at the end. And I could not do anything about that. But I completely changed the method. Basically, I was doing it in a command line or command prompt way. Now I'm doing it in a PowerShell way, and it works a lot better. So let's try something down here, for example. Hey Mycroft, type how are you today. So unlike last time, it doesn't insert a new line at the end, which is pretty nice. Because it always used to do, of course that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to insert a new line right there. I'm going to do this demo in Notepad real quick. Here's a good example of using that repeater. Hey Mycroft, repeat that last command. And then, so if I type something real long and I need to do that multiple times, since I don't have a quantifier for typing, I could just type once and then use the skill repeater with a quantifier. That works pretty well. So yeah, normally I used to type like this. I used to have to always go like this and then backspace to get rid of that line below it. That was a pain, but now I don't have to do that anymore. Also, you'll probably notice that it uppercased the first letter. So I do have the ability to do that, and then I can also type in stuff like a comma, or I think it does Mycroft correctly now because it normally recognizes it as Minecraft. But now if I go, hey Mycroft, type Mycroft. No, it still does it wrong. We can fix that in a bit when I show how this works, but I can type special characters like commas or question mark. Hey Mycroft, type comma, I'm doing good, period. Hey Mycroft, type question mark, I'm doing good, period. So that should do the characters, which is not for some reason. Hey Mycroft, type you question mark. Yeah, so there it does an actual question mark now. I can do a comma, a period. I mean, I can do anything I want because behind the scenes it's basically doing replace statements. So the possibilities are basically limitless with that. Something else I've done that's pretty exciting as well is the ability to control my Philips Hue lights. So there is some skills that already exist, but I could not get them working on my system. So I ended up using a Python library, making my own Philips Hue library. I have a couple videos going over that. I just made one not too long ago too. So I could do a fair amount of stuff with it now. So I'll do a quick little demo here. So here's my Philips Hue lights. So I could be like, hey Mycroft, half brightness. And then the brightness did in fact dim by half. So that made me a little bit dimmer. Hey Mycroft, full brightness. And then you'll see me get a little bit brighter on the side, which is pretty cool. I can turn the lights on and off. I probably don't have to demonstrate that. I can also set the color temperature to specific color temperatures, like warm, for example. So let me do that real quick. Hey Mycroft, set the color temp to warm. Now the color temperature is a little bit warmer than normal. I'm gonna set it back because sometimes a warm color temperature doesn't work the best with the green screen. That's not too bad right now, but it does cause problems sometimes. Hey Mycroft, set color temp cold. Then that'll set it to the 6500K, which is what I like to have most of the time. I can also do stuff like, I think I have an overlay actually. Yeah. Okay, I can also do stuff like setting it to some very specific temperature. Hey Mycroft, set the color temperature 3500K. I could also word it as 3500. Not sure if that's the exact right number, but it does stuff like that. I can also set the brightness to a specific percent. Hey Mycroft, set the brightness 40%. And it dimmed the lights a fair bit. And what's also cool is I can compound multiple commands together and basically, yeah, just like the AND mechanism with some of my other skills, I can do that here too. Hey Mycroft, set the brightness 100% and the color temperature to cold. And there's a few different ways I can word that. So that just did both of those commands at once. It also works with colors too, since I have Philips Hue that work with colors. Hey Mycroft, set the color to blue. So that works as well. So I could do the AND with multiple colors if I wanted, of course, too. So like, hey Mycroft, set the color to red and color purple. I think that should do both of them. It happens so quickly. That's purple in case you can't tell. Kind of hard to tell from that angle, but that is a purple color, just so you know. There's dead ladybugs in there, so my apologies about that. I should have gotten that out beforehand. It's impossible to take that apart though, it's a pain. But anyway, so now let's say I want to set it back to normal. Hey Mycroft, set color temp cold and brightness 100%. There we go. Now that worked, and the green screen keying is a lot better too, as you can imagine. So yeah, it's pretty cool. That pretty much sums up most of what I can do right now. I'll make quite a few tweaks to it in the future. I'm hoping to someday maybe set some schedules with it. I could even have it fade to a certain color or brightness or pretty much anything over time. I can do pretty much anything over time because I'm doing this in Python and all that stuff is possible. I'm thinking it'd be cool to do something like set a one-time schedule for 6 a.m. to fade on red for 5 minutes. So what that command would do is it sets an alarm for 6. It fades on the color red from 0 to 100% over the course of 5 minutes. Doing a command like that would be pretty cool. I would also like to be able to control individual bulbs. Maybe I want to set one light to one color, another light to a whole different color, and that sort of thing. But for now, this is pretty much all I could ever ask for. So I could add other things like a strobe or whatever. And I'd probably be able to add presets if I wanted to. So like for example, my typical Philips Hue has the ability to do like this police color. So it kind of looks like there's crime going on right now. Not sure if you can tell, but doesn't it look like there's crime happening in this room? Might be kind of hard to tell with that green screen view, but it'd be nice to be able to do a voice command with something like that in the future. So that's something I could program later as well. I've also, related to lights, obviously, you know, I have the breadboard with status LEDs on it. I've improved the status LEDs quite a bit too. So first of all, the red light now works properly. Well, I mean, as properly as I'd like it to right now, but I'll explain what I mean by that. So right now, if I issue a command, you can imagine that. So I can be like, hey Mycroft, set the brightness 50, and then the yellow light actually comes on when it's executing a command. So I can tell if it's executing a command too. So that's also pretty nice. So the red light never came on, as you can see there. But right now I'm using this Ethernet, and I rely on that Ethernet for anything to work at all. So if I should suddenly unplug the Ethernet or it slips out. Now if I try to do that, hey Mycroft, set the brightness to 50%. Now the red light comes on because it can't execute the command. So most of the time, the reason why I wouldn't be able to is because I typically use a peer-to-peer connection nowadays. And sometimes, since I don't have a latch on my Ethernet cable, the cord can slip out. I really should replace the cable, but if the cord slips out, it can sometimes take a while to figure out that that's what the problem was. So the red LED now will tell me right away if it's unplugged or not. So if I were to plug it back in, it should take about 20 to 30 seconds for it to connect, and then the red LED won't come on anymore as long as it works. So what I meant by it not being perfect at the moment is it basically checks if my Ethernet's even plugged in to begin with. I'll show how it actually works in a bit, but it checks if there's anything plugged into the Ethernet port, and if there's not, then the red light comes on. I would like to make it so that it actually detects proper errors in the future. For now, that Ethernet thing is more than good enough for me. So as you saw, now the yellow light works too. So basically anytime a command is being executed by the voice assistant, the yellow light will be on. And that's actually provided some really interesting insights, because I've had some times where I issue a command and it takes like 20 seconds before anything happens. So I was thinking it was because there was a delay in listening to me, but what I actually discovered is the green light went on and off exactly when I would have expected it to. But then all of a sudden, about 20 seconds later, the yellow light finally comes on for the first time. Usually it's almost instant, but sometimes it doesn't come on until like 10 or 20 seconds later. And then sure enough, the command did not execute until it came on. So sometimes that's basically giving me insight into the fact that sometimes commands don't execute instantly on the Raspberry Pi, as indicated by the yellow light. So previously I was making it so that it would shut off as soon as the command was finished executing, but I can't reliably make it shut off at the end of every single command. Some commands it'll stay on forever just because of the nature of how the command works. Basically I'm doing it based on message from the messenger service, and there's two different messages that I can basically use to turn the yellow LED off. So I've decided, so something else that happens with the voice assistant is if I execute two commands like too close to each other, the second one won't actually register even if it was listening. It's kind of annoying not knowing exactly when I can issue my next command if I'm doing a whole bunch of them next to each other. So I made it so that the yellow LED shuts off as soon as it's safe to execute another command. That's how I know it's safe to do my next command. Once the yellow LED shuts off, it stays on until that time is up. Then I can finally issue another command. I think it's a glitch with the voice assistant, but for now, that's useful. It's technically fixed now. Watch the next update where I'll likely show how I ended up getting the computer trigger phrase figured out. Yes, I figured it out now. In the meantime, here's a demo of it. Computer, lay down. Because yeah, for some commands, if I have it shut off as soon as a command is done, there's some commands where it doesn't shut off at all. And the light could literally be on until I execute my next command, which could be hours away potentially. And that's kind of annoying to have it on when it's not supposed to be, so I don't do that. I just have it shut off when it's safe to execute the next command, based on something that comes through the messenger service, which I'll go over in a bit. I now have the ability to back up all my scripts and stuff too, automated using a command as well. I'll show you how that works, but first we gotta close all these programs. So I can go, hey Mycroft, end program 3 times. And then I think that's, oh, should have known it would do that. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft, eliminate program twice. Okay, so I have this folder that basically has all my skills backed up, as well as essentially any of my other files, like my breadboard script and all my other files associated with the voice assistant. Right now, this backup is not up to date. It's actually quite behind because it doesn't have the latest Philips Hue skills. I've made a few other tweaks as well that aren't up to date either. So to back up my voice assistant now, I used to manually use SCP to transfer it over, and that was really annoying. So I made a script that does that for me, and thus a skill. So the first thing I do is I delete the old files because there's permission issues because the username between the Pi and my main computer are different. So due to those permissions, I just can't overwrite files. It's easier to just delete the files than to try to figure out how to overwrite permissions and stuff. So I delete that, and then I go, hey Mycroft, backup voice assistant. And then all the files should automatically propagate. So now all my stuff is getting backed up. And then I can have my cloud backup automatically pick up those files too. Then I'm pretty much set. I got 2 local copies and 1 cloud copy. Then all that work I've done on this is pretty saved at this point. This is pretty much everything I would ever need to back up. So something else that you actually missed just now is the fact that I have the yellow LED blink a couple times because I don't get any obvious feedback. So I have the yellow LED blink a certain amount of times to tell me that it's using one of my codes. So let me do that again. Hey Mycroft, backup voice assistant. I could have also used the repeater. So as you saw there, the yellow LED blinked 3 times. That means it's backing up the voice assistant. So when I do my cloud backup, sometimes I can't tell if the cloud backup turned on or off. So I have a certain amount of blinking to indicate that too. And the number means something specific to me. So yeah, I can do blinking codes, which is kind of helpful. Another massive improvement that I've made to it is I've completely automated the startup process finally too. Well, kind of. I manually started up on the Raspberry Pi, but as you know, on my Windows machine, I have to start WSL as well as the SSH service, and then that allows it to connect and everything. So I've automated that process so I don't have to do anything on my computer. Every time I started it up, I used to have to come into WSL and then manually start the SSH service every single time. But now I don't have to do that because I've automated the process. I'd like to show how I did that. So the first thing I do is I basically run a PowerShell command to do that. So to start up WSL at startup, I have an AutoHotkey script that runs at startup and does several different things. So you can see I got quite a few lines in the file. But one of the things I do is I run this command right here. And actually that doesn't use PowerShell. I just run WSL as root. And then I run this specific file, which will always run at startup in the WSL environment. So there's a file in etc called init.wsl. So if I were to take a look at that, etc init.wsl, then I denote that it's an sh script, and then I specify to start SSH. And that actually does make it run at startup. It not only starts up WSL, but runs the SSH command at startup. That's a pretty efficient way to do it. There's quite a lot of different ways it can be done. I've tried cron tabs and things like that, but that never works for me. I could be doing something wrong, but this method works pretty well, and it's simpler than pretty much everything I've seen. So if you weren't using AutoHotkey, then you could create a batch script or a PowerShell script to run this at startup, or every time you log on to the computer. And that's it. That's all I do to start up WSL. I use the task scheduler to create the startup. Actually, for this script, I use shell startup, and my AutoHotkey script is in there. I have a shortcut because it's actually stored elsewhere, and I want it to always update if I make a change to the script. The shortcut will reference that. So yeah, that's how I start up WSL at startup. Another problem I often run into is, so I like to use a peer-to-peer connection between my Raspberry Pi and the Intel NUC right here. I like to use a WSL, or I like to use a peer-to-peer connection between these systems. So what I tend to do is, unfortunately, the firewall doesn't actually work unless I set the Ethernet to private. So you know that network interfaces can be either public, private, or I forget what the other one is, somewhere in between. But if it's public, no matter how much you mess with the firewall settings, the connection just won't be made. But if I change the network type to private, then it does work perfectly fine. So this will basically set my Ethernet adapter to private, and this script runs as startup. It runs as administrator, so this has admin privileges, and basically you just run this in PowerShell. But through AutoHotkey, I launch PowerShell and run the command in that fashion. And then the window doesn't pop up at startup either, which is kind of nice. So yeah, this is how I set the Ethernet adapter to private at startup. And then I don't have to do that manually either. I think to run WSL at startup, I also run this command in PowerShell if I'm not mistaken. So it's possible that I run these commands entirely separately. But on my main system, I think I was able to get away without that dbus command if I'm not mistaken. But that's how I run it at startup essentially. And then also fix that Ethernet problem that I have with firewall. I have to run it every time I start up the system because it defaults to private or public. I would also like to share an interesting lesson of something that I ran into. So there was a point when I was trying to issue some commands. I was just trying to issue like maybe one command, but it would end up doing two completely unrelated things. And some of my commands just were not working and I couldn't figure out why. So basically it had to do with a mistake that I made in my AND mechanism. But I want to kind of go over the lessons learned from this. I like how this says backing up myself when I ask it to do that. So I basically recreated a script. So yeah, I'm trying to get to the bottom of why my utterances are glitching out. So I basically replicated my skill in a normal Python script because I'm never going to get to the bottom of it if I'm constantly debugging in the messenger service with Mycroft, because it just gets, I have to restart the skill every minute. Every time I make a change, I have to wait a whole minute for it to take effect. That's a pain, so I've replicated it in a script. So here's basically an utterance that glitched out. So I can manually put a pseudo utterance right there and then see what ends up happening. So if I open NUC folder twice, obviously that's spelled wrong, but that's how the voice assistant recognizes it, so that's how it is behind the scenes. It's because it references an Intel NUC, NUC. But anyway, let's run this. So test utterance glitches. So I would basically expect NUC folder to run twice, but when I actually run it, I get the NUC folder once, and then all of a sudden Ducto ends up running. I never said anything related to Ducto at all. So why would this be happening? So yeah, I should have, for the output, I should have ended up getting this both the first and second time. So I've written code that kind of helped me debug what ends up happening when I give it an utterance. So just to give you an example of where it's useful, let's do an utterance that works normally. So I say open YouTube, for example. I would expect it to reference YouTube. This is my YouTube command right there. That does work perfectly fine, as you would expect. But why is it that when I do the NUC folder twice, it ends up doing it once and then Ducto instead? And then if I try something else like watch later, for example, this is what happens. It ends up opening, this is not even watch later, by the way, and that's nothing to do with watch later either. Why does watch later, which doesn't even have an and in there, give me two things instead of one? And then where it's also bizarre is if I do something like open my test channel. That's a command that I have that opens a channel that has this video in it. Why do I get my music folder and then Seinfeld? I literally just put one command and it ended up doing two that aren't even related. What is going on here? This is bothering me. I used to have commands that work perfectly fine. Now it's glitching out in the most random places. Well, long story short, this is what's at fault right here. So as you know, I added basically replace statements so I can say words that sound like and. Well, I did not consider the fact that certain commands may actually contain this, and it does. So like for example, watch later has at in the word watch. The AT that's right there, that literally gets replaced with and then you can see how it would compound commands together. And then because there's certain letters missing, that's why it ends up matching with the fuzzy search results that aren't even relevant. Because yeah, I have a fuzzy search mechanism in here as indicated by this and that. But yeah, what the heck is going on? Yeah, it basically has to do with these replace statements. I didn't consider the fact that words could have this right in the middle of it. So that's a very important lesson. You have to be careful how you design things because you could break stuff in ways that you never meant to. So what is the solution to this? Well, the word and is always going to have a space in it, so therefore all the commands should have a space like this. That's basically what it needs to do, and that's what ends up fixing it. And then I think I have to do a space right here too. And I also have to make sure that it follows certain rules, like a before and after. No, I don't think that's relevant to this actually, but I have this other file that basically has how it should be. So this is what it should be right there. What happens with open my test channel? I think this is what ended up happening. But yeah, that's because of the improper and statements. So let's come back to this file. So let's do like open my test channel. Well, watch later was the one that was the most annoying. So I do open watch later. Let's run that script now. Now it does exactly what you'd expect. So hopefully I convey the main lesson learned here. You really do have to be careful with how you design stuff like this, because something that used to work could end up breaking. So the main lessons I wanted to teach here is careful with how you design stuff. If you have a major problem, maybe create a normal Python script rather than using your skill, because that will make debugging go a lot faster and easier. So then once I figured it out, then I just fixed this and then added that to my skill, and that fixed it as you would expect. I probably ran into some mistakes as I was adapting it, but they're like basically human errors that I figured out and eventually fixed. And then I guess the other lesson learned is if there's like a major change, or if something used to work and it's no longer working, consider changes that you've made and how that could affect certain things. You can see how it would have been difficult to figure out that this is what was happening. But yeah, if something used to work but now isn't, consider that changes you're making could be affecting that over time. This is something that literally slowly took place over time, and then it progressively got worse to the point where I'm like, okay, this has to get fixed now. This is getting serious. I'm not sure if Mycroft is becoming glitchy or if it's something that I'm doing. It was something I was doing, but yeah, I was starting to get really concerned. Like, is it going to get to a point where it's no longer usable? Well, long story short, that's all it was, and I haven't had any issues since then. So related to that, I've also made another pretty major change. So you probably remember that my files used to be formatted like this, where there's like a whole bunch of backslashes, and that's really inefficient. It's a pain to create commands in this fashion. I want to be able to just use a single backslash and then also not have to worry about parentheses and things like that too, or spaces, because I also have to escape any spaces that there are. That's a real pain, so I decided that I'd use a bunch of replace statements to make it so that I could just use a single backslash and stuff. So yeah, now if we look at my command file, now you can see that I can do a single backslash and it works. So I mentioned in the past I had to mess with a bunch of Python quotations. I had to do stuff with like a single quote, triple quote, single double quote, triple double quotes. I might have that mixed up, but the point is the quotations gets real messy. And I had AI try to help me for like 5 hours. Didn't give me a good answer. Then I decided, why couldn't I have it behind the scenes, interpret it the same way, but then use replace statements. so that I can format it how I want, and then it gets replaced into what it's supposed to be. So I've done exactly that. I wanted to also mention that as I created the replace statements, I created a Python script for that too. So basically, let's say that essentially what I did is I have my current file with all the backslashes and escape characters, and then I reformatted it into the format that I want. So if I look in this file, for example, that's the old format, and then this file is exactly the same thing, but with the new format that I want. Right, this is basically the same file but with the new format. So I decided a good way to get the replace statement set up is doing basically a comparison and making sure that both of those files that I just showed get interpreted behind the scenes exactly the same. The replace statement will change a bunch of this into the format that I want behind the scenes, and we just take this raw, apply a bunch of replace statements to this, and if it worked correctly, it should get interpreted exactly the same way. Even though these files are different, after applying the replace statements, I should be able to compare them, and they should be exactly the same, with no differences whatsoever. So I figured creating the replace statements is going to be kind of hard, so I decided to create a Python script that I'm sort of treating like a unit test, because obviously I'm making a major change. We should still be able to pass all the unit tests, and I think there's a lot of value in doing that. I ran into a whole bunch of problems, and the unit tests were so handy in figuring them out. So yeah, right now I basically have a Python script which contains all my replace statements and stuff like that, and then my unit test. So obviously a test is basically the before and after for each and every single line. So there's 200 lines in the file, then as far as I'm concerned, that's 200 separate tests. And obviously if something gets interpreted wrong behind the scenes, then we failed the tests. And if we make it this far, nothing has failed, so therefore we pass all the tests. So yeah, I created a script just to make it easy to unit test my files. So I purposely made it so some things are incorrect, which will kind of illustrate some of the issues I ran into and then how I solved it. So if I were to run that file, you'll see that, okay, this is index 0. This is a line that's failing. The unit tests have failed. Oh, interesting. So this is pretty much what I would expect, except we're missing a character right here. So we have an interesting situation where we want to escape all spaces except for a space that separates like a program in the command prompt and its argument. So I'm running command prompt, and I'm running this within command prompt, and then what folder do I want to open? Running Explorer, the C drive. So this is an argument for explorer.exe, but we're missing an E because of the replace statement and how that's structured. So basically, if an error like that happens, that means I have an error somewhere in this function right here. So basically, I'm not escaping any spaces, as you can see right there. So any space should be replaced with an escaped space. That's essentially what I'm doing behind the scenes. So let's uncomment that line. Basically, that's me manually adding the functionality. Now let's try it. Okay, so now it's working correctly. However, at 21, we're now running into a whole different issue. The tests have still failed, and this tells me where it failed. So if I look at this, that is being applied correctly right there. However, there's an escape space in this area, and that's not what I want. So how do I escape all spaces except for the argument for whatever program I'm running in command prompt? So youtube.com is an argument to Brave, which I'm running in the command prompt, right? Well, how do I escape all spaces except this one? So one of my thought processes was I would put 2 spaces here, and then behind the scenes that gets converted into 1. But that has a whole bunch of problems. It solves that problem, but it creates new problems, so that's not a good solution. So what I actually want is what I'm essentially doing is looking for the last colon. So if you were to look at the actual files, you'll notice that for pretty much everything, I have basically the command prompt program that I'm running right there. Then the argument. You'll notice that there's a colon right here. There's also a colon in the argument. And even for links, HTTPS ones, you'll notice that there's a colon right there too. So there is a specific pattern happening right now. I want all spaces escaped, like this one, except for the very space that's before the last colon in that particular line. This is the last colon on line 41. So therefore, the space right before that, don't escape that one. And that pattern holds true throughout the whole thing, except for the failing line right here. There's no colon in this line. However, I started thinking about it and I'm like, you know what? We're actually missing HTTPS, which is inconsistent with the rest of the formatting. Rather than trying to fix the replace statements, it makes sense to just come into my file. So if we go to that YouTube line, so we go to YouTube and it just does youtube.com. Let's be consistent with our formatting. Do https://www.youtube.com. Now we have the colon that we were missing. And of course, if I make a change there, I also need to do it in the file I'm comparing. Otherwise, that will become its own problem. So on that YouTube line, I want to go https://www.youtube right there. So now we should have still parallel files. So now let's run our unit test again. Oh, looks like that fixed the problem. Now we have a new problem on index 35. So I'm like, oh, look at that. Parentheses also need to get escape, but according to this, they're not. I think we need to escape parentheses as well. So then I go to my script with the replace statements, and obviously this statement would end up escaping all the parentheses. So I'm replacing a parenthesis with an escape parenthesis. That should fix that problem. So you can see I'm bouncing back and forth and trying to dial in on all my replace statements until all the unit tests pass. So now I run this. All the tests have passed at this point. So I now have valid replace statements. Now I can add that function into my skill and basically apply that. Now I can have a newly formatted file where everything looks nice, right? So I just have single backslashes here, and same with pretty much everywhere else. Single backslashes, and I can have spaces without having to worry about escaping them. It works nice. So yeah, it's kind of a pain to get there, but creating that unit test program made it very simple to dial in on all my replace statements to get both formats exactly the same. So they're getting read exactly the same now. because of all those replace statements. So one of the reasons I started doing this as soon as I did is because I'm planning on creating a new skill that allows me to update my commands from the computer, basically from the couch. So let's say that I change my mind on one of my links, or I want to add or delete a link that I would go to. Well, I'm going to add the ability to do that from the couch. Why bother going to the computer, adding an entry to the file, and then it's updated? Why not just do it directly from the couch, especially if I can read the clipboard contents? So that's going to be a skill that I make in the future. But if I update something, I'm not going to want to have to do the quadruple backslashes. I should be able to just do it in the exact format that happens right in Windows. Like that, rather than, you know, this everywhere. So that's one of the reasons I made that change, so that I can create that new skill a lot easier. That's what basically made the push to that change. And then also, I improved my typing mechanism, as I just mentioned before too. Well, I want to be able to grab the contents from the clipboard, but I can't really do that with command prompt. It has to be done in PowerShell. And I figured as long as I'm grabbing clipboard contents in PowerShell, what's the way to add things to the clipboard? Maybe that'll work better and it won't do that stupid new line character thing that it was doing before. And it does improve it, so I improved that while I was doing this too, and that's why. So a major change that I've also made to it is the way I basically identify commands. So let's go to the Philips Hue one real quick. Probably want to actually navigate my directory in there because I'm going to be doing all sorts of stuff. So I don't know why that just popped up there. Normally I just edit anyway because it happens even when I reboot the system, and I don't do that. It still happens. So what you'll notice with that Philips Hue, one thing that makes my commands so dynamic is the fact that I have these if statements right here. I look for certain keywords in my utterances or my trigger, my command phrases. So if the word double is basically anywhere in the utterance, then this happens. But I've done a whole bunch of different approaches in the past. As a matter of fact, if we look at one of my other skills, like the volume one, I will kind of overview how these skills are structured in a bit. But for now, I just want to show, here's another approach that I did where I find something and then I check if it's not -1, meaning I'm getting some sort of result. So if I'm getting some result somewhere, if the word increase is inside of my statement, I don't really like the way I formatted it. I'd probably change it to something like if increase in result dot lower, and then that's basically the end of the statement. That's probably what I do instead. I think that's a more elegant way to do it. I even had a third way of doing things at one point too. I can't quite remember what I did, but I like to do that if whatever in whatever. I think that's just a much better way to do it. And then I can make my commands very dynamic in nature. Something else that I also started doing is creating pseudo utterances. So like obviously if I give a voice command, then I'm giving a real utterance. But what if I want to issue a fake utterance behind the scenes? Or what if I want to do something in one skill that triggers another skill? Well, it doesn't really make sense to duplicate that other skill into this one, just so I can do the ability here as well. It makes a little bit more sense to have this skill trigger this other one. That would be a much better practice, because then I can have this skill handle the logic here. This skill can basically redirect to this one. rather than also handling what this thing's capable of. I don't want duplication, that's not very efficient. So you can imagine this is most useful for my skill repeater, the ability to repeat the last command. How do I repeat the command? Well, I do a pseudo utterance based on the command I last issued. So we look at my skill repeater skill, for example. The way I do a pseudo utterance is essentially this line right here. This is how you do a pseudo utterance. First of all, you have to import, basically I have to import message bus client as well as message. So in the initialize, I create the global variable client. I set it to message bus client, and then I basically tell it to run. And then as far as like message goes, then I can emit a message. So basically the messenger bus is kind of what's responsible for just about all tasks that are happening. Whether you're receiving a message, which is primarily used for my breadboard LEDs, or you're sending messages. You can also send messages too, rather than just receive them. What if I want to send a fake utterance? Well, this is basically the message that I'm sending. And within that fake utterance, I specify utterance in this really weird syntax. If you want this syntax for yourself to do this, just let me know. I'll paste it in a comment, and you can copy and paste it. It will be on GitHub someday, but until then, that's how I'd recommend obtaining the code from me. So yeah, I emit a fake utterance, and you can put a string right there basically, but that has to be within these brackets because otherwise it might only recognize a single character. That's just how everything is structured. And then the language may be different for you, so you will want to adjust that accordingly, but that's how you emit a fake utterance. And that could be useful in quite a few different situations, like my skill repeater, or remember when I issue a command and then have the computer go to sleep right after? Well, I had it issue the command and then it just ran like go to sleep skill. So it triggered a separate skill, and I did that using this pseudo utterance method right there. So now you're probably also wondering, how do I have a quantifier for how many commands or how many times to run a command? Like if I want to fast forward 5 times, how do I do that? Well, let's go into my OpenScript. So basically I have a file that defines all these different quantifiers. So I have this quantifiers.txt file. So I want to be able to say like 2 times or 3 times or 4 times or twice, maybe thrice. So I essentially have a file that does this, and then I use a dictionary lookup to translate human English into numbers that the program can understand. So this essentially loads that file, converts each line into a dictionary item, and then this is what basically determines how many times something happens. So initially I want to check if I have a quantifier like 3 times or 4 times or whatever. So what this does is it looks through each and every entry, and then yeah, this is where there's certain rules for. I essentially remove that quantifier in my utterance because that will mess up the command execution. But it also takes what the quantifier was and then applies the correct behavior. So no data is technically lost even though I remove stuff from my utterance. So what it returns is basically the actual number of times to do something, whether it's like 2, 3, 4. And then it also returns basically the modified utterance with all the quantifiers removed from it. So this is essentially returning a tuple. That's why I can return multiple items. I'm actually just returning one item. It's basically a list. So when I call the function, I have to declare the variables. So this is technically returning one item. A tuple is in parentheses like that. That's what it's really returning. But you don't need parentheses around it, so it looks like you're returning multiple things. Now if we come back to the has quantifier, where I actually use it. See, this is how I store all the results. I'm storing it in this tuple. And yeah, so it gives me how many times to run it. That's an input, but the output, that gives me how many times I'm supposed to run that command. And then this is a modified utterance with all the quantifiers removed from it. Actually, no, that's what this is. I just dump it back into my results. And then I have a loop that runs that quantifier. And it runs it just like it runs any other command. But it does it X amount of times, which is why it's in that loop. And then otherwise, I didn't change the main logic for how it actually runs. All I did was add a loop to it for the quantifier. And if I'm not using a quantifier, then this loop just runs one time. Rather than adding like an if statement, like if it's 1, just do it once. If it's anything other than 1, do it that many times. It doesn't make sense to do that. Just loop once, because you can loop only one time. That makes it pretty dynamic. That's why if you look at that function again, you'll notice that it down here it returns 1. And the utterance that I gave it, it just spits it back out as it was, because there is no quantifiers to remove. If there's a quantifier anywhere, this will happen. If there's no quantifiers to be found anywhere, this is what happens. This tells it to just run once by default. If I change it to like 9, it'll do everything 9 times by default. So I think it's useful to have the logic right here rather than somewhere down below, like right there. So yeah, and then the beauty of it is because of how I have my AND mechanism set up, this for loop has to do with the AND mechanism, which means I can use a quantifier on multiple commands at once. So I could be like fast forward 5 times and close previous tab 3 times. So I can use a quantifier on multiple commands because I just put it within my AND mechanism and it doesn't change all that much, surprisingly. That ended up being a lot more elegant than what I was originally shooting for. Pretty rare for that to happen, so I want to be savoring that moment. So yeah, that's basically how that works. So let's real quickly go over my actual skills. So how does the backup voice assistant work? So the intent is basically structured like this. I want to back up either the voice assistant, just the phrases alone. So obviously for my open script, I reference that one file with all the backslashes, which I showed previously when I was talking about the slash mechanism change. I may want to just back that up alone rather than everything. So I can say backup phrases if I want to. I could also say backup Mycroft. That'll also work. And of course it technically recognizes it like this, so that's why I have it structured like that. So that covers all the commands themselves. Yeah, here's where I have the if statement not really structured the way I want it to be, because it has that not equal -1. I would rather do like if voice assistant in result dot lower. I think that would be a much better way to do it. I'll change that someday. But yeah, either way, if it finds voice assistant anywhere in my utterance, then it runs that script, which just runs a bunch of SCP commands for the relevant files that I want to back up. If I say phrases, this is another script with a different set of files. And then originally I tried to automate the process of deleting the old files, but it doesn't work very well. So I just do it manually at this point. I could take this out because I'm not going to mess with it anymore. But that's basically how my backup script works. Yeah, this is when I'm in X mode. That's harder to quit than Vim is to quit. But I still did it anyway. So the command modifier, I started creating the skill, but it doesn't technically have any ability yet. The create Mac and Windows skill are pretty much the same. I may end up stripping out all these skills right here because I don't use any of them other than maybe joke every once in a while. But I don't use any auditory feedback with that. So how about the open script? So as you can imagine, that's now structured quite a bit differently. So let's look at the locale file first. So yeah, this is pretty much exactly how it was last time. I probably added a few more words. This is so I could say like open whatever. Eliminate sometimes sounds like Illuminati, and so on. So I added a bunch of words that it'll accept, and then it minimizes the false negatives that I end up getting where it doesn't work when I want it to. So that's what the locale file looks like. The script now looks like this. So I fixed that and mechanism by adding spaces everywhere. This function is basically kind of like the locale file, except I have multiple words here. For like lay down, sometimes it also recognizes it as light out, which ironically sounds the same. It almost has the same meaning, doesn't it? But that's how it recognizes lay down sometimes. Of course, that's an in-joke, lay down. But yeah, this is where I define any words that I use with that. So if there's other words that I recognize as wrong, that gets added there. In the future, I might do it from a file rather than hard coding it here, but for now that works really well. It worked well for my demonstration. Usually if anything goes wrong, it tends to happen during my demonstrations. That's how it always goes. So yeah, the quantifiers, where I do like repeat this X amount of times, or I just have it run something X amount of times. I define like twice or 5 times in a file, which translates to the actual integer that it means behind the scenes. So this loads that file in the format that it should be, which is a dictionary. This I already went over. It checks basically how many times. It was originally gonna just check whether it has a quantifier or not, but then I realized I could just use it to return how many times I'm repeating something, and then getting rid of the quantifiers in the utterance, so I have a clean utterance without quantifiers in it. So it returns those two things. That's my backslash replace mechanism. I kind of showed the process of making that. So those are functions that I have beforehand. Those functions are so useful though, because I'm adding stuff basically in a test script, and then I can just dump that all in, which is pretty nice. So I load all my files, and then the backslash mechanism just gets replaced right there, right before we mess with it. So then of course this is where I get the quantifiers if there are any, and then I loop either once or however many times I want to repeat something. Fuzzy search works the same, and then the command execution works the same too. The only difference is I added the and mechanism for sleep, which is just kind of a botch that I added. This is how I do that. So basically, if there isn't any sleep related commands, run it like it always does. Otherwise, it emits a pseudo utterance for lay down. Doesn't matter how it recognizes it, even if I say go to sleep, it'll do lay down for the pseudo utterance, because why would I do anything else? It'll do something that's guaranteed to work 100% of the time, 100% of the time. So yeah, that's how my OpenScript is structured now. It's pretty much the same as before. Now let's take a look at the Philips Hue one. I'll start with the locale because I can't really do any commands unless the locale is set properly. Turn on or off the lights, double brightness, half brightness. I'm going to make this a little bit more dynamic in the future, but for now, this is how I can set the brightness. I'm also going to change this so none of these commands cause crosstalk with the other irrelevant Mycroft skills where it currently causes problems. That's accomplished by ensuring all programmed utterances don't interfere with each other anymore. Having nothing right here means I can also say set brightness, where it ignores the. So set brightness is also perfectly acceptable. And then if I say like 50%, this kind of acts as somewhat of a black void. Anything I say after this is still an acceptable command. If I don't add this right here, then it's not going to work. I can't do my dynamic commands. I don't reference this variable anywhere, but like I said, it just kind of acts as a filler. So I can put anything there and it still counts as a valid command. I could put stuff completely unrelated to percentages, it'll still work. And then I do the same thing with color temperature or color. Kind of put that all in one statement. So honestly, I could consolidate these into one by putting brightness and color. Obviously I could do color, then brightness could go right there. That would allow me to put it all in one, and then I can get rid of this. That would be perfectly acceptable. I'm not going to make that change because I don't want to restart the voice assistant to apply it. But the actual skill itself looks like this. I always ignore this. So yeah, I also have the AND mechanism in this skill too, which works exactly the same. The logic is exactly the same as before. This is the same logic for loading quantifiers and stuff, but this is semicolon separated rather than comma separated. This is basically, I have separate files for defining stuff like the color temperatures that are possible, like warm or cold or normal. Those are my human terms that I define in that file. This loads all those. And then the color temperature basically gets translated. It finds whether it exists. Then it basically does a bit of parsing and ultimately results in the format that's needed later on. This loads all the percentages, which is comma separated. That's why there's a separate function for that. This is what actually sets the color. So if I say like red, for example, this will return red all by itself. So it looks for red. It basically scans through all my defined words, looks for it, and if it's there, that's what it returns. It gets that all by itself, or then it's easier to use it down the line. And then translate percent more or less does the same thing with the actual percent. And since I don't want a percent symbol, I basically use regex to isolate the number all by itself and get rid of that. This actually converts the brightness into the spectrum that's used with the, I forgot to mention, I used the Hue library right there. That's how I basically made it work. Watch the video where I set it up. I actually only worked on it on camera pretty much, so you can see my whole process of making this skill by watching the 2 videos I've made on that so far. But yeah, so this translates a percent into the spectrum that the Phue library uses. And technically, I don't need to return brightness num. I could technically return this right there, get rid of that. But again, I don't want to restart the voice assistant right now, so I'm not going to save those changes. So it initializes the bridge, which I had to pair. It's a Philips Hue bridge. The IP address is always going to be the same, so that's great. Otherwise, I maybe put it in a file if it changes frequently. So this will get my utterance, as I tend to do in a lot of my skills. I don't know if I'm even using that query words at all. Yeah, all this code right here is technically no longer relevant. I'm not going to save those changes either, but yeah, then I parse all my intents with the AND mechanism just like I used to do. So then I basically go through everything in my AND mechanism. So it looks for the keyword double. This is what doubles the brightness, gets the current brightness, multiplies it by 2. Half brightness, divides it by 2, as you can imagine. Turning it off just goes through all the lights and turns them off. Turning them on does that. If I say anything related to brightness, then it runs that convert brightness function, which is right there. If I say anything with the color temperature, I could honestly just look for the word temp and temperature. That would make it even more dynamic with how I can execute commands. So yeah, I have this function that basically parses out how to do everything, gives it in the format that it should be, as you would expect. Same with the color. So as far as figuring out the colors goes, it was kind of hard to figure out how to map it out. So there's a function that comes with the library where you can, there's a couple ways to identify colors, such as the RGB value. Philips Hue doesn't actually use RGB. It uses hue, saturation, brightness. That's one way to identify colors. It uses XY, or it uses a color temperature. But I tried doing the RGB to XY. It doesn't translate everything 100% accurately. If you watch the video, you'll know that it doesn't work 100%. So I use a hue value which goes between 0 and 65,535. And I basically just mapped out all the colors manually. The saturation for all my colors is always going to be the highest, which goes up to 254. So the way I ended up mapping out the colors, which I never actually showed in any of the videos yet, I did this kind of last minute, was so on my Stream Deck I have all the colors mapped, so I could just do like red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and it does things as I want, you can imagine, right? So what I ended up doing was, since I have presets that I like on my Philips Hue, my Stream Deck, I go to red, then I'll load my screen. I went into my Philips Hue app right here. It recognizes that all the colors are red. I go to one of my bulbs, go to the Hue tab, and I can see that the hue is set to 0. And if I go along the spectrum, I can see that it goes between 0 and 100. So, like I said, the Python library goes between 0 and 65,535. So I basically need to map out the proportions. I just take 65,535 divided or multiplied by whatever this hue is here, and then divide that by 100. I believe that converts it into the format I want. So this is 0. And since I had a bunch of colors to map, I ended up creating a spreadsheet. So let me turn that off for now. And of course the keying is not working perfectly, so I'm gonna temporarily turn this back. So I ended up making a spreadsheet that basically just plugs in the formula for all the different numbers. So when I run red, I get 0 according to the app right here, right? So then I punch that into the formula I just mentioned. That gives me 0 along the wider spectrum that the actual program uses. So then I did my orange preset. Then I come back to the app right here. Go to a light that changed to orange. I can see that that's mapped as 18. So then I just punch in 18. That's apparently what the number is. I rounded that down. And this number I rounded up. And then I have a file that basically maps all that out. So if I go to color words, this is basically each color and then the corresponding value. I either rounded it up or down. So that's kind of how I figured out my colors and got it to exactly what I want it to be. So yeah, that's how I mapped out all my colors, and I can add more colors in the future if I want. But I did it based on the hue value and got it to match up accordingly. So yeah, that's more or less how that ability works. So now let's take a look at my search skill. I don't think I made any changes to it. Oh yeah, this is actually the file where I wanted to change my mechanism for, because as you can see right here, I break down everything into each individual word, split it by a space basically, and then I look at the first word, see if that's YouTube or whatever it is. What if it's like the second or third word? Why should that make it any less valid? Right, so I would change this mechanism to the if YouTube in result.lower, then it doesn't matter where it is in the utterance, it's still a YouTube result. I may even want to put my search term before I say YouTube. Search blah 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 on YouTube, right? So if I structure it this way, then I'd be able to have a lot more flexibility in how I execute the command. But yeah, otherwise the logic right now is basically the same as it was before. So yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but I think I'm probably going to end up doing a free course on YouTube that goes over how to do all this. So this looks like a janky mess right now. I'm going to try to have a structured course in the future that's hopefully easy to follow. It'll mainly involve installing all the abilities that I've created one by one and adapting it to your own environment, and maybe how to make certain changes you might want to make. But then we'll also make them from scratch, which will kind of teach the process and basically anything you need to know to create your own abilities and commands. We'll try to go over best practices as I'm learning them over time, because I can't really find any guides anywhere. I'm pretty much figuring all this out through trial and error. So if you want to figure this out in the meantime, that's what I suggest you do as well, until I end up doing a course like I just mentioned. But yeah, so obviously that course will work with Windows, Mac, and Linux. I'll probably have separate modules for each one depending on what you're using. And that will be free on YouTube. I'm not going to charge anything for that. I want more people to use this. That's the main thing. Because it is so powerful. It is privacy focused. You can literally make commands exactly how you want. And you can learn a fair bit of programming from this too. That's why I would go making all these commands from scratch. And then going over best practices too. There aren't really any clear guides on how to do any of this, so that's kind of why I want to do that. So look forward to that in the future, hopefully. Can't make any promises with that, but that should be coming out in the future. So here's what the skill repeater looks like. the utterances are pretty self-explanatory. Repeat that last command, repeat that, stuff like that. I pretty much showed all the fancy syntax that locale files would have. You can probably add support for multiple languages if you want to. I'm sure that's possible. That's something I don't know right now, but I'm sure it's something I may end up addressing in the course. Who knows? So I have quantifiers for this as well, because I want to be able to repeat something X amount of times. That logic is pretty much the same as what I showed before. Load all the quantifiers, get our utterance, whatever that is, and then basically just do what it always does by default, but X amount of times, 1 or something that's more than 1. And yeah, it does that pseudo utterance syntax, and it actually reads from the utterances file. The -3 is basically the thing that it should be repeating, because there's going to be a new line character at the end, so -1 is blank. -2 is that repeat command that I just executed, so that's not it. The one before that is the one I want to repeat. So that's why it's -3, which may seem counterintuitive. That's why it's that though. So now how about the typing skill, because that's quite a bit different. So yeah, I have a bunch of replace statements for, that's how I did like a question mark before. The replace statements file is pretty much exactly what you'd expect it to be. So like for example, a period gets reinterpreted as that, a comma gets interpreted as a comma, question mark is that. I may want to do question all by itself, right? I can do that if I want to have more flexibility with that. Obviously this normally gets lowercase by default, but I want it to uppercase, so I added a statement for that. If I want it to be any different than what it is by default, this is where I do that. So like it tends to not recognize this word, for example, so it replaces this with that. And yeah, I'm gonna be adding a lot more in the future, but I don't use it enough, which is why I don't have very many at the moment. So yeah, this is basically what applies those replace statements. And then most of the stuff works exactly how you'd expect. I have multiple of these commented out, mainly because I did a bunch of different approaches with quotations and stuff. This is the one that I'm actually using. Whoops. Yeah, so it runs PowerShell. This is how you execute stuff from PowerShell, by the way. So I use set clipboard. The value is basically my utterance, and I'm escaping those double quotes. The quotation is really confusing, but this is what I ended up doing that works. And then right after that, in PowerShell, it ends up running my Control-V AutoHotkey script, which will ultimately paste the text. So these other lines, I just kind of wanted to show some of the other approaches that I've tried that never ended up working, but they're not important. So that's kind of how my typing ability works now. I'm going to add the same thing to search in the future, because I may want to have special search syntax, but a lot of times, even without special syntax, I still get relevant results. But for example, when I say Mycroft for searching, it ends up doing Minecraft instead. And that's not proper searching at all. So I don't want it to, I may end up adding replace statements for that, for example. Again, the replace statements are meant to correct any behavior that's wrong by default, and that's a good way to do it. So the volume adjusts. Looks like I'm using that old find mechanism. I do like how everything lines up nicely, so it's really easy to see what's going on. So yeah, basically what it does for the volume adjust is it uses NUR CMD. I did actually do a live stream on that too. That was the live stream where my Intel NUC overheated, and that's why I kept freezing up the way it did. I got those heating issues resolved. I should have an excerpt about that too, where I just talked about the recent heating issues that I had. So yeah, NUC allows me to change the volume with a relative value, positive to go up, negative to go down, and it's between 0 and 65,535 as well, just like the Philips Hue is. And then the way I put the computer to sleep also uses NUC, which is why I have it in the volume skill. I just haven't bothered creating a separate skill for that. Why bother given that the logic is literally the same? I will probably do it in the future if I end up sharing any of this on GitHub. I have to do a major revamp on GitHub, which is why I haven't done that yet. And then if I want to just turn off the monitor rather than putting the computer to sleep, that is possible to do on the command line, amazingly. So yeah, I've tried to do that in the past using raw command prompt. It's not possible, so using this third-party utility, you can do that. So NUC is something you can download online. I put it in the System32 folder so it's easy to reference here. Otherwise, it'd be a lot more complicated to reference some path in a special syntax. So yeah, that's how my volume adjust works. I believe the what happened is structured exactly the same as it was before too. Yeah, I never changed anything yet, but I'm probably going to change stuff in the future. I guess I'll talk about that if it ends up happening. So now I'll talk about the breadboard script, because that's probably quite a bit different too from what you've seen last time. So the launch script is exactly the same. It goes into the environment that Mycroft uses, and then it does a no hang up signal just like it did before. So the actual breadboard script looks like this. So it starts everything as you'd imagine. That's all the same. I'll just go over the main differences. So this is how I had the yellow light flash X amount of times depending on the situation. So I have a flash function. I can give it whatever color I want to flash, red, green, or yellow. Then how many times do I want to do it? I just created a function and the logic is exactly the same. So this everything function, that just puts every message there because I'm going to add some functionality in the future. I want to see what messages look like, and then that way I know how to apply that. So I could just see what all the messages are that even exist. That's how I set the LEDs to what I did. I looked at all the messages, found what was relevant for my LED. So this is a function I created that this is how I detected the Ethernet cables unplugged. So if you want to look at the output of the os.system, you do os.popen, whatever the command is, .read. It still runs the command like os.system, it just returns the actual standard out. I think before it returned standard error, if I'm not mistaken, with os.system. But yeah, if this term is anywhere in that command, that means the red light should come on. That's what makes it come on. I was also trying like a timeout with a ping command. That's not really the best way to detect if an SSH command is failing, but it's something I was trying. I'm going to want to add more proper error detection, like if I'm actually trying to run SSH and a very specific command doesn't work, while a different command may work perfectly fine. I want the red LED to come on for that thing that did not work. I would add all that logic in here, and it returns true if it needs to turn on at all for any reason whatsoever in perpetuity throughout the universe. So of course, when I issue my command, turn green, otherwise turn off the green light. And then if there's an error, then the red light comes on once I'm done speaking. I should probably do it before and have it not listen at all. if there's an error, but this is how I have it structured for now. One thing I will also mention is with my current logic of the yellow LED, when I restart it and all the lights turn on, the yellow turns itself off after like 20 or 30 seconds while the red and green are still on. I don't know why that is. That's a bug I'm not going to worry about for right now. So of course this triggers when the remote configuration update happens, meaning it's fully started up and it's ready to be used. So as I mentioned before in the last update, I restarted twice because sometimes it does this uncommitted changes error. Even if I have everything up to date, I don't know why it happened, but restarting everything again does fix that. So yeah, that's my mechanism for logging an utterance. I was making it so that it doesn't log the repeats command, but because I'm omitting a pseudo utterance with the repeater, the last command will still end up being the thing I repeated rather than the repeat command itself, because it is another real utterance that went through. A pseudo utterance is technically a real utterance. So because of that, the yellow LED actually ends up coming on even if I run a command from here, like turn off my lights. The yellow LED actually will come on when I hit enter, like instantly. If you need some proof, I'm about to hit enter right here. So when I hit enter, then the yellow LED is gonna turn itself on instantly. Ready? So that's the beauty of using the messenger service. It actually turns on like right away. I didn't actually anticipate being able to do that, but that is kind of a cool side effect. So yeah, this is what makes it. So if I back up the voice assistant, it'll flash 3 times. If I open my cloud backup, it'll flash 4 times. If I close the cloud backup, which I like to do when I'm not using it, it'll flash 5 times since I don't get any direct feedback. If there's other things where I don't get direct feedback, I might have some sort of blink code. Probably do some Morse code. That's always an option too. So the possibilities really are endless when it comes to this. You could literally program it exactly how you want. If you don't like the way I do stuff, well, set it up the way you like it. It's amazing. So yeah, basically I have the yellow light come on when this particular thing gets triggered right here. That makes the yellow light come on. And then these 2 things technically make it turn off, whichever one comes first. So when I said that the yellow LED turns off while it's starting up and the red and green stay on, this is why. Because for some reason this message gets sent even when it's first starting up. I can't really do anything about that. I think I'm just going to deal with it for now. This is how you detect when a skill is finished executing. The problem is that message does not trigger for every command that I do. So like if I open YouTube, for example, there's some other code that happens and it doesn't properly send this message indicating that the skill execution is complete. So I don't do things that way. I can tell when it's safe for me to execute my next command because of this triggering though. So that's why I have it set up that way. And yeah, that's it. So that is actually basically it for my voice assistant. So that's how it's set up. So hope you enjoyed the status update. I have some pretty exciting stuff coming out in the future as well, like the ability to modify commands from the couch. I'm gonna hopefully have the computer trigger phrase next time too. I just had to do some machine learning training and that can be a little technically demanding, but I'm probably gonna do that relatively soon so I can be like, computer, end simulation or whatever, because this video is almost done. So yeah, I'm also going to completely end up revamping my breadboard script, because right now the AND mechanism only works with my open skill. Like, I can't use it across multiple skills. I have to be using commands from the same skill for it to work. It works with the Philips Hue because I manually programmed it for that, but I can't like turn off my lights and eliminate program. Those are two completely different skills right now. So in the future, I'm probably gonna revamp my breadboard script, which, for those of you who don't use a breadboard, you might actually find some benefit having what I would call a master script, which kind of facilitates the whole thing and interacts with the messenger service. And if you want to do something that's not skill specific, such as logging your utterance to a file, then using a master script is a pretty useful way to do that. But anyway, I want to revamp my master script so that I can use the AND command across multiple skills. So like maybe I want to search YouTube blah 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 and maximize window. Those are two separate skills right there. And what I would do is I'd add that AND mechanism from my open script to the master script. Then it'll work across multiple skills, because I can emit a pseudo utterance, which I showed earlier. I can break down one command into multiple commands and then emit pseudo utterances rather than just the raw utterances, and then yeah, there I go. That should allow me to do it from any skill whatsoever. I'm also going to add the ability to, with that repeater script, I want to be able to repeat the nth command. So like maybe I issued a command 10 commands ago that I want to repeat again. It's not the most recent thing, it's like the 10th most recent thing. So in that case, I would probably end up using basically like a repeat the 10th command rather than the first. Then that would be the 10th command from the bottom, 10th most recent command. So I might add the ability to do that. I would also like to add proper support for multiple computers, because typically it's optimized for just one computer at a time. I would like to add support to do certain things on whatever computer, then I can specify do this thing on this computer and then do that thing on that computer all in one command. That would be really cool. And then of course I'm going to do like hands-free searching, so I can select search results completely hands-free. I'd like to add the ability to move the mouse as well. I would also like to add the ability to detect errors or improve it, as I mentioned earlier. I'd like to also fix that yellow light so that it turns on when a command is actually done being executed, even in those situations where I can't reliably make it happen. Of course, I'd also like to be able to start it headlessly, even on the Raspberry Pi. Yeah, we got some pretty interesting updates coming up. I don't even know how to do follow-up conversation yet, where I issue a command and then it asks a follow-up question. I don't know how to do that yet, but hopefully I'm going to have that working by the next update too. But yeah, in the meantime, that's all there is for Mycroft updates. So now I'd like to show a few things related to Obsidian, that Obsidian software that I've talked about in the past for note-taking and stuff. So first of all, I don't really like the latest version. I actually downgraded my Obsidian to an earlier version that I like a lot better, and I did that on all my systems, so I kind of thought I would show you how to do that process, especially since I reinstalled Windows on this Intel NUC because I had thermal issues, etc. I still have to basically set up Obsidian so I can kind of demonstrate some of that stuff here. So I can show the downgrade process since I currently have the latest version of Obsidian right now. So I'm going to kind of show what the downgrade process looks like. It is a bit simpler than you might actually think. So normally you just go to Obsidian. Actually is open source. I didn't think it was at first. but you can go to like Obsidian GitHub, for example, and then you can go to Obsidian releases, and you can find all the releases right there on this link that I just clicked right there. And then you can find all the different versions. My personal favorite version is 0.15.9. That's the one that I personally like. So you can actually go to here and then download that specific version for your operating system. That's exactly what I've done. This is a new logo for the latest version, so I clearly have the latest version. So this is the installer right here. So I'm going to show the downgrade process real quick. So the first thing I would do is save all your Obsidian vaults or back them up just to make sure that there isn't any corruption with the version change. I have mine backed up right now, so then I probably uninstall the old version before installing. When I say old version, I mean the latest version that you have right now. I'd probably uninstall that one. And just to make sure that it's truly uninstalled, I would probably go to the app data and local app data. Hopefully those slight lockups aren't actually causing my system to hiccup right now like it has in the past. I don't appear to be having any major thermal issues or anything. So there's probably going to be an Obsidian folder either in here. Like I'd probably get rid of pretty much any Obsidian related thing. And then there's probably going to be some stuff in roaming as well. Get rid of stuff there too. If there's any actual app data that you need backed up, then back that up. If you're trying to back up hotkeys and stuff, those are vault specific, so this won't delete any hotkeys. And then on the Mac, the process is a little bit different. I'll probably show that in a little bit too. But once I got that uninstalled, then I select the latest version. There might even be some program data that would also have to get deleted. I'm not sure. One thing I would also recommend is, since the updater can get quite aggressive, I would recommend disabling the network adapter too. So I'm going to this panel, and I probably disable that. Okay, it wasn't installing right away, but I just double clicked it. Now it is. Looks like I'm having some system hiccups for some reason. Don't know why. So I have my Ethernet adapter enabled, disabled, as you can see, because the auto update can get quite aggressive with the default behavior. So then this should look brand new. If it does, then you know you did something right. So I select my Obsidian Vault, open it up, and then I can do that. And it should work pretty much as you'd expect. Not sure why it's locking up so much. Hopefully my audio's not stuttering too bad, but it might be right now. I'm probably gonna restart everything. Okay, so now as far as plugins go, I'm not sure if they're all gonna be backwards compatible, but pretty much every plugin has a GitHub. And it's possible you may have to select an earlier version if you need a plugin to work. Otherwise, I think it might just work fine with the downgrade. The plugins are vault specific, by the way. So the first thing I would definitely do whenever you downgrade, go to About and turn off automatic updates. And then that way you can stay on the current version. That's where it gets aggressive with the updates. I forgot to turn it off, and then I had to do this process over again, which was pretty annoying. So now I'm gonna enable the adapter again. So yeah, that's how I downgrade Obsidian on Windows. Let's talk about how to do it on Mac now. Alright, we're on Mac now, and I'll show some of the different nuances that are involved on the Mac versus Windows. So to uninstall the application, you'll want to come to applications like this, find Obsidian on there, and then you just do Command backspace or delete it however you normally would, probably drag it to the trash. But then you not only want to do that, but you also want to go to your library folder, which you can do by going into a user library folder. I'll open that in Finder. Within there you want to find Obsidian. Now you want to go to application support, and then there should be something called Obsidian. You want to also delete these files. This is like what's in local app data or regular app data. You want to delete those and then reinstall the old DMG, just kind of like how it is on Windows. Then you want to remember to disable the automatic update, and preferably do this without being connected to the internet so it doesn't aggressively check for updates and stuff. Once you have it disabled, you don't have to worry about that anymore. In Linux it's probably a little bit different, but I think that's more or less the same process. So now we need to get ourselves back in Windows so we can finish the setup procedure. Alright, something I'd also like to show in Obsidian is this really cool feature where you can basically quickly go to files. So it's all based on the title, but you can press, I think, Control O by default, and then you can essentially find whatever thing you want right here. So like for example, if I wanted to look at my custom voice assistant notes, I could just go to here, and then that's basically my list right there. I was able to pull it up pretty quickly. If I want to go to the checklist, and I could just kind of start typing in whatever for that, very quickly go to the files. And man, when you have a lot of files, that is a really cool way to get around. I started using it a lot more. I find myself bouncing between a lot of files, and I have to say it's a really awesome way to use that. So something I will also mention is, obviously you know that I tend to use Vim in Obsidian, tend to use a Vim plugin, but typically Control O by default allows you to basically navigate between lines, sort of like this. It kind of walks through the lines that you went through in reverse order. So if you're in one place and you go to a whole different area, Control O is how you'd come back to this place pretty quickly, and that kind of interferes with the default Control O right here. I can't get myself used to doing Control P or something instead for this, so what I've done in my Obsidian's vimRC is I've remapped Control O to Control P, and that's how I did it. Just remap Control P to Control O, and then now when I press Control P, it does what Control O used to do, which is pretty cool. So if you don't use that feature in Obsidian, I would highly recommend it. I would also recommend going through some of your keyboard shortcut mappings and remap certain things like the quick open switcher. Make sure that's a decent key that you like. What you can also do is remap some other keys. So for example, I often like to have keyboard shortcuts to control either the active pane or all the other ones besides the active pane. So for example, I tend to press Control Shift Q to basically focus on the current pane that I'm on. So if I have multiple things open simultaneously and I want to focus on just one thing, then I have this mapped to focus on that thing, and then this kind of closes the thing I'm on. So that may not have entirely made sense, but so I have multiple panes open right now. Let's say I wanted to focus on this one and close everything else. Then I do my Control Shift Q mapping, and then even if I have like 10 panes open, it keeps that one open and closes everything else. I love using that shortcut. I use it all the time. And then other times I may want to close the current one, so that's where that Control-Shift-W comes into play. I can't tell you how many times I use that since I started mapping those shortcuts. Another shortcut that I tend to use all the time, especially if I have multiple panes open, is I do something like Control-Shift-Left bracket to switch my focus to the left, Control-Shift-Right bracket to go to the right side. So let's say I'm working between these two files, Control-Shift-Left bracket, see I'm in this file, now I'm in this one. Then I want to go back, Control-Shift-Right bracket. I can't tell you how useful that one is too. So yeah, if you want to improve Obsidian and you've been using it, those are some ways I would do it. I'd get used to some of those shortcuts, which is very useful. Something else I want to show real quick is basically how I like to incorporate screenshots in my notes, because I do like to take screenshots sometimes, but I like to do it in a way that I'm minimizing how much space they take up, making it as efficient as I can with my whole screenshot methodology. So let's say I wanted to add a screenshot right there. So I'll just take a screenshot. Let's pretend that this is the region I wanted to do. Not sure why that didn't work. Let's say that's the region I wanted to do. Save it. This goes right in my vault. I just put it wherever and then call it like note screenshot or whatever I want to do. So I saved that screenshot. So then how do I get it inserted into here? Well, first of all, before I even bother with that, I'm gonna compress it a little bit so that it takes up minimal space. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over to here and then open it in Explorer. That's the screenshot that I want to edit. So I'll just bring that into here. And I convert it to a WebP file, mainly because it has a pretty small size in general. So the first thing I might do is shrink the screenshot if I don't want it to be all that big. I might shrink it by like, I don't know, 69% or something like that. That'll help save a little bit of space on its own. But then when I export it, I'm gonna export it as a WebP, because those are optimized to be pretty small in general. So I think I tend to do about 69 for that as well. That tends to be about right. And then I turn the output down to 0 because I'm not even storing any transparency whatsoever. So why bother wasting memory on that? Then I come back to Obsidian. There's my screenshots folder. Get rid of the PNG. Well, let me first insert the file. I want to insert it first to make sure it looks good before I do any deleting or whatever. So to insert it, I do this, and then I just type in the name of the file, which is right there. There it is. I now determine if it looks good. That's a PNG, so I need to do WebP. I think that looks good, so that's what I'm gonna go with. So I can just delete the PNG from right there. That deletes the actual file. And the size should be pretty small. Yeah, it's literally under 8 kilobytes. And that's not bad for a screenshot if you ask me. So that's kind of how I like to take screenshots and put them in my notes. Okay, now I think I'm going to real quickly go over my method for synchronizing my Obsidian vaults across all my systems. So I personally like to use a utility called SyncThing. When I first set it up, I was having a lot of problems and I thought it was quite unintuitive if I'm being perfectly honest. So I thought I'd show kind of how it's done and what I find to be somewhat of a correct way to do it. So basically you download SyncThing, install it as you'd expect, and then I'm just gonna launch it real quick. And then once it's installed, then it should just pop right up, and I personally set a username and password. So this is kind of what the interface looks like. So in this example, I actually need to synchronize my Obsidian Vault with this computer since I reinstalled Windows. So I'm gonna kind of do that as a demo to show how I set that up. So first of all, I have sync thing on here. Then I want to get sync thing on this machine as well. Right now I have some auto hotkey scripts that basically open and close sync thing since it's kind of buried in the program files and stuff. It just runs the executable more or less. That's not really relevant to setting up sync thing, but I just want to show that's what it does. So I double click it and then sync thing will launch on this device as well. To clarify real quick, I created that auto hotkey script to be triggered by my Mycroft voice assistant. The setup for the username and password I think is relatively intuitive. But here, let's set that. And I set my username and password on here as well. I don't have any folders on here. So how do I add my Obsidian Vault? Well, the first thing I would do is, this is going to sound crazy, but I would actually create an empty folder for whatever I want to synchronize. So basically this is the source device, this is my destination device. So on that destination device, I'm going to create a folder for whatever I want to synchronize, like my Obsidian Vault, for example. So if you have an existing folder on the system, you want it to be empty, because otherwise there's going to be all these weird conflicts that'll come up. At least that's how it was in my experience. If you have an existing folder, I would put it somewhere else and then create an empty folder where you want it to be synchronized from the source system. And if you have things on the destination and different things on the source, I would recommend loading stuff from the source and then merging the differences on the destination once you have the source loaded. So yeah, I just created this folder right here. So the next step is actually going to be on our source machine. We're going to want to add the folder we want to synchronize. So we basically specify a folder path. The folder I want to synchronize is this one right here. So I'm just going to shift right click and then click copy as path, which is right here. Then I'm going to go to the folder path and then just paste it there. I'm going to remove the quotes even though it might not be necessary. I'm going to create a label that makes sense to me, probably like my Obsidian. You might want to have certain folders not go through. So for example, if I synchronize it with my Mac, I have certain keyboard shortcuts that use the control key. If you load that vault onto the Mac automatically remaps it to command whatever. So anything that's currently control O suddenly gets remapped to command O. And it actually changes the files, so if I were to synchronize it back to the Windows system, it's all screwed up. Or at the very least, going back to Mac will screw it up again. And then I manually remap it to control whatever. That works, but it's a pain to do that. So the shortcut files is actually stored in the .obsidian folder right here. What I like to do is just ignore the .obsidian folder, because the hotkeys are stored in here, I believe. I don't want that going through. So I'm just going to check this, click save, and then I can add ignore patterns. You basically just specify paths. So if I want, this is the root folder right here. So everything is relative from there. So if I don't want the .obsidian folder, I literally just say .obsidian. That's the syntax for it. And if let's say I just didn't want hotkeys, Then I would do .obsidian / hotkeys. And it might actually be /. I can't remember how it is in Windows. It's probably / because it's universal across all systems. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's either / or /. I just double checked. It is in fact /. But I'm going to do the whole .obsidian folder. So I basically want everything but that. If I'm going from Windows to Windows, it's not a big deal. But if I'm going from Windows to Mac, that's what I'm going to do. It'll do everything but my hotkey, so it doesn't mess with that. And then it does very quick synchronization, so that's actually quite convenient. So then I hit save. So now the next step is to get it on this destination machine right here. So the next step is to set up sharing on the source machine. So edit, go to sharing. Oh, then I think you have to add the device too. That's actually the first step. So add remote device, and it'll probably automatically detect it if it's on the same network. Otherwise, you can probably do it some other way. So I would name it NUC or whatever I want to name the device. And then I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone by also selecting the folder I want to share all in one go. Then I hit save. So now I come on to that. I was kind of expecting it to pop up some share message, which it's not. Let's try that again. So I'm gonna save it without that. Then I'm gonna try to add it again. Well, so much for killing 2 birds with 1 stone, huh? And now if I come on to the destination machine, I get that new device pop up right there. Then I just want to click add device. This is how I add the device first of all. I'm just going to call this main PC. Save that. And then now the actual folder shows up. So I can just click add. The path is that empty folder that I created just a little bit ago on the desktop. Right here. So I'm just going to right click, copy as path again, paste that in. Probably delete the quotes, but it might be fine if you leave it. So that's where it's going to go. And then I'd probably add the same ignore patterns if I'm going to use that at all. I'm not going to worry about it here. So then I just click save. And then it synchronizes all those changes automatically. And it's going to take longer the first time than any other time, because in the future it's just going to do changes since the last synchronization. So there's all the files right there. So if I already had a folder that had different stuff, I would probably merge those changes at this point, and then it'll get synced back to the source machine. So let's do a test and see if it really works. So I'm going to add the vault that I just backed up. Right there. And for some reason it didn't truly recognize a vault because none of my plugins are being registered. Sometimes the plugin properly register, other times it doesn't. I should not have ignored the .obsidian folder most likely. I would include it at the initial setup. Then once it's set up, then you can ignore it later if needed. That's worked pretty well for me in the past. It might register if I were to put it in a standalone folder or something, like Obsidian. The only thing to keep in mind is we have to update the changes on sync thing if we were to move it over. That could cause a little bit of complication. If you change the location, I'd probably delete the folder then re-add it at that point. Always back up your SyncThing folders on the source when troubleshooting and messing with that stuff. You could inadvertently delete something on the source or vice versa. I speak from personal experience and it can be tricky. Fortunately, I'm good with my backups, or I would have been pretty screwed there. It can be a bit of trial and error, but should eventually work correctly going through that. But yeah, I mean, just know that if I make any changes here, they will show up on this machine and vice versa. It does work pretty well. The only other thing to keep in mind is on Mac or Linux, I find that sometimes Obsidian doesn't have permission to do a given thing. And that's because of the ownership. So I would run a chown with your username if that happens. That tends to fix it for me most of the time. I usually do chown -R, my username, colon, and then that folder. It'll recursively do everything in there. And then I might also have to do chmod, or change mode, and add basically all the privileges for users. So I'd probably do like 744, which will do read, write, execute for all users, read for groups and everybody else. And that seems to work fine most of the time. So if there's permission issues, run those commands. I've had to do it on multiple occasions, but it does fix it each time. Kind of a pain, but that's how I would use SyncThing. So I mainly just wanted to go over basically some of the differences and just how to set up SyncThing, because I found it quite unintuitive. So I just wanted to show my process of getting it set up, because it does work pretty well now that I've established the process. So yeah, that's how I set up SyncThing. Okay, so the next thing I would like to do is to touch on the Sudoers file in Linux, because in the past I tried to basically make it so I don't have to enter a password when I use sudo. I tried to do it, but it didn't work when I tried, and that's because I didn't really know what I was doing. I would like to show how to properly do it, unlike what I was showing before. So that means we gotta switch my main computer to Linux. So I'll just give it a reboot. Don't really care about any of that other stuff that's running right now. So since I don't have a proper GRUB right now on here, I need to, or at least since I don't have Windows on my GRUB boot menu, I'm gonna have to press F8 to select boot devices, select my Debian one. I'm gonna have to customize that pretty soon, but for now, I haven't done that. I just sign in as I have in the past. You already know the password, so it's really no big deal. So now if I run like sudo apt update, for example, see, it didn't even ask for a password, but I would like to show what I did to make that happen properly. So all I really did was sudo into etc sudoers, and what I did was I added my username right here. But the reason why I was showing the correct syntax in the past, but the reason why it wasn't working is because down here, this essentially overrode what I added. So I changed this to be exactly what I added here. This is actually not what's making my sudo not prompt for a password. This is. So technically, if I want to make it take effect with my user, then I want to move that below here. Move it below that line, and then it'll take effect. This will take precedence over this. So that's why it didn't work before, because of this line. I could just take it out altogether, that would work too. But if you're gonna make any changes, it has to be below this line. So yeah, this is how I have sudo without it prompting for privileges and stuff. Okay, now we're going to use OS Prober and add my Windows boot entry to my current GRUB. So I'm going to show how to use OS Prober real quick. I'll try to make it nice and quick. So first I would run apt update. And then we want to make sure we have OS Prober installed. I think you can install it from the default repositories if I'm not mistaken. So then this is a little bit unintuitive, but we're supposed to go into a file either with Vim or Nano. Use Nano if you're not familiar with Vim. But we have to go into etc default grub and look for basically this line right here. We want to, it's disabled by default for some reason, so we want to uncomment that. And that'll make it so that it searches for other operating systems besides Linux. So save that out, and then we're gonna update GRUB to make it take effect. So now it detected Windows, as you can see right there. So now Windows is added. So why don't we verify that that worked? So now I'm gonna go to my GRUB bootloader by hitting F8 repeatedly until it works. Then I just select my Debian one, and now I have Windows on there. So I typically boot into Windows by default, so how can we make that the default entry? Well, it's actually quite simple. All we have to do is go to that same file we were just in, and then there's basically a default order somewhere. So I'm gonna open up a terminal, and I think I'll just go into that file we were in before. You'll see this GRUB default right here. 0 is the topmost item, 1 is the next one down. Windows is 2 down from the very top, so I'm just gonna set that to 2. And I'll probably set the timeout to 3 or something. So that should make Windows my default. So now I'm gonna set GRUB as a default bootloader. So I think I'm probably gonna have to go into the BIOS to accomplish that. So I'm gonna hit F2 on my Asus motherboard, which will take me to the BIOS so that I can reorder everything. So I have Windows Boot Manager, which is Windows raw. And then here's Debian with a Windows boot entry inside of GRUB. I want that to be a priority. And then that's just how I'm gonna have it set. So I'll save changes and reset. It says I didn't make any changes, but it doesn't report boot order changes. So now it should load GRUB. There we go. And for some reason it still had Debian selected instead of Windows. Not entirely certain why that was. Oh, I forgot to update GRUB, didn't I? Yeah, anytime you make changes to GRUB, you have to run the update command. So let's do that real quick. So sudo update GRUB. Then those changes will then take effect. It's very important to remember that. I hope I taught you a lesson in the importance of that, because we struggled here. Hopefully that struggle made you stronger. Now let's see if it worked. Yep, now we're set. I do want to go back into Linux for right now, but for now, that's how you use OS Prober, then set the default boot entry and stuff. Okay, so the last thing I'd like to do is to touch on the GPU pass-through stuff a little bit more. So we're not going to actually do GPU pass-through in this video because I tried to learn the steps for it. It is very technically demanding. I don't have any hope for possibly doing this on camera, especially without doing it a few times myself first. I've never done it before. I don't expect myself to be able to just do it on the spot, having never done it before, and don't have the steps quite memorized yet either. I mean, I've installed Gen 2 for the first time on camera, completely from memory, but I think the GPU pass-through is going to be a lot harder. I would definitely have an easier time doing Gen 2 completely from memory for the second time ever. without referencing any guides or anything. Anyway, so just to remind you, one of the reasons I wanted to do GPU pass-through in the first place is so that I could do basically Windows XP on my current graphics card. So if I try to boot Windows XP raw, it won't let me do that. Even if I set the mode to IDE for the hard drive and stuff like that, it won't properly boot Windows XP for whatever reason on my current hardware. I would like to see my graphics card on there, because I'm used to Windows XP having a crappy graphics card like the API Express Radeon 200 series. But I've tried GPU pass-through on all sorts of virtualization platforms like XCP&G, Proxmox, Unraid. I've tried all sorts of stuff like that, and it doesn't work super great for Windows XP because there's basically two different chipset modes. You either have i440FX or Q35. You need the Q35 to do GPU pass-through, but that requires UEFI, and Windows XP doesn't really support that. Pretty much all those virtualization platforms I just shared and have tried, including VMware, I think, they do not. They have just those modes, and I couldn't find a nice middle ground that works with Windows XP but also does GPU pass-through. But I'm hoping that QEMU has a couple more options that may let me do it. Like, I think there's probably some in-between modes that works with Windows XP and also works with GPU pass-through. I just kind of want to look into those options for now. I don't expect to get very far with this, but let's see what we can do. So I'm gonna come into here. Actually, we'll just launch Virt Manager and see if we have any options for that. We can probably create a Windows XP option. So actually I will need a terminal because I need to access the media for it. I have a Windows XP disk that I've never used before. I just made an ISO of it, so hopefully we'll be able to use it in a VM. So what I want is SDH1. So let's mount dev SDH1 to MNT, and then we'll be able to access files on there. Actually, can I do it without sudo? Then everything will get proper permissions, including Virt Manager. Man, come on. You do need sudo, unfortunately. So I think that means I will have to relaunch Virt Manager and all of that. Actually, I'll just copy the Windows XP disk to my home directory. That way permissions are not a problem. So I'll do CP, MNT, Windows XP. This is a 64-bit edition, which hopefully that won't have any compatibility issues with what I'm trying to do. Because I am going to test out a game basically that requires a graphics card, of course. So let's try to copy it to that home directory. And then what are the permissions for that? That should give us proper permissions, hopefully. So let's create a new virtual machine and see if we can at least find a nice middle ground. So I'll use local media. So I should find it in here. The list isn't repopulating itself, so I might need to relaunch Virtual Machine Manager. I'm not sure if that's going to make any difference. Oh, there we go. So Windows XP is now there. So I'll just choose that. It automatically detected what I wanted. I'll probably do like 2 gigs, which is quite a lot for Windows XP. I'll do 40 gigs maybe. That might be a bit overkill for what I'm doing. So we obviously want to look at options like the GPU pass-through, and then oh, I thought there was going to be a bunch of in-between chipsets. I actually saw a video not too long ago where someone managed to boot Windows XP on UEFI. I'll maybe link a resource in the description if I find that. But yeah, pretty interesting. That might even be an option worth considering, but it seems like a lot of messing around for what I'm trying to do. So unfortunately, I thought we were going to get a lot more options in this. Like, I thought there was like an i440 whatever. You know, what happens if we create a VM? What happens if we try to recreate the VM and then not do like an automatic selection? You must select an OS. I'm just gonna do that, and then maybe I'll get some more options. And actually I can do more than 2 gigs of RAM because this is actually Windows XP 64-bit, which I think will support more RAM. Okay, we still have the exact same options, unfortunately. I don't think we're really going to be able to do much. I would be curious to see what happens if I select Q35 just in this context. So this will be IDE because we need that for Windows XP, of course. I would be curious to see if I can get it working on Q35, because if I can, that will mean GPU pass-through is possible. If I select BIOS rather than UEFI, I don't know if that would even work. Q35 is what matters, because I don't think there's... Why don't we select the correct type real quick? This is what I meant when I said that, by the way. Okay, so setting the topology to make sure there's not more than one socket. Kind of weird that they would assume that's the case. Hopefully IDE will work right here. Yeah, now it does. So let's move this to a different workspace. So we have a fuller screen. Wait, did we actually select Q35? Oh, come on. It's doing the i440. Yeah, this is why it won't work. Because IDE requires that i440 and doesn't work with Q35. And Windows XP requires IDE, so we might not really have any options for that actually. It isn't whether it's BIOS or UEFI now that I think about it. It's whether we need IDE or not. There might be like a customized version where you can use SATA. I think later versions of Windows XP have SATA support, but that does sound like a lot of tinkering around. I may not end up following up on this. We'll just have to see how it goes. If I do happen to figure out anything with that, then I guess I'll let you know. Otherwise, I think that's gonna be it for this whole casual video. So hope you enjoy this rather unusual video with an unusual series of events and stuff. But otherwise, that will be it for now. So if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to let me know. I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. Otherwise, yeah, I think that's it. So thanks for watching and have a good one. Peace. Why don't we do a dramatic outro real quick? Hey Mycroft, turn off my lights. That doesn't dim much. That makes me quite a bit darker, but I surprisingly still have a pretty good key in the background. Now it's becoming really bad. Now we're in the dark. It really is dark. Even with the original green screen, that doesn't make much difference. So you can kind of see stuff a little bit, but it's pretty awful there. Alright, peace.